When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need you. That's when we need each other. 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 That's when we need each other.
Walking on the moon.
One moment to escape. And you're walking on the moon. I've never been. Dance again. All our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. All our trouble seems to fade away. When we dance I've never been. I've never been. She found a way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make out, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, 'cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. season light. When Nass is dropping down, we step aside. I'll run away with you to season light. When Nass is dropping down, we step aside. Smoke is scanning to the sky. You can't believe your senses. You think you've seen it all until you open your eyes. I never wanna be alone. This place is cursed. I want you to never leave my side. I run away with you to season light. When Nass is dropping down, we step aside. We dream of feeling something. I want you. I know we both escape to lose the ground. The world we used to know is burning down. We're always strong enough to build our own. We've been running for ages to search some light. I want you. I know we both escape to lose the ground. We've been running for ages to search some light. We can feel every day after running for nights. We feel so alive.
The final day of the European Open, number 3, is here, and many questions still stand. Will we get a tiebreak scenario, and who will clinch the final spot to Boston? And one final one, will KCorp win again? Probably. Welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm Leaf, and I'm hanging out with some friends here. We've got Stumpy, Turtle, and Gibbs to yap for the next 30 minutes until kickoff happens. Raise your hands. KCorp's winning again, guys?
Yeah, probably.
Realistically, we're kind of looking to see who gets second, and that's still fun. You should still hang out here. It's still going to be a good ride.
Well, I know Gibbs is fiending for another outcome. One of those questions I asked are the tiebreak.
Tiebreaks. I'm very excited. We could have a 3-way tiebreak. We'll get into it a little bit later, but very, very excited about it.
That's fair. Hey, let's get through some of the early homework here. First off, getting our friends to hang out with us. Like, guys, come on, Boston's coming up. This is the last Open. We're finding out who's going there. Maybe you're waiting for that last spot before you go. It's going to be great regardless. Grab your tickets, join us, and hang out in Boston for some great live Rocket League. Now, with that out of the way, let's get yesterday's homework out. If you missed it, get you caught up, okay? Just don't miss it next time. What happened yesterday on Saturday? Bracket, bring it up. Let's take a look. We had some long series yesterday, Turtle. Some of these went the distance.
Yeah, we had some absolute bangers. I was fortunate enough to cast probably one of the best ones, which was the GK Vitality that went to Game 7 and historically has gone the distance. Man City versus BSK was a sweep, but I thought that gave us even more of a decent story, even though it was a sweep. And then, of course, we get to the upper bracket finals. Gentlemates Magnifico with the Game 7 nail biter, and then finishing off, of course, the KC and NIP matchup that, Gibbs, you were unfortunately there to cast that long series that had so many pauses.
Yeah, they put me through the gauntlet, but the players were through the gauntlet as well. But what a match that was. That match was incredible. That's what you want to see in an Open 3. Everything on the line and everyone making plays all over the field.
Yeah, so I know BSK is looking back at the bracket and they're like, why were we the only ones?
It's because they didn't take their time out, mate. I think that's the issue.
You're still on that. You're still on the timeout.
They didn't take that time out.
Dude,
they should have done.
If they had the momentum, though, I mean, you're still kind of right.
You still take the time out.
I mean,
they were absolutely killing it, Turtle. You're right. It would have really dampened their
If you're the
spirits.
coach and your players are like, no, I'm not taking a timeout. I'm going in. Like, what do you say? Are you going to force them?
well,
Like, you take the controller out of their hands, dude? Like,
I resign.
there it is.
Okay, let's take a look at some of the other matches, because that one, we're not going to highlight it. Let's take a look at GK Vitality. This was, Vitality wanted this one, Gibbs. Like, this was a rematch for them. They lost this best of 7 multiple times up to this point.
I mean, that's cliche to say, because I think both teams wanted it, Leaf, to be fair, but GK, they absolutely needed it to avoid tiebreaker scenarios, and they faltered a bit. It went to Game 7. These teams have been so incredibly close so many times, but GK keeps winning those Game 7s, even when I think Vitality has outplayed them in most of their series. But Vitality, they also would clinch the major with this victory, and they got it done here in Game 7.
I mean, GK as well today, they're not going to be looking at playing themselves. Potentially, they might be going back a little bit later. Vitality have got a little bit more to do today. If they manage to beat Magnifico, who looked fantastic yesterday, obviously to go on and play KCorp in their semis. But I think GK had some really standout moments. They've got a lot to be proud of from this series. Unfortunately, Turtle, they just couldn't get it done when it mattered.
Yeah, now they're just gonna have to wait and see what happens, which is the worst situation to be in, but there's still chances. I think that's alongside all the fans now watching who are rooting for GK. You guys are in for a very, very long day, but one that's still going to be eventful and, of course, provide all the entertainment lead.
You know what? I have a question. This might be a silly question, but sometimes when I get demoed in a game, a bit of relief hits me, because I know if we get scored on, it's not my fault anymore.
I mean, what if you're easily demoed, though? You could just be standing still.
Sure, maybe, but like at that point, you can't change it. So do you think for them, maybe there is a bit of relief knowing that if they don't make it, it wasn't their fault?
No.
I think in a weird way. I think in a weird way, yes. Like there's, it's one of those things. Obviously, they want to be playing, but they're
thinking about it, at least.
No, Leaf. It's so funny because we are complete polar opposites. Because when I used to play, obviously I was third man goalie. I loved when Crow or Sad got demoed because it allowed me to move up.
Because you could go upfield.
I was so happy. I was like, I can move across the half field mark now because they got to respawn and play defense, and it was the greatest moment ever. So anytime they got demoed, I was smiling.
I think GK are going to be sitting at home and they are going to be itching, ready to play. I think they are horrified that they're not. I think it's so frustrating. For the record,
I think there
I'm the
might
same
be a
as
little
you.
bit.
I'd be so okay with being like, all right, it's now up to God.
Yep, out of my hands now. Anyways, we got to move on. Let's take a look at the Gentlemates Magnifico matchup here, because again, another player in these tie breaks is Magnifico alongside Man City. They're trying to get to top 4 here, Turtle, but they're up against Gentlemates, one of the big dogs of the European region.
Right, and I thought that this was a slower start for Magnifico, and that was really what plagued them in the end. It took them a couple of games to get things going. We didn't see much out of them until Game 3, and by then you had kind of given too much of an edge to Gentlemates, but they were still able to stay in contention and make it a good series throughout the entire length of it. And I thought Tox, he had a good series too, but was oftentimes on the backboard, looking a little bit lost. And at the end of the day, just wasn't enough to edge out the win.
Yeah, and we're seeing as well Magnifico. They're one of the teams that could be in the tiebreaker later on. And I'm really honestly pulling for Tox not to have his like 7th LAN, whatever it is, where he's one spot away from qualifying.
He's just so close.
It would be horrifying if that happened again. Obviously, they have to compete. They have to, beat Vitality. They have to really make a run here today. But after being that close, Gibbs, time and time again, it's got to weigh on you. And hopefully today is not going to be another one of those days.
Yeah, Magnifico has to feel like they played incredibly well, though. This was such a close series, and this shot by Razir is one of the best shots we've ever seen in the Rlcs, just going coast to coast, and also, with a little bit of a curve as well, going everywhere on the field, the double flip reset to force this final game, and then it came down to, again, another overtime. I believe there's 4 overtimes in a row, and it just came down to Nass was a bit faster on the kickoff on that challenge. They didn't get the post pinch, and Oski gets the free goal. So mates, they prevail, and they're in your top 4.
We're gonna see that play again in our top 5 because it was pretty good. So why don't we just jump over to those? The progressive top 5 plays are ready. Stumpy, start us off.
Yeah, kicking it off is going to be Stizzy with a beautiful flip reset. Goes inverted over Joyo, then leaves ball and 2-foot Seiko right on the goal line. I love it. Pops up by Zen, and it just asks a question of the defense that unfortunately for GK, they do not have the answer to.
Oh, but number 4, we're talking about flip resets, and in that previous one, we saw them use it right away. But what if you fake it? What if you leave it until last second, and right before that ball touches the ground and before your car hits it, you can also just smack into it. This is Seiko going all the way from his own end, waiting patiently on that reset and sniping that top shot of the post.
And then we're going to do a little bit of a pass and play. We have Edgey coming out in tempo. He's not going to go for the one-timer slapper. Instead, he's going to follow it up with the dunk. Brilliant play here. Normally, you expect a redirect power shot, but instead he follows up his own shot. It's a softer touch, gets the dunk for the goal.
And then, of course, at number 2, I was actually casting this one, and I didn't even expect it. Look at this camera angle. We're watching Acro, and at first you're like, why are we looking at this guy? He's just rotating all the way to the back of the field. But wait, he's actually going for a pre-flip play where nobody can see where he's at. The defense had no idea they were even on the backboard, and he pre-flips so precisely to get a touch and have that one slot in.
It feels like I had some impossible goals yesterday, and this takes the cake. From his own backboard on a right bend angle, the double reset over the entirety of Gentlemates in an overtime to keep Magnifico alive. You see the reaction. Nass is going crazy. Razir, he doesn't care. He's like, look, boys, I got this, don't worry. Nass is hectic. He doesn't know what's going on. Can get it over the entire defense, and that, of course, is going to be the reaction. A neat little sip. He's got a picture of himself in his own room. It is aura-farming from Razir.
He was up in the air so long that he could explain what he's doing to his teammates.
It's like, guys, hold on, I got this. Don't worry.
Just
take a breather.
I was good at it. That's great. Hey, some top plays are a little better than the others, and today's
Those were bangers.
Were really creative.
Those were bangers.
Those were fun plays. But I want to know where this lands us now, because we did mention this multiple times that tie breaks were on the table, and that still stands. Let's pull up the points board here and give Gibbs this little 3 seconds in the spotlight moment here. Gibbs, what are we looking at?
All right, let's look at the points. KCorp, they're really good at Rocket League. I don't know if you know this, but they've clinched the #1 seed in all of Europe. The battle for the 2 seed is very up in the air today. Ninjas, Pajamas, the Mates, and Vitality have all clinched their spot to Boston, but they are vying for that #2 seed. Only 1 point between those 3 teams. Whoever likely makes it to a grand finals versus KCorp, then they would probably get that seed. But the final seed, because of KCorp, because of their kickoff land win, there is a 5th team that goes to Boston. That's between GK, Magnifico, and Man City. And GK, they can't get any more points. They're out of the tournament. Magnifico and Man City are down in the lower bracket. That first game, if they win it, they get 2 points, and that would tie them with GK. If they win more than that, then they can obviously just take the spot outright. But very likely, there could be tiebreakers today. If Magnifico or Man City can possibly make it into the semifinals and then lose there will be a tiebreak versus GK. Now, if both teams do it, there could be a 3-way tiebreaker. If that happens, GK is the highest seed because they made grand finals in Open 2. So they would get a bye Looks like in this three-team tiebreaker, and then Man City and Magnifico would play first. Whoever wins that plays GK for the 5th and final spot.
Okay, so basically, at the end of the day, GK wants those two teams to lose, and they're good.
Yeah.
If they make it to the next round, so they win their matches today, there's now a tiebreaker for whichever those teams make it. If it's both of them, it's three-way. If it's just one of them, it's just the two.
Yes.
Correct? Perfect.
But if they win the semifinals, they don't have to play tiebreakers. They can possibly just make it in like automatically there. So
What if
any GK fans right now are hoping that Magnifico and Man City just don't win anything? They want them to be knocked out straight away. GK then make it.
then GK is in. Yep.
Love it.
Okay. I mean, that's straightforward. Now, odds, because we got a minute on this topic. Odds of this happening. What are your early thoughts? I mean, like we did yesterday, yay, nay, GK makes that 5th seed. And I think all of us thumbsed it up that was on the pre-show. Turtle, you weren't on the pre-show. I don't know if you want to weigh in on this. Would you been a thumbs up or a thumbs down that GK makes this? Like, do you think it's in their favor still?
I don't know, dude. I don't think so. I think the odds are, I think we're either going to go to a tiebreaker and then something crazy happens there. I don't have a lot of faith right now in GK moving all the way to the major.
Is it both teams? So Man City needs to beat Ninjas in Pajamas and Magnifico needs to beat Vitality. Is it both make it through or is it one?
I don't see either winning that for the record. I think Vitality win and a Ninjas win.
Yes,
I understand that perspective too, but I mean, you have to think these guys are all like, it's a dogfight to get that 5th spot. If anybody's more hungry than these teams, that would be shocking to me because their literal life is on the line. I think the odds of one of those teams going and then we can get that tiebreaker is extremely likely.
But the others are fighting for seeding for the record. Like the others,
that is true.
NIP
that is true.
And Mates and Vitality, they're all still fighting for seeding. So they've still got stuff to fight for. At least I appreciate it's not for their lives, but it's for something, right?
But the one thing is, if Man City or Magnifico do win at least one of their matches, force a tiebreaker, they're going to be favorites in that tiebreaker because we saw GK. They didn't look that great this weekend. They also won't get the warm-up practice on the day as well. So I think for, like, if you're a fan of GK, you want Magnifico plus Man City to just lose outright. Because if you go into that tiebreaker, yes, it's possible that they win it, but they will be underdogs.
And I don't think either teams looked bad either.
True. Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if GK right now are scrimming. Because, like, well, not right now, but, you know, when it gets sort of later in the day, I appreciate you.
They've got to be staying warm.
Yeah, they'll know after the first 2 series, and they have still then got 3 series worth of warm-ups. They might just leave it a little bit, but, like, I don't know. It's gonna be very exciting. I'm very excited, I think, no matter what ends up happening. I love GK. I'd love to see him at the major. But also, Magnifico and City, them throwing a spanner in the works, that's cool. That's fun. That's really, really good.
Well, we don't know what will happen until those matches play. Those be in a little bit here, but what we do know is some of the other regions that have finished off. One's still playing again today, but MENA has finished off their rounds here. Taking a look at the bracket, it's Team Falcons that end up taking the victory. Gibbs, they get that win over Twisted Minds in the semifinals.
Yeah, so that victory there got them the #1 overall seed for MENA. Both Falcons and Twisted Minds had already clinched at that point. But then we go into the finals anyway with R8 Esports, who has played well. They beat Twisted Minds in this tournament. They went to Champions Field versus Falcons in Open 2. They really look like the 3rd best team in MENA. And sure, this grand finals might not mean a whole lot to Falcons, but R8 wants to get as many points as they possibly can to keep it close for that World Championship spot. And they battled here, went to 6 games. Falcons did take the win with a great offensive performance, Turtle. But R8, watch out for these guys in Split 2.
Yeah, I don't think you can count on R8 whatsoever, but Team Falcons, I mean, they are just, in my opinion, so consistent, always on the offensive side, 66 shots, and every single highlight we're seeing out of them is just, it's very patient and so calculated. It doesn't feel like they're honestly getting a lot of luck involved here, but you can see that R8 have what it takes to at least bring the fight to them in that grand finals.
Wait, you know what? I think I hate something about this. Didn't everyone say that on your Open #2 that Twisted Minds would get that first seed and Gibbs was the one to say that Falcons would get first?
Exactly. I was the one who said Falcons.
That's why I hate it, because you were the only one that was right.
It was on our sheet. Everyone's like, oh, it's over. Falcons are done. It's Drawley. Like, come on. He's going to figure it out. He's been the world's best player probably for the last 2 years. He'll figure it out, and he did so yet again.
No, and I it's also my fault for bringing that up. I could have just let that slide, but he got it right. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
You called it. Hey, well, let's look around to another region. OCE. Yesterday, we asked who we think would take that spot for the region, whether it was going to be wild card or power. Who was going to maybe win that yesterday? It probably would come down to those two. Who do you guys think won?
Probably wild card, because Torsos, again, old heads. I'm in it for the old heads. We need him at another LAN, and I hope it happens.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. It's going to be a grand finals, wild card versus power to determine the spot, all the pressure, and Torsos is obviously going to win. That's just how it's going to work.
Guess what? Wrong. It's all wrong. The Bulldogs came out on top, shutting down wild card in the semifinals. Bulldogs.
Not only that, they destroyed wild card in the semifinals. It was a 4-0, 14 goals to 4. Where Wildcard had literally everything to play for, and the Bulldogs had nothing to play for. Classic OCE, and Bulldogs pull off not only an upset, but they dominated them.
I like how that's still the narrative. Classic OCE. You know, we're still talking about how crazy it is, and there's only one goal game here, Stumpy.
Yeah, I love as well that, like you were saying, Gibbs, Bulldogs have nothing to play for apart from just to ruin Wildcard's life. And they're like, yeah, we'll peak. Yeah, I guess we'll do that. Yeah, that seems fun. A 4-0 over one of the best teams in OCE. That is incredible. What a region.
Okay, so Wildcard out, putting power into the grand finals here. Bulldogs face them. Things got, of course, back to normal at that point.
Yeah. I like power, of course. They clinched a major. They're feeling great. Yeah. They're like, let's just dominate. Usual. And the first three games,
makes sense.
You know, it was like 10 goals to 2 or something.
Yeah.
Power's like, all right, let's get out of here quickly. No timeout called either by Bulldogs. They pulled the BSK. Didn't call any timeouts. They were down 3-0.
BSK. Yeah.
That's
a thing now.
Swept in the
Guess what?
Doing so well.
I'm ruining this narrative too. Bulldogs again, baby. Bulldogs again, baby.
What? The reverse sweep by Bulldogs. The last 4 games, 15-7 in goals. Absolutely destroyed power. Not only that, they didn't call a timeout when they were down 3-0. They waited until they won 2 games in a row and then called the timeout for the memes and then still won the last 2 versus power.
Gosh.
So Bulldogs, yes, not playing for a whole lot, but this actually keeps them a lot closer in that OCE race going into Split 2 to make it to the World Championship. So huge points for Bulldogs, pulling it off. Fantastic performance by them.
I mean, I'd also like to give a shout out.
What is this? What is this?
About your eyes. I want to give a shout out to CJ, Formal, Moni, Shogun, and Yumi, all for casting that final. You probably thought I was naming the entire show. I was, and they also all casted the grand final. So 5-man cast, absolutely brilliant. It was too early for me to watch, so I'm going to go back and watch the highlights. But fair play to OC, they're putting on such a good show over there.
Yeah, and if you're not paying attention to these regions and you're stuck here in the NA or EU side, you gotta pay attention. You gotta lock in because these games provide all of what you need to see for RLCS. You've got the jokes, you've got the banter, and of course the good gameplay.
Yeah, but of course at the end of the day, Gibbs mentioned it there, that still locks power in as the representative for the OCE region, despite that loss. But overall, yeah, Gibbs, the win huge for Bulldogs, keeping them in the run. Yeah. The season's not over.
Yeah, exactly. Now they are in the conversation, because again, OC only gets 1 spot to the World Championship, then there's LCQ possibilities, but you just want to nab that first spot. And now Bulldogs have put themselves a lot closer. Sure, they didn't make the major, but most people assume Power is not going to do incredibly well at the major, so they won't gain too many points there, but who knows? OC could surprise and pull off another top 6.
And we move on to APAC here. This was the expected team. Again, we've talked about it. Project De La Cruz should be going through this region, but Stumpy, a 4-3, maybe not what we were expecting. They kept it close.
Yeah, and I think when you kind of look at the smaller regions like APAC, I think there can be the occasional dominant team that, yes, okay, they're going to win everything. To see then these best of 7s really go the distance, it's really good to see. And it was like somewhat traded games. It was 2 to Project De La Cruz and then 3 towards Kino Trope. Cool name, by the way. And then the final 2 then taken down by De La Cruz. So I think they're going to be a very exciting team to watch. I saw a couple of clips on socials as well of Sphinx absolutely peaking in the grand final.
Yep, and then we move over to Sam here. We do have MIBR locking in that spot. One of them are now taken away from the rest of the teams. So it's going to be Fury and
That's-
Secret probably fighting for that, Gibbs.
Yeah, Team Secret, like if they win the entire tournament, but also Amethyst is alive as well. They would have to win the entire tournament, plus get some help. But MENA Brazil, shout out to them, because last year it was just Fury and Team Secret the entire way. Then this offseason, all they did was trade one player each to each other, so everyone expected it to just be Fury and Team Secret again. But MENA Brazil had a tough bracket. In round one, had to play Amethyst, who's the 4th best team in SAM. That went to Champions Field. They won that. Then they go to this upper bracket versus Team Secret to clinch their spot. Goes to Champions Field again, and MENA Brazil get it done. Shout out to Raze Bull building this team.
Yeah.
We saw him at the World
Oh,
Championship
yeah.
play-in, but he's back with Sad and Astro, who have not been at an RLCS LAN since the 2023 World Championship. That's 2.5 years ago at this point. So shout out to the boys making it as very likely the #1 seed in SAM.
There it is. Race Bull
just-
back on top of the region. You'll love to see it, Turtle.
I'm just happy to hear the name Astromic get brought back up. I mean, just to see him at another LAN and competing alongside Raze Bull, these guys, they've got the grit. You know, even whenever things might not go your way, you don't get the roster you want, to still show up and show out in the game shows that these guys are meant to stay in the scene for this long and stay on top.
Yeah. Hey, and if you want to support MIBR, then join us in Boston. I mean, we've seen those fans from the South American region make their way around the world. I mean, back in Lyon as well, they were there. So there's a good fan base for that region. So make sure you guys can join us here, because you see them locking in that first spot there. We'll see Amethyst, Gibbs, I believe, still sort of in the running, but they need
Yeah, they have to
strong
win,
run.
plus they need a lot of help there. But also, like in the SSA, we still have 5 years, and Pioneers very likely to battle it out today at some point, probably in the grand finals, to see who goes from that region.
That's right. What else can we do to convince? I mean, like at this point, you know, we always tell people join us at these events. What else can we do to convince people to come here? Think about it hard.
I'm trying to think of like something that's like, all right, why should you go to Boston Major? And I think there's only one really good answer, and that is
big reason.
Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
one very big reason, because Turtle is going to be at the Boston
Yeah.
Major. He's
That's
going to
right.
be casting.
That's right.
So if you haven't bought your ticket
That's
yet,
right.
and you're a fanboy of Turtle, I know there's at least 3 of you
There's
out
at least
there.
like one person
There's
out there,
at least
maybe.
a few.
Maybe. They're like,
Buy
I
your
really like
tickets.
that washed pro player who was really relevant like a decade ago, and he's super rusty at casting. But no, I will be there. And listen, I got to tell people, it's one thing. I was talking to my wife's parents yesterday, and I was trying to explain to them like how amazing it is to be in the venue, have the crowd there, watch these games. The photos, the videos, the stream, it does not do it justice. You need to be there in person to actually understand the culture of the RLCS, and that's the biggest push I could advise anybody. Like, just experience it one time, and you'll be hooked for a lifetime.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Join us. We're going to set up Turtle. He's going to be at a meet and greet booth the entire time. He's not
For the two
casting.
people there. Yeah, there it is.
Anyways, let's move on here. We got to get to the rest of today. We did the tickets. Now take a look at the crowd cam. Have it up on your side cam. We always want to push this because, again, I enjoy it. I like it. Get that wider perspective of the entire field. Twitch.tv/RL Esports is where you'll find it. It's always going to be live when we got the RLCS going here for the European region. Prize pool, important, but not as important as the points right there for some of these teams, especially for those teams looking for the tie break. But at least they are going to pocket a little extra money, more games that they win. Then the bracket, you've seen it a million times here, but take a look at it one more time just in case you need to memorize it. Oh, points up first here. Gibbs already went over a lot of this. You know, it's that last spot, that 5th spot. That's all you're looking for today. That's the reality of it. GK is hoping that those other 2 teams, Magnifico and Man City, are not going to win their matches. Statistically, they shouldn't, but hey, you never know with Rocket League. What's the order of the matches today? Well, I got that for you as well. Man City, Ninjas in Pajamas, our first one there. KCorp, of course, waiting for their match up later. So are Gentlemates. Let's start talking about Man City, Ninjas in Pajamas, because that's coming up in about 4 minutes here. Kickoff on the way for Championship Sunday. Man City, Ninjas in Pajamas, Man City Stumpy, a team that we're continuing, we're just hoping they reach the heights that we know they can.
Yeah, Man City, I think yesterday looked brilliant. Against BSK, they were completely dominant. I think they looked at times better than we saw them even in the first few games against Novo during the kickoff weekend. Before then, they got reverse swept out of that, but they kept their composure. They held it strong. BSK didn't use a timeout, but I'll get over that. I'll move past it because Man City,
Dude, you are locked in.
Man City just kept playing their game and they were brilliant. However, Ninjas in Pajamas against KCorp, they played an absolutely spectacular game. KC were better on the day, but they've got a lot to take away from it. And it's a very, very big question to ask of a pretty fresh team.
This is tough. I feel like it's so hard because, yeah, Man City just freestyled on BSK the entire time. CRR looked fantastic. I felt like his midfield speed yesterday was so good and was maybe the turning point versus KCorp. They didn't get the win, but if they would have, I would have credited a lot to CRR. He looked fantastic. I think it's a great pickup by Ninjas to get him on this roster. Man City, though, is that true dark horse that if there's one team that's going to make it, like at the beginning of Open 1, I said 2 Danes, 1 Bruv, now Man City. And now it's time. It's now or never at this point. Win or go home for Man City. Can they get it done?
Yeah, and you even look now at the face cams. The boot camp buff, I think, is going to be real for Man City, having the energy and being with each other near in the same space. And, you know, Stumpy, you remember yesterday we were casting it. I think Tempo in particular, he had it felt like a flawless game in my eyes with the way he was able to read what was going on the pitch. And then we've got CRR on the other side. So to me, that's like the clash, CRR versus Tempo. Who can make the greater impact?
Tempo was one of my players of the day yesterday. I was absolutely enamored with what he was doing. He was dominant. He was controlling the pace of the game in its entirety, slowing it down, speeding up. Whatever his team needed, he was making sure that he took the game by the reins. And as you said, Turtle, on the other side, I think CRR mechanically was phenomenal time and time again. And he repeatedly caught KCorp out. And if you can catch KCorp out, you can catch any team in the world out. So Man City, as I said, they've got a very big task ahead of them.
So out there, the progressive fan votes up. You guys are already spamming the hashtags. We'll count them in 1 minute here. We got to get the analyst thoughts on this one. Which way is it going? I think there's a vibe on the desk here that we know which team should win. Honestly, I think Turtle might be the only one that didn't. Turtle, I think you're the only one that didn't end up maybe going with us. You had some feelings that it could not be Ninjas in Pajamas.
I mean, look, I was talking yesterday. Stumpy, you know, he put me on in the hot seat, and he was asking me who I've been watching and the team that I've been rooting for. And it has been Man City. I've actually really enjoyed watching them mesh and progressively get better and better as the split for Boston has gone on. And I think this team, this is their chance to truly peak, to truly show up, make it further than they have the entire split, and actually get into that semifinals, break the lower bracket quarterfinal curse. And I gotta go with Man City, baby.
Turtle, you're supposed to pick with your head, not your heart. The head says Ninjas in Pajamas.
No.
But I'm also picking with my heart as well, too. I'm going Man City. I want tiebreakers, all right? I need them. We haven't had them in a while. I keep just barely missing them. I want them today. I'm going Man City.
I can't do this, guys.
No, Stumpy, I'm not insane. I'm with you. I'm not insane.
How is this an insane pick? It's not.
All right, bozo. When we come out of this one again, all right, you're going to be saying, well, actually, it was actually quite an intelligent pick. Well, you're still going to be wrong. NIP, I think they're better. They are very good. And if Man City end up winning, then I will say that I am, in fact, the bozo.
Okay, good.
Yeah. I don't even think you're a bozo at that point. It's just, I think it's going to be an upset if it happens. So does chat. 65% for Ninjas in Pajamas. We think it's going to be, but Man City needs to win this match if they want to stay in the running for that tiebreaker or push themselves further to grab themselves a spot to Boston. We'll find out right now in this best of 7, Man City versus Ninjas in Pajamas.
It's time to kick off the last EU Sunday of the first split online with Manchester City still fighting for the major spot. Ninjas in Pajamas in their way. It was Ninjas who sent GK to the lower bracket initially. They were their worst enemies that day. Now they're trying to help them. It's game 1, brought to you by Progressive.
I just kept nodding, and then it came in. Still talking.
So Ninjas in Pajamas trying to make a run throughout this lower part of the bracket, make it to the top four. But again, yeah, Man City, all the pressure on them, win or go home.
It is pretty ridiculous. We've had, GK sent to the lower bracket by NIP and then eliminated from the tournament by Vitality, but now they are hoping that those exact same teams win in their matches today. So the teams that they were worst enemies with, now they're allied with. Oh, Joyo! Oh, he accidentally double tapped that. I'm not sure if he meant that one. He tried to slot this bottom corner after CRR's great pass, and he's doubled it. Brilliant.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he meant to just hit that first one in. He had the angle, he had the open space, but hey, he'll take it. A nice, clean double tap will call it victorious. Give them the lead early on.
Yeah, I think that's similar to my only double tap I've ever scored, so I can confidently say he didn't mean that one, because I've accidentally scored double taps like that plenty times. Oh, is that in as well? No, it's CRR. Oh, I thought he was going to do the exact same thing as he misses the open net from midfield.
CR just didn't have enough boost. He needed like 5. Elevate his card just a bit more to get that touch, but so far, Ninjas Pajamas have all the offensive control, and this is my main concern for Man City. They can't play this defensive game and win this. They're going to have to move out. Let's see what Tempo can do. First little fake, but can't get by the 2 defenders of Ninjas.
And they are a very exciting offensive team, Man City, but their biggest issue, apart from defense, like you mentioned, has been their mentality, their confidence, and they have definitely choked in high-pressure scenarios. Is that a goal? Yes, it is, though. Edgey, bottom corner. And that's a nice pass as well. CRR trying to control this. Didn't get the 50 he was looking for.
Yeah, the ball goes right by him. Edgey's wide open. Some demos coming out as well to disrupt the defense, but that's a good play for CRR to lose control of that 50. Huge. He's off his game. Then that's an opening for Man City.
Now, there might be another one here. Never mind. Joyo is going to get back to it. Well, it's crucial, I think, that Manchester City get into this series early. They cannot allow Ninjas to build momentum against them. Double tap, drop down by CRR. It's post again. Joyo is not able to follow up. The back pass, you have to be careful with that one. He does hit it multiple times to get it back to CRR.
Only hits the post. Not only that, then it messes up the angle for Joyo to follow it up as well. Now another pass for Man City. Tempo with the double tap opportunity. 2 defenders there, though. Cleared away.
Tempo, that I think hard to read player on Manchester City. I think Acro's been that guy in previous seasons. He still is to some degree, but Tempo for me really is the guy who's the most difficult to stop when he's on his game, when he's flashy in the air and when he's being creative. The whole squad, though, they all need to show up. It's not just about wait for Tempo to do something. They all need to do their own work today. That's nice playing defense, though, by CRR, taking control. He's looking for the sidewall air dribble. Tempo's up to stop him, at least to force him high, and does get the interception.
2 defenders bait on that, though, so Joyo has a chance, but the ball spills out a little bit too hard for him, so Acro gets the clear. But some good infield passing by Ninjas in Pajamas brings it right back onto the blue side.
Now Joyo is looking to stay active again. Notice he's saving a little bit of boost every time he pushes forward. Oh, CRR's actually missed that one. It's going to go back to Oli. He does get it past Acro, though. Tempo's getting demoed. Oli's got an open net, and he puts it in with a reset. Just for extra style. Well, that was just too aggressive from Man City, leaving Tempo alone at the back.
Especially when Oli's got 100 boost as well, so he's got tons of space, and then CRR follows it up with the demo. Even if there is no demo, that is a very difficult save when Oli's going for a flip reset versus 1 defender. So Man City just moving up a little bit too hard there, and it cost him a goal.
Will it cost him another one? CRR nearly puts in a third immediately after the kickoff. This one has been cleared, semi-cleared at least, but it's NIP again who take over. They are getting the occasional interception, Man City, but the follow-up is... Oh, it's NIP with a pre-jump. Where did that come from? Oli puts it in, and thank goodness he did, because we get to watch this one again.
Are you kidding me? Not even a pre-jump, it's a give and the go in mid-air. CRR just floated for it. Joyo had to hit that pass, pixel perfect, and does, and Oli gets the cleanup. Ninjas are clicking.
That is just unbelievably good improvisation. CRR just up preemptively, and what a pass. I'm not going to get much better passes than that this season. That's Manchester City reeling from the creativity of NIP. Can they fight back? Acro with the crunch shot. He's denied by the challenge. I'm honestly though, I'm not interested in Man City's knockdown. I'm still thinking about that NIP goal.
And you're concerned if you're a Man City fan at that point, because if Ninjas is going to click like that on plays, then like watch out, because we know that they can be an offensive powerhouse.
Oh my goodness.
But if they're pulling things like this off, they're feeling it.
Oh, the passing play.
Oh.
Joyo puts it in, but it's all started off by Oli and CRR. NIP are playing some of their best offense that we've seen from them all season.
It's just picture perfect pass in there. Beautiful play there by Ninjas in Pajamas. And what can you do? Like, if you're Man City trying to play defense against those two last goals that went in, there's not much you can do. Ninjas in Pajamas are firing on all cylinders.
And they're not giving any chances to NIP, or sorry, to Manchester City to come back. All I'm thinking about is NIP right now, Gibbs. Like, I keep saying NIP when I'm meaning to say Man City. But honestly, I'm just waiting for this game to be over. For once, this doesn't really ever happen often. I'm just waiting for the game to be over so we can see the highlights again. These goals have been so good. But we're going to need to wait a little bit longer. It looks like we might have a pause as all of NIP. Yeah, Joyo has stopped moving in the Man City box there. That's why they don't have anybody back to defend this. So yeah, it looks like we might have to go back and review that one. And I'm going to need to wait longer for my highlights. I'm pretty annoyed by this. Hey, Gibbs, a pause. What do you know?
Yeah, we ended the day with these, Johnny, and maybe we cast a cursed it, and we're back here for 2 matches in a row, I guess technically over 2 days. And here we go. Nice pause coming out. Very likely that goal probably won't count, but we'll see what happens. But for Man City, this is probably not a bad pause because they can kind of talk about what's going right and what's going wrong. So far, it's more like, all right, Ninjas in Pajamas, they can't play this well for 4 games. All right, guys? Like, if you're the coach of Man City, that's what I would say. They scored 2 unbelievable goals. You got to respect them for it. Yeah. But let's just bounce back.
Yeah, no, this will be a review. The pause did happen before a goal was scored, so, or rather the call for the pause. Looks like Joyo stopped moving. He looks like he might have disconnected before the goal occurred, so the admins are going to review that one and decide whether the scoreline will be 4-1 or 4-2 when we pick things up again. Either way, NIP in a very good spot and playing some of their best Rocket League we've seen from them.
Oh, absolutely. And again, for Ninjas in Pajamas, these matches will mean a lot still. They're 1 point ahead of 2 other teams, Mates and Vitality, for that number 2 seed in Europe. And again, you want to get as many points as you possibly can, not just for Boston seeding, but also for the World Championship, because there's a lot of teams close in Europe. If you have a bad split 2, but you collected a couple extra points in split 1, that might be enough to get you to the World Championship. So you got to get every single point you possibly can. And Ninjas, they absolutely know this. They're not going to just sit back and be like, all right, guys, we made Boston Major. Let's have fun with some clown cars. It's not going to happen here in Europe. So we expect them to play at their full potential, which is a problem for Man City because Man City has had troubles going up against these Tier 1 European teams so far.
Yeah, this is also important for NIP to get their mojo back. They started off the season so well. They nearly took down KCorp, which is a result that's aging exceptionally well, taking KCorp to Game 7 in the first regional of the season, the first grand final. But yeah, Regional 2 didn't really go anywhere near as well for them. So this is a return to form for NIP. They're going to be enjoying what they're doing today. And yeah, I've had a chance to look back on that 1-2 pre-jump passing play. That is definitely one of the best passes I've ever seen. If you guys are just tuned in, you're gonna need to stay seated. You don't want to miss this one. We should be getting started again pretty soon, which again, like I said earlier, brings us closer to the post-game highlights. The goal, however, has been reviewed. It's not going to stand. It will return 4-1 in favor of NIP as the call for the pause and the disconnect occurred before the goal happened. So we're going to be restarting this one. 37 seconds remaining. 4-1 to Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yes, 37 seconds on the clock until we see the replay yet again. Again, me and Johnny just wait for that. But Joris, that pass, that pass was just perfect. It's not about CRR. Like, obviously, it's good that he was up in the air and waiting, but he just has to float there and hope that the pass is perfect. And it absolutely was from Joris. That's much harder than trying to shoot the top right corner for a shot. You have to hit a moving target, hit him right on the bumper, and Joris did a perfect pass there. So Ninjas Pajamas are feeling fantastic so far on the offensive side of things in this game 1. But again, this pause with the momentum could favor Man City to try and to try and get rid of those nerves, because there's going to be a lot of nerves on their side. It's win or go home for them.
Yeah, for Man City, they're just going to be, telling each other, all good. They've peaked on us. That happens. Now it's time to peak on them. But it looks like that free jump is not going to work, as the double fake in the kickoff initially gave Man City possession. Wait a minute, not in. Oh, Jory's in the post pitch save. Yeah, they've nearly scored a couple of times there out of the tech pause. So not a bad return to the game for Man City. They might in fact do so here. It's backboard for Edgey. Oh, they're all up. That's not good, and that's going to be game.
But that kickoff was promising for Man City. They gained possession for a full half minute basically there. So if they can take that into game 2, 3, and 4, and win a lot more of these kickoffs, then they will have a much better chance. But Ninjas in Pajamas take the first game comfortably, 4-1.
Well, it shows that they were actually going for the comeback win there. So even though they were down by 3 goals with 37 seconds to go, they wanted to try to win it. Otherwise, you might want to save that double fake kickoff for later in a closer game. Maybe try to get an overtime win or get a late winner when it's a tie game. But yeah, they've used that. It doesn't mean they can't use it again. It just does put it in the mind of NIP. Might be thinking about it in the future. Okay, let's see.
Here we go, Johnny.
Forget about this.
It's a big time.
Boring. Nobody cares. Sorry, Edgey. Here we go. CRR.
I'm up.
He stays up, and the pre-jump is perfect. The pass is perfect. Oli finishes it off. The credit to CRR there. He just made himself really easy to pass to.
No, credit to Oli, all right? He did all the work there. He did all the heavy lifting, all right? Cleaning up that goal. That's what it's all about. Oli takes all the credit, but like Ninjas in Pajamas, that's a perfect game one. That's exactly what you want. You have 2 top 5 worthy goals already. That's how Ninjas want to play. And Man City, honestly, just couldn't do anything on the offensive side of things. So they did get 1 goal early, but besides that, there wasn't much going on. So Ninjas in Pajamas in full control so far.
Yeah, and if we do see more of that from NIP, it's going to be a big task. We already knew it's going to be a monumental task for Man City today, but it's going to be an even bigger one with NIP playing like this. NIP haven't been super consistent. They've had probably the biggest range of results out of the top tier teams in Europe. How will Man City respond? They got a flurry of offense after the tech pause in game 1. Let's see if they can carry that into the second game.
So that was another good kickoff, but Edgey just threw the ball away. There was a third defender there for Ninjas. He could have tried to do something with that play, but instead he just throws away possession. So far kickoffs are going well. It's just what do you do after the kickoff for Man City?
The brief mistake there for NIP gave Man City a look, and then the free jump from flip, I should say, from Joyo gets rid of the danger. Just getting a bit faked out there in defense by Oli. That's a smart play by Oli, realizing that there's no threat in that position, no need to flip into the ball and create volatility in your own back corner. Just let it roll through to your goalie.
Now Tempo actually went for a double bump. He got demoed for his efforts. It did disrupt the defense, but it just gets him out anyway. See if they can get that midfield pass, but Tempo will clear it off to the side, but a little bit of a mishap again. And Oli takes a shot, but Edgey just gets back in time.
Big win there by Joyo. CRR still in the opposition half. It's wide open once again for Oli. Joyo and CRR are just running chaos in the back half of the pitch, and nobody home again for Man City.
Yeah, Tempo got beat there. He also got beat on his own clear attempt when he went for the flipper set and kind of botched it a little bit earlier to give possession to Ninjas for that offensive push. So not a great about minute to play there by Tempo. Let's see if he can bounce back.
Nice back pass there. Oli bringing CRR into the play. He's going to reset fake 50 back to Joyo. He's also going to fake, but Acro doesn't fall for it. He just goes straight through the middle of the ball. That's what you need to be doing against all these tricks that NIP are trying to pull on you. Tempo with the big clear. CRR is equal to it. Jory's actually pre-jumped his hut. That's another pre-jump out of NIP. This one doesn't work.
Yeah, pre-jumps, they only look good when they work. When they don't work, they look awful. I'm not sure what Jory's thought there, because CRR had a very difficult task to hit that ball back, but they didn't give up a goal for it, which is pretty fortunate.
I do like the willingness to trust each other's touches, though, out of NIP. It definitely makes for an entertaining game, entertaining playstyle to watch. Of course, a lot of the best teams in the world are known for their pre-jumping passing plays, their fakes, their mind games. So NIP, they're in good company, and they've made enough of them work that I think they're going to be feeling just fine about continuing to try to pull more off.
I agree, except on that play, Johnny. That play was weird. I'm not sure what Joris was thinking there, but that's all right. He's confident. That's probably a good thing for Ninjas. They are up a goal about halfway through this game. Edgey's got a chance here to do something. See if he can beat one of the defenders. Cannot, but it was a double commit. And then a demo came out as well, but Ninjas will get the clear. CRR trying for the midfield pass. Tempo gets a small touch. Oli, though, good control with the 50. Little passing by Ninjas.
Look at this.
Another pass. Oh, one too many. Tempo clears it. Acro should get the goal on the redirect on the counterattack.
Very nice finish. And great read there. Tempo all over that last pass. NIP were starting to ping the ball around. It was, I think, 3 or 4 passes in a row there. But it almost made the back pass, the last one, a bit more obvious. And Tempo was able to read it. Nice finish by Acro as well. But Tempo there carrying the play with the interception and the assist.
Yeah, Ninjas and Pajamas getting a little bit too cute there. They all had no boost, and they went for probably too many passes on that play, and Tempo got the read and turned it into a counterattack. But that's the hard part. When you pass, if it gets intercepted, that's 2 players out of the play right away. So great counterattack by Man City. Now Edgey has a chance there with the shot. Acro will wait for Oli's touch and see if he can challenge. He backs off, actually, and misses the ball, so Tempo's going to clear for him.
Yeah, a lot of time here for CRR defense. He's decided to keep it near post. He didn't want to go up and over with that kind of bounce. Not for the first time. CRR staying upfield. This time he steal 2 boosts. He took mid and back corners, so that leaves Acro boostless for now. He's going to leave the ball for Tempo as a result. Tempo infield to Edgey. CRR cuts it off. Minute and 20 to go in this game, and NIP, look how often they've got that forward run. They've got that player downfield. This time Oli's just intercepting off the ceiling. Oh, and Tempo's going to be there for that. Jory is with the miss it.
Acro went for the bump, but Oli challenged early. Edgey's got a chance at a double tap, but CRR just gets back in time. A great job there by Oli to not be on the goal line for a bump. He attacks it immediately, because otherwise he's getting demoed.
Oli with another ceiling challenge. Tons of usages of the ceiling other than for scoring purposes in Rocket League these days. This is a much better game for Man City. They are consistently getting the ball out of defense. Oh, they're putting chances on the board as well. CRR doesn't read the sidewall bounce. Nice pop there from Tempo. Edgey's gonna get there. Little ceiling double down to Tempo. Great passing from Man City, but Acro can't get there in time.
And Oli, last man back again, making some great goal line saves to clear this out. Now CRR's got a chance on the counterattack. Edgey will clear it off to the side, but Oli's there to challenge. He gets it around Acro. This is a little bit dangerous, but he cannot do any more with no boost.
Troy is looking to slow this one down, get it into the middle, but it's always a Man City player waiting in the middle now. Those passes are being cut off consistently. Here's the free jump. Jory is this time intercepted by Tempo, but only as far as CRR, who can't dunk the ball middle again. It's still in the air. Tempo can try to keep this up. No, he wants to ground it instead for overtime.
So Ninjas realize there's a lot of space given up by Man City. That's been their MMO for midfield play for a while versus these top teams. And these pre-jumps are happening more and more often. Joris out to Oli. Oli doesn't pre-jump this one, though. We'll just do a light touch to the side, allow CRR to come in and attack. But Tempo gets just enough on it to get the clear. Some demos happening as well, some chaos on the back line.
Like that back pass out, Jory is. A lot of back passes in the matchup from NIP so far. Here, double bump pass. Oh, Jory is with the save at the crossbar height. Man City threatening again. It's a very even game too. So far, 9 shots for Man City, just 7 for NIP. It's not about the shots alone, it's about the quality of the shots. And I think both teams are pretty even in that regard.
Yeah, Oli had a chance for a power shot there and just kind of threw it directly on net. So yes, he'll be credited for a shot, but it's not threatening whatsoever. Tempo has a chance here. CRR will get the clears. He's up against Edgey. He pops it up high to make Edgey use all of his boost. Let's see, there's a follow-up by which team? It's Oli, but the ball spills out to Tempo.
Well, NIP are looking mid a lot with their passes. They're trying to lob the ball mid, trying to pass it across the box. Might be time to try switch things up. Go down the line. Maybe try to force it around the corner. Every pass, it seems to be getting cut off at the moment, just like Joris did there for NIP in defense. When you focus so much on passing plays in the first game and a half of the series, the other teams do start to adapt. Man City will know that's coming.
And again, like if those passes get intercepted, it turns into 2v1 situations. Tempo's got a chance at the flip reset. Oli hustles back. CRR on no boost as well will make another save. It's up to Joreuz. The pass over to Tempo! Joreuz somehow keeps it out.
I don't think Tempo would have expected Joreuz to be anywhere near that one. He thought just anything on target's a goal here. Went for speed, and Joreuz got a solid hit on it somehow. And again, only able to get this goal line save. NIP are surviving, but Man City continue to knock at the door.
This is great for Man City. Great offensive pressure. They should have had this win by now, but Ninjas in Pajamas, their defense has stepped up. A double commit by Man City on defense, but it goes out to Edgey, so they'll have plenty of time here. He beats Joreuz to the back corner, allows the teammates to get some boost, and some midfield passing now by Man City going coast to coast. Edgey, though, a 4-touch. Tempo to follow, and Acro. See what Acro does here. I think he's going to be patient. No, he does hustle into the play, and Joreuz will take control. Edgey, easy clear here. Right now, no one's really taking advantage of their open space.
Yeah, Joreuz maybe thought about controlling that one, but with low boost, decided maybe just getting a hard shot on target would be the better option. Edgey, no double down. Cut off again in the middle, this time by CRR, but Tempo's recycling the play with a double tap off the ground. A lot of NIP defense in this second game, but not all that many rewards for Man City.
And a lot of low boost on Ninjas as well. So they can't do their high-flying offense if they don't have any boost. Edgey, nice trap down, but Joreuz reads that midfield play. A lot of midfield challenges going back and forth. Oli will throw it towards the net, but nothing too threatening. For the first 3.5 minutes of this overtime, it's only been about 2 real good tries by Man City. Outside of that, not too much.
Here's a big chance. Oli with the air dribble. He's slowing it down. Gets the reset. Mind game pass one. Looking for the top shelf dunk, but it's saved by Acro. Joreuz looking to pick things up for Oli left off. 50s at mid. CRR's gone deep though. Didn't want to risk it. With so many interceptions in this game, I don't blame him.
Yeah, as these overtimes go longer and longer, that third man is going to get further and further back. You don't want to make a mistake and give him a wide open net.
Joreuz 50s it through again. Doesn't have the boost to follow up on his own touch, but CRR does. He comes into the play. Oli likewise. Little reset attempt there, but he didn't roll onto the ball, so he's going to have to settle just for that extra contact. Not enough boost again for NIP. It was Joreuz before, now CRR. They just don't have the boost, like you mentioned, to carry on these high-flying aerial plays.
Yeah, this whole overtime looks great for Man City. Looks like they really figured out what went wrong in game 1, and a lot of this is boost control. They're keeping the ball in the offensive half, but also taking boost so Ninjas can't get these counterattacks.
Yeah, the boost management could be better for NIP. They've really tried to just out-muscle Man City, tried to be the faster of the two teams. At this point, I think they've got to switch it up and say, you know what, Man City, you're a pretty quick team as well. I don't think we can just beat these guys purely with speed. We've got to be fast and efficient as well.
So what CR can do here with the sidewall skim. Cannot get it around though, so Edgey will get an easier clear. And a bump on Joreuz to relieve some pressure. Oli up though, Tempo took a bad read on that, but he can't get the shot down. Joreuz has another opportunity, just throws it high at the net.
Oh, Joreuz with a double. He doesn't get the contact. It's going to be Tempo on the counter now. A lot of respect being shown to Man City as NIP back off and let Tempo get more touches. They're just assuming he's going to have an outplay if they dive in too early. CRR gives it away. A bit careless there. Can't be doing that against this elevated Man City. Ever since that tech pause, they have been a better team than before. The CRR, Joreuz getting in each other's way. Are they going to get out of defense here? Looks like they will.
Seen a lot of heavy touches by Ninjas in Pajamas as well when they do have those offensive moments. That has resulted in losing possession and allowing Man City to be on the orange side for most of this overtime.
Oh, that's easy. Surely, Edgey puts it in. NIP, almost 6 minutes into overtime, completely blunder a clearance, only centering the ball to Edgey. A classic mistake, not leaving it for the goalie. And Man City get a really easy goal after all the close shaves. NIP are going to be furious.
Yeah, when you play that much defense, something's going to go wrong. Oli was backwards on that wall as well. That's why that clear went mid so easily. He was trying to just back up and get into position and just could not find the right angle there. So Ninjas Pajamas, they had a lot of shots, but we talked about a lot of those shots were weak moments where they're, you know, like on the offensive side, but just throw it very softly at the net that allowed Man City to get out of their halves very quickly throughout this game and allowed them to play a lot more offense than they usually do. And finally, that one mistake happens with Ninjas.
Again, we got to credit Man City. The game kind of evened out when they started to get read on those passing plays. And right here's the mistake, is Oli kind of panics at that one. I think both CRR and Jory had it covered, but he's just panicked and tried to clear the ball across the goal. Always risky to try to do that. If you're trying to clear the ball across your own goal in your games, you need to make sure that you are in fact doing so. You can't be centering the ball, and it's a mistake you see all the time in lower rated games, in ranked games online. I'm sure you've seen that one plenty of times, Gibbs, in your games.
No, I'm in the highest ranked lobbies. Sorry, John. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you're in as high as Man City NIP, where that mistake.
Oh yeah. We play all the time. like we're pals in ranked. I play on the European servers. It's great.
Oh yeah, yeah. You need to trust the goalie in that moment. I think that sometimes you just panic and you think, oh, I can hit this, so I will. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. That's gone middle. Thought I could get it past that guy, and I can. Like, when you've got goalies back, it's much easier for them to clear the ball with their touch. So it's big mistake there by Oli.
But no surprise here, Johnny. We have another slight delay in this match as well, as we're getting players into the lobby. So we're going to be here for just a little bit longer than normal before we go into game number 3. But it did feel like Man City has figured out a lot. And it felt like, to me, when you're the favorite, when you're looking at Ninjas, it's more about what did Ninjas do wrong, like in these moments. And I feel like there were so many opportunities where they had space, they had some boost, like not a ton, but they would go for a weak shot or like not really do anything with that offensive pressure. Like, they created all this pressure, then they have the chance with the open space, and Joris or Oli, I think mostly, were just kind of throwing the ball away. And that needs to change. Like, I feel like if it was CRR, like, I feel like he's been much better when he's got space trying to do something with it. But Joris and Oli maybe threw the ball away a little bit too often there, like in that game. So we'll see how it pans out. I think the Ninjas defense was actually exceptional throughout that. Like, obviously, it was a long overtime, and they played fantastic for how much defense they had to play. But eventually that will crack, and they will make a mishap play. But Oli, I thought, had a great game before that mistake.
Yeah, they've had plenty of good elements to the game, which we are going to be getting back into right now. Yeah, lots of good things, but will NIP be able to take another step in the right direction? Because they started off on a different level for Man City. Man City have now stepped up to that same level, and it's up to NIP to show that they've got another level that they can go to as well.
Interesting kickoff there. CRR just wins this cleanly, gets the pass down to Joris, who cannot finish off the touch. Oli, though, will get the final touch, and it was an interesting kickoff there. Two members of Man City went for it, and they kind of botched it, and Ninjas won possession immediately and allowed this counterattack.
That's actually a phenomenal miss by Joris. He did really well not to hit the goalie. If he shot that on target, I think the goalie's getting a save or even a deflection to the back corner, but Joris is hitting the post on purpose. And not just any part of the post, but a nice, easy-to-read post bounce, which is the key in a lot of these close quarters follow-ups. Oli back into the middle. HB's not able to get there. I don't think anybody expected Oli to ping that one across so quickly. He's a difficult player to read, is Oli.
But he's got a chance, gets the dunk on one, almost gets the bump on Aggro as well. He does very well there. You see CRR just in that midfield, just trying to attack as quickly as he can, but didn't get any boost out of that, so he's got to retreat. Oli, another good save there on the challenge in the midfield. Joris, he actually demoed someone. I thought he was about to get demoed, so he'll get the clear out pretty comfortably here.
Yeah, for a change, it's the defender demoing the attacker. CRR looking to outplay everybody. That's a great touch as he hits it up into the ceiling, lands on the backboard, pre-flips into a soft touch. We've seen a lot more of those attempted. Sphinx actually just scored an absolute worldie similar to that in APAC Grand Final today. You want to go to socials and check that one out if you haven't later on today. Man City still have it all to play for here. Oh my goodness, point blank range, launch to the backboard from tempo. They're not giving each other much time to read these plays, are Man City and NIP.
Yeah, Man City's got to be relatively happy. It's obviously down 1 goal, but I think it was off a botch kickoff. So besides that, though, they're still playing toe-to-toe with Ninjas here. And let's see if they can just get one back at some point. See Acro trying to do it all himself. Gets around 1, but Joris is there. But Tempo's got space. A heavy touch by Joris. Gets it around Joris. Gets the musty, but Oli, another goal line save.
Yeah, good job there by Oli. Multiple touches as well. Oh, Sierra's actually got control. Wide plays 1, reset over 2. Edgey with the recovery and the challenge to help out the goalkeeper. NIP 3 games in a row taking the lead. Actually, I don't know if they did take the lead in game 1 now that I think about it, but they've had the lead in all 3 games. I'm confident of that. This one's looking a bit more comfortable for them.
Yeah, I feel like we're starting to see Tempo kind of unlock. I felt like game 1 and 2, it still wasn't, when he's got space with the ball, he wasn't doing anything incredible with it. But then we just saw that play where he got around Joris with the flip reset, turned into a must-see, so he's starting to unlock.
The Man City are withholding for now. Edgey's got no boost. This is going to be a tough one. Nice interception by Tempo again, not for the first time in the last 2 games. He's read the pass. NIP can't double their lead for now. Fake challenge by Joris forces Edgey to make a touch, and that does give possession away. Good defense again with the fake challenge from Joris that time.
Yeah, but then Joris again, like off his back wall, he's got 30 boosts. He could do something with that. Just as a heavy touch out mid to allow Man City to just take over. Yet again, we've seen a lot of heavy touches by Joris to give up possession so far.
Acro faked out by CRR. Lots of fake challenges by NIP in this game. So they try to not just fake a challenge, but also follow it up with another actual play on the ball from someone else. This is good defensive synergy in the midfield.
Man City trying to get some physical plays out so they can finally get some boost. All 3 members were very, very low, and 2 of them did get boost. Edgey, though, heavy touch. We'll give it over to Oli, who's got plenty of space in the air, but Acro meets him. Perfect play.
Tempo looking to take over now. It's just a minute and a few seconds left for Man City. Mid-air pitch by Oli, and CRR goes wide. Joris comes in to pick it up. Nobody challenging yet for Man City. Joris can't force it mid though. Acro too strong in defense. 50 seconds to go. This time the drive challenge in the back corner. The challenge game's been really impressive in this second half of the game for NIP.
Yeah, controlling the play on the blue side when you're up by a goal is fantastic for them. Joris has a chance at shot. Acro, the save off the crossbar. CRR trying to follow, cannot get the angles. So Edgey's got a chance over Oli, but Oli too strong.
Yeah, just the 25 seconds now and still nothing going for Man City. Edgey's going to collect the ball, but he has to do more. He's going to get this one clear. He's done really well, actually, but can't get the ball past CRR. Tempo, likewise, unable to get it past Oli. 10 seconds to go in game 3. Final opportunities coming. Man City put one through, though. The air dribble bump pass opens it up for Acro with 7 to go. They do equalize the game.
Oh, Edgey gets it around 1 and then just zones out CRR, who actually did get a touch on that, I believe, but it still went through. Man City tied up late. Here we go.
Unbelievable. They just had no chances. It was all NIP. It was all perfect midfield defense. But now Man City are looking for the regulation winner. They're going to have another chance at this. Edgey to the sideball. Backboards it to a pre-jumping Acro, who's just recovered and stolen the boost. There's still a chance. Acro bids it. Tempo up quickly, but not quick enough. Oli dusts him.
Here we go. Overtime, game 3. An absolute huge game for momentum for Man City.
And it's going to go into their back corner, but towards Acro. He loses control of it towards Oli. Edgey's there for the save. Routine 1, but still not one you want to be having to make. Another double bump pass attempted. This one Oli does get away from. Jory is going to maybe try and return the favor. Reset. Back to Oli. Tempo's got a tough read here, but he catches the ball after landing on the back wall. This is still the NIP offense. Man City doing so well to survive.
This is the classic playbook of Man City. Play defense until we get our 1 moment and score, and well, they got to do it 1 more time in this overtime.
Yeah, just the 4 shots they've had in this game. 12 to NIP. It's been a dominant game in terms of territory in favor of the favorites. But Man City have been more clinical. And they really do know how to put the plays together. when it matters most. Oh, they've double committed on nothing though. Outplayed by air. Jory is now going to try and outplay them in the air, but he just has to leave it to go back to his teammates. His NIP circling again. They just centered the ball repeatedly.
And Edgey making a lot of good goal line saves, avoiding bumps as well throughout a lot of them. So he's holding down that line for Man City.
Big 50 win by Jory as Oli's up quickly for it. Tempo boostless on the back wall. Unable to get the ball clear, but Acro will help him out in that regard. We've seen a lot of the game being played in this exact area. And although it looks good for NIP, they are afraid to push forward. They know that if you leave somebody back alone, they're in danger of being bumped, and that kind of shot is also available for Man City. Tempo on the counter with the interception. CRR going the other way now. He's going to try and force it through, but Edgey's too strong in defense again.
And Joris has to retreat just a bit here, but we'll get the touch out. Tempo, though, reads it, tries to get the pre-jump pass, cannot get the double tap. But Edgey got a chance for a skin, doesn't go for it too hard. Noli trying to clear this out, trying to play it slow for his teammates to get back, but Acro's got an opportunity, goes to the pass to Tempo. Two members go for Ninjas and get the save. Tempo, though, will control the ball, no counterattack available.
If you remember, it was game 2 where Tempo's interception led to a goal for Manchester City. They're looking for those kind of plays again. As NIP have used more than one player for most of their attacks. They're looking for passes. The majority of the time that they move the ball forward. The solo plays have led the attacks, but there's always a pass at the end of it.
Man City a couple times now, the speed of play is catching them a little bit off guard, and they're reading these bounces just slightly wrong, and it makes them go all the way back on defense yet again. Again, probably about 2 minutes of this overtime has been played on the blue side of the field.
Oh, Oli's just bumped Joyous there, who does recover and make another goal line save. Man City are starting to fight more effectively for the midfield. Jory is chasing Tempo on the back wall. Ooh. He managed to bump him, but then he also inadvertently cleared the ball while looking for the bump. 3-minute OT. The last long OT was won by Man City. Even though the game's been mostly controlled by NIP, I don't think they'll be feeling 100% confident right now.
Oh, absolutely not. When you're 3 minutes overtime, no one's feeling confident at this point. You're just hoping for the best. Another shot on target, but not too threatening. No juicy rebound yet. Then the clear out of the pass. It is wide. Joris, though, will clear it even further. And Oli's coming up for the attack, but Tempo reads it. CRR and Joris going for the 2v1. CRR going for the bump, and Edgey avoids it and gets the challenge.
It's fantastic from Edgey to dodge the bump and then immediately challenge the ball. That could have easily been the game right there. This could also, Acro has to be careful advancing as third, but he was able to get the necessary defensive touch. Tempo, does he have any ability to reset on this? Of course he does. He's able to use a last drop of
Acro, free jump!
And Acro will finish it off. It's Tempo in the reset to put the ball in an awkward spot. And for the second game in a row, Oli has just given it to an opponent.
The heavy touch by Oli. Acro was already in the air for that touch. He gets the pre-jump dunk to take the win, and sometimes it's not about playing not to lose in overtime, it's playing to win. And Acro pre-jumps, plays for the win, and gets it done. Man City, they are 2 games away from a top 4 finish and at least possibly forcing a tiebreak for that Boston Major.
That's just brilliant from Acro. He's done so well there. I mean, he completely read where Oli was going. It was a bit obvious from Oli to try to dribble in a straight line out of defense in slow motion. But still, well done, Acro, to have the confidence to go for that play in overtime with so much on the line for this young team. But it has to be said, Oli has got to stop doing this in defense. In game 2, he centered the ball in reverse and Manchester City tap it in for the win. This time he's essentially last man. I mean, he is last in the position, and he pops the ball in a straight line. I mean, you've got to get some kind of angle change on this. You can't just be popping it straight forward. This is far too telegraphed at this level. He has to go sideways with that and try to play a bit safer. But yeah, the whole team have got to also take the chances. NIP had a lot of chances, a lot of opportunities that game. Oli's the one making the mistakes in overtime, but these are long overtimes. Why are they going that long? It's the team that are, to blame for the most part.
Yeah, timeout by Ninjas here. They're going to talk it over and try and figure out the defense, how to crack that defense of Man City. And I want to credit Edgey because I feel like he doesn't get his flowers a lot on this team. It's usually a lot of talk about Acro and Tempo, but Edgey has played phenomenally on the defensive side, but also he got the air dribble pass late in that game to make that goal happen for Man City.
Yeah.
So he's been the catalyst so far through these first 3 games.
Yeah, that really was the play of the game for Man City. As the time was ticking down, he was able to force CRR off the ball. The bump didn't land, the air dribble bump pass, the actual bump part didn't land, but it didn't need to because he forced CRR away from the ball just by being in front of it. Gave Acro the free shot. But okay, NIP, I think the solution defensively is pretty simple. They just have to stop putting the ball in front of the net.
Just don't give them the ball. Yeah.
Only listen, corners, go sideways, go laterally, don't go in front of our net. Stop lobbing the ball up in front of our goal, stop centering it, and we should be okay in these overtimes. But as for their offense, I mean, I'm interested to see what they try to do differently. The passes have looked good, the solo plays have looked good. Are they going to get more physical in this fourth game?
I want more like air drags or air dribbles into a 50-50 challenge that goes to a teammate, right? I feel like they're not doing that enough. I feel like a lot of their touches are heavier when they're on the offensive side. As the kickoff goes to Man City yet again, Acro cannot score it though.
Yeah, that should have been a shot on target for Man City. Great chance, couple of great chances that they have failed to take. Yeah, I think they were in 2 minds there. Is it a shot? Is it a pass? Somewhere in the middle. Doesn't really work out.
Man City, though, those kickoffs are going incredibly well. Edgey now has a chance for the pass out to Tempo. Couldn't get it lower for the shot. But Tempo will keep control a bit here. CRR will get the clear, and Edgey will turn it back around. Oli going up early. He's doing a good job on his challenge game. It's when he has space, Oli, it's the problem. But doing very well in his 50-50 challenge game, I think, throughout these first 3 games.
Oh, little ground pitch attempt there by CRR. Edgey again manages to dodge a bump and make the necessary save. That's 2 games in a row that he's been called upon to make that sequence. Now Tempo in offense, his reset's denied. Acro looking mid for Edgey, who's quickly arriving but saved by CRR. Man City look ready for this though. I think so far, between everything we've seen today, they've impressed me more. They've been clinical. It's now come out hot in game 4 off a Ninjas in Pajamas timeout. Is this team really going to make that run to the dismay of all the GK fans watching?
And it really just comes down to, can Man City play a little bit more in that midfield and gain more offensive possession like this? With Tempo, misses the double somehow. It goes out and Oli on the goal line, makes the goal line stand. And Ninjas in Pajamas get a bit lucky on that one to not be down a goal.
Definitely. It was wide open for Tempo. You'd bank on him scoring that every single time. He blitzed it to the backboard, but then missed the hard part. He got the setup in the perfect position, and then he just hit the post. So a lot of chances going wayward for Man City. We said they've been more clinical, but that's gone out the window, it seems, in this game.
I mean, Tempo has still not reached his potential that we've seen in some of his other matches, so I'm still waiting for that unlock by him, but he's slowly ramping up, but that was a double tap that he should score probably 9 times out of 10, and unfortunately doesn't happen. George, big save. Tempo with the follow. He misses again. How?
He couldn't get up. He couldn't get up fast enough. That was such a good play. Jorius with an unbelievable save. But Tempo, again, missing the clear-cut chance.
Oh, Man City, if they lose this game, Tempo is gonna be feeling it. That's 2 golden opportunities that he should have scored. And now, on the flip side, CRR puts it home, and Ninjas somehow are up 1-0.
It's a fantastic pass, only to CRR. And CRR shows Tempo how it's done. You don't hit the crossbar. You go under the crossbar. Perfect finish. And this would be a heartbreaker for Tempo and for Man City. Not like this. If they were to go out against an NIP who are just playing well and you put up a good fight, that's all good. We don't expect anything more from them in their first split anyway. But not with these chances going wayward. You've got to score one of these. Now Tempo's got another chance. Great mind game. Delays the flick, and he makes up for the mistakes with a brilliant play.
Tempo doing it all by himself. That is going to feel so great for him. Only tried for the in and out save, but cannot read the touch. Tempo ties it back up. Probably should have been 2-0 Man City, but that's all right. We're tied at 1 with 1:44 left. Tempo will be feeling a lot better.
Yeah, you can breathe a sigh of relief. At least now they're back to even. And now they can work on getting another long overtime. Who knows, maybe a disconnect as well if we're going to stay to the same script. That's good defense there by Tempo, reading Oli on the approach. Again, Tempo with the ground game, flicks it past one. Oli has all the time in the world.
It's going to be interesting to see how Ninja's defense holds up when Man City gets these chances, because so far it hasn't been great. Yes, they've only given up 1 goal, but it should be 3 at this point. So Ninjas have to clean that up. Jorius is too far forward. The double commit by Oli and CRR throws Jorius off, and they did absolutely nothing with the ball because the Tempo's touch, and Acro with the power clear gets the goal. Man City, are they going to do this, Johnny?
That is just a huge touch in defense by Tempo. After tossing a couple of opportunities away, he has taken over the game. It's a subtle 1v3 play, but it really is a 1v3 play there by Tempo, because he dodges the bump, ducks the second man, and then passes the ball to his teammate in a position that the third man can't do anything about. So it's probably the most quiet 1v3 play you're going to see all of MENA, maybe all season.
And Tempo just making highlights on both sides of the field. Maybe low lights too, but that's okay because they're up 2-1 now, Man City. And Acro gets a wide open net. Ninjas in pajamas are falling apart.
They really are. The demo off the ball. Who is it? It's Tempo again. He's just the story of game 4. This time demoing Jorius while Edgey passes mid to Acro. I mean, I don't want to make it sound like we're just glazing Tempo, because we were roasting him earlier. So we could have been both sides.
Yeah, we're trying to counterbalance, you know? We're just trying to make it a little bit more balanced.
Everything's ran through him in this game. It really has. Oh, no, Tempo flies past him as Jorius makes it a 1-goal game. We don't have any time to glaze or roast Tempo in this one.
Yeah, he couldn't do anything about that, but these are the plays I want to see by CRR, who go for the air dribble and go for the 50 that turns it into a pass. That was a lot better for Ninjas, and Jorius hits the shot. Tempo, he's going to be flat-footed on defense no matter what happens on that play, but Ninjas Pajamas win another kickoff. Jorius around 2. Tempo does get the clear, avoids the bump as well.
No way.
And the goal. Come on.
What a game for Tempo.
Wow.
He gets the ball off the backboard, and then CRR completely beans it. He's double face-palmed there, CRR, after he just sets up Tempo for the 4th goal for Man City. Just 11 seconds left. They're going to be on triple match point, and that should do it. Tempo with one of the best worst games I've ever seen. Or is it one of the worst best games? Bit of both, bit of everything. But Man City are in triple match point.
Triple match point to tie GK for the 5th spot. It's not a guaranteed tiebreaker because Magnifico could also make a run and beat them both out. But Man City, you play one match at a time, and right now they're playing the match of their lives here. Both good and bad at times, but Man City is up 3-1 over the favorites, Ninjas in Pajamas.
I think that all the earlier missed opportunities for Tempo and for Man City in this game, they are forgivable given the circumstances. This team is fighting for their first ever major qualification. They need to win this series if they want to go. There's no other option, and they're up against one of the best teams in Europe. So I'm okay to see these mistakes happen. That's not all that surprising, given the circumstances. But NIP, what on earth is going on? We've had double commits, we've had them outplaying each other, we've had Oli just giving the ball away in defense 2 games in a row. I think this has to be the least consistent team in Europe's top tier.
And this is what I talked about in Open 2 with CJ. It was like, oh, Ninja Pajamas are still great at times. But I'm like, yeah, but then we go to the kickoff land that they play Redacted and get a 3-0'd. It's like they have very low lows. And they really have to figure that out before the Boston Major. They will be there no matter what. They're playing for an opportunity at a 2 seed. But the way they're playing right now, there's a lot to fix. And for Man City, just keep your foot on the gas and keep this pressure going.
Yeah, Man City are loving life right now. They've survived the earlier games. Game 3 especially was a game where they really were just playing survival mode for a long time, trying to stay in the game. They were down 1-0. and they had to play defense for solid minutes at a time before eventually equalizing and winning in the overtime. But now they are the team who are thriving in the matchup. They're starting to go from strength to strength. You mentioned at the start of game 4 we hadn't seen the tempo peak yet, but we did see it in the second half of that last game. So that's convinced me Man City can absolutely win this. And if they can win this one, they can qualify for the major. They're more than in the mix against teams like GK, Magnifico. But match point has been a problem for them in the past.
I was just going to say that, Johnny.
Will they get it done this time? That's a question we're going to have answered very soon because we're getting into game 5.
Yeah, they put themselves in this position because of that Novo loss where they were up 3-0 against them like at the kickoff land. And, well, they lost that series. So it's not done until you win 4. And that's what Man City has to play for here. They want to get it done as soon as possible. Don't bring this to Neo Tokyo.
Yeah, even missing this first one would be nerve-wracking, I'm sure, for Man City, because they've been in these positions in the past and they failed to close it out. But let's see if what they've learned from their previous mistakes, what they've learned from their previous struggles this split. And just like other teams worldwide, like NRG, who started off the season with a bad result, having that longer time frame between the regionals, 1, 2, and 3, it could have given Man City the time to learn from that mistake and grow as a team.
Ooh, unfortunate play there. Edgey went for the corner boost, but Acro actually fed him a pass, wide open field. He had a chance at a wide open net, but Edgey just didn't read the pass at all, so just drove away from the ball. So Man City, they've already had one opportunity to score here. CRR is going to throw it on net against 2 defenders. Acro will turn it away.
Now clear goes center. Edgey thought it was going to hit the ceiling a bit harder than it did. He misses. And we're right back into that similar sort of cycle that we've seen for large parts of this series. NIP just circling around the halfway line, and Man City just trying to get the ball clear. That'll do it. That'll definitely do the trick. As the ball ricochets off the sidewall and into the NIP end. Grazing save by Joyo's keep Acro bay.
Yeah, these little baby passes out by Man City are very, very good. They have to keep that up. But whenever there's just a limited amount of space, try and feed your teammate and get a quality shot, and they got one there. So again, another scoring opportunity for Man City that was pretty threatening.
Oh, wow. Acro's 1 of 50 really well here. Edgey follows up. Is that just
clean it up?
It is now. Tempo there to put it through. 2 huge 50-50 wins. First Acro, and then even more so Edgey. I think it was bouncing in, but necessary finish by Tempo.
Yes, and Tempo's happy that ball was bouncing in. He doesn't want to meet the crossbar again. One of those plays. So he was probably pretty happy that ball was already spilling in, but Ninjas in Pajamas with the kickoff win. Joris is up. Acro beats him to it. Oli, limited boost, has to play it slow. Waited out around 1, but can't beat Tempo.
It would have been genuinely impressive if Tempo found a way to hit the bar in that position. So he did opt for that one. Oli has to be careful in defense. Here he is. Man City going to try to continue the momentum that has clearly swung in their favor. Acro just leaving that one, didn't want to give a possession away, but I think leaving it also gives possession away. Oli reset, top shelf, Edgey with a save.
Ninjas in Pajamas have to regain the offensive control. They have not been doing it throughout this game. Man City's been on this orange half a bunch, and that is a great sight for Man City, who are just 1 game away from making the top 4. Joris tries for a midfield pass. No one is available, though. So Oli will follow it up. Just heavy touch, though, for Edgey. And he'll be able to get the clear against 2 members. Gets it a full clear as well. Allows so much time for Man City.
Those are the kind of trades that Man City needs. They just need to get control in defense. NIP are trying to run that hard-to-read chaotic style of theirs, where they just ping the ball around quickly. But look at Man City coming forward again. Look at dangerous, looking confident. Tempo with a big dunk. They've been dunking all over NIP as they go for yet another big block. Now the mid pass to Tempo. His shot's denied by Oli. NIP are going to get away with one.
Joris has clear, has no boost. Tries to meet CRR on the pre-jump, but flicks it too hard. Ninja Pajamas, they can't counter that because they just have so limited boost after these plays.
Oh. Tough position. Edgey does so well again. And he really has been that defensive rock for this team. Always getting 2-for-1s as well. He's making a save and then he's getting back to the ball for a 50-50. So annoying to go up against this from NIP's perspective. Oh, Oli got a ball through. Tempo couldn't get goal side of it. Acro will. Edgey did before him as well. Just over a minute to go. Man City on the brink of top 4, which would guarantee them, well, not a guarantee if Magnifico could win, but it would put them in a tie-break scenario for now.
Another poor touch by Joyo, though, going for a flip reset, misses it, and it just gets dunked on, and Man City throws in the orange half yet again. CRR with his speed, though, finally beats one, and Oli's trying for the follow-up. Will get the challenge win. Tempo's there, though. CRR tries for a midfield pass, cannot get it. Acro big clear, but he's got no boost, so he can't do too much with it just yet. Tempo, flip reset, Edgey double! Man City showing up in Game 5.
One pass by Tempo in the reset. Edgey with the double tap as well. He's been Mr. Consistent for the team, who are all showing up on Champ Sunday. NIP with another head scratch, and they're down by 2.
No longer a dark horse, they're just the horse right now. Man City's looking fantastic in this match. It'll get them a minimum top 4 finish. They will be currently tied for 5th in points with GK unless Ninjas can do something. Edgey, though, with another win and a pump, and that's the dagger. Tempo securing this game. 3 up, 29 on the clock.
Edgey 50s it through with the double tap in the back corner, bumps the goalie as well. NIP will not believe what is happening. They're about to lose the 4th game in a row against Man City. There's been a couple of throws from them earlier on in this comeback, but games 4 and 5, Man City have taken over. There's another save just to add to the tally. Joyo is going to try and get something going, but Tempo deflects it to the back corner. They're just seconds away from confirming it, and that should just about do it. Manchester City, top 4. Right now, tiebreakers are looking likely.
They are currently tied for the last major spot, but they have more to play. And also one team behind them has more to play, Magnifico. But for now, Man City can celebrate. Take about an hour off before their next match, but they have done what they came here to do, and that is to be in the conversation for the Boston Major. And GK, you better start scrimming.
Yeah, GK better be in free play right now. They better be warming up because, I mean, right now they're just hoping they're going to get that tiebreaker. Now it's GK who can only hope for the tiebreaker as a best case scenario. They can no longer qualify without one. Man City can. If Man City make the final and Magnifico don't, Man City just qualify outright. It's not going to be easy, of course, in order to make that final. But that's step 1, done. They're going to play Gentlemates in the semis later. And seeing what Gentlemates did yesterday, it looks possible for Man City. They're definitely in the mix here, but man, for GK, painful weekend. Joyo is just straight trolling his old teammate Jack because they sent him to the lower bracket earlier. Now they've failed to eliminate Man City, so it's all going wrong for GK fans.
Yeah, but Man City, they put in the work, they put in the boot camp, they used their resources to get better, and now they're in the conversation of the European Tier 1, taking down Ninjas in pajamas. So much more Good Rock League to come, Johnny. So everyone else, don't go anywhere.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
Right. I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with
I
us.
think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
If you wanna have it, then it's yours. Put your mind to it, open doors. Yeah, you might wanna get a fast track, but you can't just piggyback. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver far as good, it's gotta get worse, and sometimes it's gonna hurt. If you're ever gonna get that bad, then you better plan your attack. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger.
The unlikely always finds its way through to the front lines in Rocket League as Man City takes down Ninjas in Pajamas. Stempy and I have to go apologize to the organization for cursing them, but right now, Man City very happy with the outcome. The tiebreak still on the line, and Edgey is with me now. My man, congratulations on the win.
Thanks, man.
I have to say, first off, there's got to be a part of you that, like, you know, you can take these teams down, but it still probably feels at least surreal that you're keeping this very tight dream alive, knowing it's coming to a tiebreak.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we feel really confident. We played really well, especially in tourneys. Obviously, there was the slip-ups against Magnifico 2 days ago and Novo at the Copenhagen LAN. But otherwise, we play really well in general. So we felt really confident going into this game.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, like, you guys were getting clips at the end there too on them. It was looking phenomenal. You look comfortable. Was there a point in the series that you guys realized, okay, you have this on lock, and that you started to play more comfortable, or was this just like, what was it? Was there a moment that you're like, we got this?
kind of after game 1. In a sense, but it was mainly after when we won the game 2, the long overtime, because we just felt like we were all over them, and we just felt like we were the better team at that point.
Right. I gotta ask you, like, from your perspective, some of the matches that you guys were getting starting into this season almost felt unlucky. You know, we look all the way back to Copenhagen with Novo. It feels like you guys can beat that team, but then you get KCorp afterwards to knock you out. Did you feel like maybe the world was against you a little bit, or did you look at that as a challenge to say, no, we still have to beat every team?
Nah, I mean, we don't really think about like what could have been. We just take it as how it is. So when we see we play KCorp, we just say it is what it is. We just play, and we have to beat those teams to make it to the top.
No, it's true. And again, I think a lot of people believe in the squad. We've mentioned it many times. On paper, you guys look great. On field, you look phenomenal. You can take down these teams. You just did one there. Now the question is, the other team looking for a tiebreak, Magnifico, do you think they're going to be joining you guys in the semifinals? Do you think the dream of potentially a three-way tie is on the line here?
I mean, it would be pretty content, but I mean,
you're right.
I will say it is unlikely. However, like, Vitality is like, yeah, Vitality are really good, but like, obviously, Magnifico has played really well. Just the split, honestly, in general. So, I mean, yeah, could happen.
That was the very PR answer. Could be anybody. We'll make the hard decision later for you here. All I got to say right now is congratulations on this first one. Keep it going, and maybe you can avoid it, but good luck in the rest of the tournament, man.
Thank you.
And there it is, Edgey again. They did look phenomenal out there. They were looking so good, Stumpy, but at the end of the day, they made us look like bozos.
I'm such a bozo. I gotta keep my promise. I'm a bozo. I have egg on my face. I am a fool and an oaf and a buffoon. And Man City are through into those semis after Turtle. Fair enough to them. A dismantling of NIP, who they had a lot of errors themselves, but Man City, they still had to take advantage.
Yeah, no less than in game 3. That equalizer is unreal from Edgey to make the play there, and then a bit of a throw there from Oli at the end. I don't know what I don't know what he's thinking is going to happen when he just pops the ball up softly in front of his own net for the second game in a row. But the whole squad, it wasn't just Oli, the whole squad didn't play well enough. NIP were just outplayed. Man City were the better team, and as the series went from game to game, it became even more clear that was the fact.
Well, you heard it from him himself. He said pretty much after game 1 they knew, and it showed in the confidence too. The kind of goals they were scoring were goals that you go for when you know you're going to land them. So overall, the squad looks strong, and that's what they need. It just comes down to the day sometimes. And on Championship Sunday, Man City is delivering. Johnny, you knew that the whole time though, right?
Yeah, see, I forgot to put my prediction in the sheet, so I'm just going to claim that I expected the upside there for Man City. But no, truth be told, I thought coming into this weekend that GK were going to clinch because Magnifico and Man City would both lose in the quarters. So this is already going differently than I expected. I thought Man City would drop out here. I think Magnifico are going to drop out in their quarterfinals. So that could be another addition to this tiebreaker potentially, with this 15-point tie becoming very, very interesting.
No, I mean, the next one up is you see it Magnifico down there. If they can beat Vitality, they get those 2 points to put them in that same position. Again, with GK out, they are just watching at this point, and both Magnifico and Man City could just run through the bracket. I mean, it's going to get way harder, but they could run through the bracket and, keep the story in their own hands here. But they've got KCorp and Gentlemates waiting for them. We got to get through this next match, though, against Team Vitality to see if Magnifico even keeps that storyline alive. Let's start talking about it. Johnny, this one surely goes the way it's supposed to. I mean, you look at who's on this Vitality team. Surely they win this one.
I'm not super confident. I think Vitality they've looked very, very inconsistent, and Magnifico have played some great Rocket League yesterday. So I think this is a very close match on paper. I am leaning slightly Vitality favored. I was more confident before we saw this weekend's matches, though.
Yeah, I think like at the moment, obviously any of the Man City fans, you really do not want Magnifico to be going through Vitality. You know, you've already locked in, if Magnifico loses here, that tiebreaker. You need Magnifico not to win 2 in a row now. Otherwise, that tiebreaker is going to be going out the way. But Vitality, they've made the major. That's what we're looking at. They know that they have the major. They've not got that pressure on them. However, as we discussed in the pre-show, they've still got the soft pressure almost of playing for seeding. Seeding is still very important. It will help you out at the major. It gives you that slightly preferential matchups as you go through. Obviously, every team is going to be hard, but you want the easiest matchup that you can get. So Vitality, they've still got something to play for at least. They're not just locked in. Magnifico, yeah, big mountain.
Progressive fan vote is up. Get the hashtags in now. Do you think we're going to see another? And again, I'm going to say it would be an upset if Magnifico wins it. Even if there isn't full confidence Vitality, it would be statistically, I would say an upset. Do you guys think it's going to happen? Let us know in the progressive fan vote. Yeah, even on that tiebreak thing, very specifically, Man City doesn't want it because I believe it was GK that gets the bye. So it would be Man City having to play 2 matches that now they could drop it down to 1 if Magnifico doesn't win this. So they're extra rooting Johnny for Vitality in this matchup.
Oh yeah. If you're a Man City or a GK fan, you don't want to see. Well, maybe you could argue GK they want Magnifico to win 1, but that's like it's too risky. You don't want to see them win here because then they might win the semi as well. Who knows? Maybe they upset KC. So I think Vitality do win this one. I think they've been inconsistent, but they should still be good enough to beat Magnifico. However, Magnifico will definitely have GK fans scared and Man City fans scared after how closely they played Gentlemates yesterday.
Yeah, again, when I look at who's on the squad, I saw at the beginning of the season, Stizzy took a little bit of time to get into it, but we've seen that before. We've seen him have that slow start. What we saw from him the last Open looked a lot better. I feel like the team's starting to connect now. I always have to back Zen. I think most of us are Zen stans. And at this point, I think the team's starting to click really well. I have to... Yeah, but what?
Leaf, may I interrupt? And may I say that Raziz did get the best goal yesterday, and it was an incredible double flip reset full carry over the entirety of Gentlemates. So I think that they've got something special up their sleeve.
But Nass also said that was savable, and I think Team Vitality will save it.
Yeah, of course.
Of course, the person losing says it, but yeah.
But you don't want to get
it's terrifying.
I get it, but at the same time, you know, when we look at consistency as well, Team Vitality's consistently in the top. I have to land on them. I just can't. Even what just happened a moment ago with Ninjas in Pajamas, and I'm sorry if we're about to curse them as well, but I have to go with Vitality stuff.
Oh no, Team Bozo agree again.
Oh no, we're gonna bozo it up.
As well, but I'm not gonna be a bozo twice in a rozo. Surely Edgar does not land on my face twice. Come on,
Johnny, is it gonna happen?
I think Vitality win this one. I think that they are going to do GK and Man City a favor, even though they didn't do them a favor by eliminating them from the tournament. GK, that is. But yeah, I think they help them out a little bit here. They do get the win because it's not just the Vitality and consistency. We've also got the storyline of Tox always missing major by 1 round. So would it be missing by 1 if you lose a tiebreaker? I suppose maybe.
I think so.
Currently working.
Yes, I count it. Yeah.
In spirit, I would say.
Yeah,
I count it.
Okay, well, either way, yeah, Vitality. I think they're probably going to take this.
If it happens, add it to the tally. Tox is looking to not miss another land so close to being able to grab it. We'll see if they can shut down Team Vitality, who's already clinched to the major. Is the chance for a 3-team tiebreaker on the line. Magnifico will have to be the ones to spell that out. Let's get into our next best of 7.
This is where the Boston split really starts to tighten up, ladies and gentlemen. Tiebreakers, a 5th major spot, and of course crucial seeding, all hanging in the balance as we head into series number 2. KC waiting in the distance, and now Gibbs, we get to find out who moves on in the playoffs.
Here we go, game 1 presented by Progressive, and a lot on the line. Obviously Magnifico, everyone knows, win or go home to get one of those spots, have a chance at a tiebreaker. But Vitality, like if they lose this, they are the EU 4 seed. If they win this, they will take over the EU 2 seed. They will have the lead. They will not clinch it yet, but they will take over that spot for the time being. So a lot on the line. So many teams so incredibly close on the top half and also for that Boston major spot.
Right. You know, you mentioned seeding for Vitality. They've already secured a spot there at the major, but Magnifico, they're still trying to get, you know, some chance to play at the LAN, and it's been a gruesome, grueling journey for Magnifico. I mean, in general, you casted most of their games, gives a lot of OTs in their previous series, and like I talked about on the desk, I think they just shot themselves in the foot with a slower start. So I really want to see how they come out in this series against Vitality and if they're on the attacking foot. But so far, it's been Vitality keeping this ball in the offensive half and trying to tighten things down. Of course, the midfield boost. But as soon as I say that, got a little bit of defense from Stizzy as it takes to the sidewall and carries it out smoothly.
Yeah, we expect Magnifico again play a little bit more defense than you normally would see, but that's kind of their game plan. That is what they do against these better teams. They also played Vitality back in Open 2 in the upper bracket of the top 8. And in that one, it came down to Zen going for a lot of air dribbles, and Magnifico, they kept sending 2 at everything.
Yeah.
They got to avoid that for sure. But right now, they have it on the offensive side. The Rlcs makes the play there to just keep it on the orange half. That's what Magnifico wants. They don't want to be playing defense too long, especially against Zen.
Yeah, and you know, nobody wants to be that defensive team that just has to get every goal line save possible, and nobody's on the goal line here for Team Vitality. Tox getting us out started with the first one.
But no one expected this to pinch this hard.
No way.
Out of nowhere, then off the ceiling and in. You can't even defend that. Exotic just taking a poor angle on that touch, and Tox just sat behind the ball and let the physics do the job there. Magnifico getting the first goal.
And that's just a good vibes goal. Okay, you get that, you're feeling good in the series. It appears as though the luck is on your side, and you know, as much as we want to say that is good fortune, that was just a fantastic 50-50 from Tox to get right above the ball. Here's Rlcs. He made a highlight play that we constantly praised in the pre-show. Maybe he's got some more mechanics to show us in this series. Of course, Zen, the mastermind, gets Demo taken out, and a lot of pressure against Vitality, where Magnifico are in the driver's seat. You were talking about their previous matchup, Gibbs. I went back and looked at the stats, and Vitality in their previous series against Magnifico had 71 shots compared to 28 from Magnifico.
Oh, yeah.
And game 1 looks like the opposite.
Yeah, the entire time, like it was a Gibbs clinic. It was just Magnifico just playing defense the entire time and hoping for the best. And it didn't work out. It was close, but it didn't work out. And now, a lot of offense and miss here by Exotic. But Stizzy, great double tap save there. Man.
I don't even know, was that a save? I don't know if that ball was actually going in. It looks scary.
Whoa, like the double tap clear attempt, then now has a chance at the shot, but he goes a little bit too high. Atomic clear it out to Rlcs, but Vitality looking a little shaky early on in game 1.
A little bit shaky. This is the consistency issue that Johnny was talking about. Didn't have too much confidence in that Vitality pick. I guess we can understand why, a little bit of cracks on the defense, but I'm sure that they're going to get something rolling here. Exotic trying to get underneath it, go for another air dribble, which I did see a lot in our series that we casted against GK. So many air dribbles out of Vitality. Not too many in this situation, but Exotic, I think the first one with an air dribble bump attempt. Stizzy is also going to come in for the shot, and that's a 2-man play, one taking out the goalkeeper, and the other's behind the shot.
Yeah, the double bump as well. Zen also got a bump on that play, so the physical play coming out from Vitality. Exotic, perfect pass into the aerial bump, but that was because of 2 bumps by 2 different players to allow that net to be open. And sometimes that's what you got to do against these very defensive teams. You just got to clear them off the field.
Yeah, and that might be all that Vitality needed to get back into game number 1. Start to feel more comfortable on this pitch. Stizzy, he's looking comfortable on the mechanics. Had that flip reset, pass to himself through the corner. Getting more and more deadly.
Tox is up.
Vitality sharpening their sword, but Tox on the aerial. It's a good attempt.
Zen was that 3rd man back there. He had 0 boost, which is so rare for him to be in that position. So he couldn't do anything with it. Turned quickly into a counterattack by Magnifico. And it almost was Vitality again, but Rlcs with 1 flip reset doesn't need 2. Exotic somehow gets clear. Atomic going for the double tap, cannot get it in. Zen will get the clear, but the pressure is still on.
I think that was Stizzy who managed to get a touch. Hold on. I mentioned Zen's name. Here he comes on the offensive side. He could have passed to himself off the ground. Didn't get the follow through. And we just had a big burst of energy out of Magnifico. Thought they might have gotten an opportunity to capitalize. Atomic has to make a goal line save. Rlcs flipping out early on the defensive side. Bouncing to the right side of the wall. This is getting quite awkward. Neither team have too much control as we potentially head into overtime, Gibbs.
Rlcs with full boost. Can he get it by Exotic? Exotic plays it slow. Vitality will get the win midfield. Zen is just waiting. Watch out for Zen. Here he comes. Going for the double tap, but Rlcs is there on the wall to defend it well. Magnifico gets one final clear to possibly send this to overtime. Let's see if there's any late game heroics. Exotic throwing it deep.
Oh, it's going down.
Smart play by Atomic to just put it on the ground.
First OT, Gibbs. I think you're an OT machine every time, man. Locked in here. Stizzy, wait. Oh, almost off the crossbar. That was such a good kickoff.
Yeah, Turtle, I'm putting in work this weekend, all right?
Yeah, you're working OT.
Here we go, but it's going back and forth. This is an up and down game. You think that would favor Vitality, and Zen against the demo, but no one else there to follow it up, so Atomic will get the clear, but Magnifico is hanging blow for blow with Vitality right now.
Yeah, and it's getting real physical on the pitch. A lot of mid-air demo plays, and all three players of Vitality are stationary in front of the goal. And that is not a good sign to see everybody awkward on the rotations. They do get away with murder here and are still remaining in this OT. But for how long is the question, because you've got Rlcs with the flip and the ground pitch. Here's the follow-up from Tox. But check out the setup from Rlcs.
Oh, Rlcs, I thought he was going to leave this ball for Tox. I thought they botched it, but Exotic, heavy touch. Tox just kept following anyway. Finds the dunk, finds the challenge, gets it bottom left corner, and Magnifico, this EU Open is getting crazy. They take the early lead.
It's getting wild. I mean, we've already got Man City moving through. If Magnifico win this game, then what is it? Another, just like forcing multiple tiebreakers, guaranteeing it. I mean, it is getting juicy here, folks, and everything. You know, this is what you want. If you want more Rlcs, you want us to cast some tiebreakers and just sit on the edge of your seat. This is what you needed to see. Magnifico, I was harping on it. I wanted them to have a better start to this series in comparison to their last matchup against Gentlemates, and that's exactly what I got. Tox 2 goals, but of course Rlcs was the dagger that was finding the gaps in the defensive side, Gibbs.
So do you have those numbers again from the last series, Vitality versus Magnifico, for shots?
Yeah, it was 71 shots for Vitality versus 28 shots for Magnifico.
Well, this first game, Magnifico 13 shots to 7 for Vitality. So Magnifico, definitely not the same team we saw 2 weeks ago. A fantastic game one. That's exactly what you want out of them to have this chance. Again, if they lose the series, they're not going to the Boston Major. If they win this, there's potential tie breaks on the line, or they could just win it outright for that last spot. So everything on the line there. And again, for Vitality, they are currently the EU 4 seed. If they lose this, they will clinch that spot probably. They might get the 5th seed. But if they win this, they move into the 2 seed. So a lot on the line for them as well.
Yeah, and I think this is the most dangerous thing for a team that is historically known as being rather defensive. And we're talking about them coming out here and learning how to play on offense. And I keep mentioning it, Rlcs, man. He's so good. But Stizzy, hello. Welcome to the series.
Just doing it all by himself. Doesn't even have a lot of boost. Picks up one small pad that helps. He got a demo from his teammate, and Tox just gets baited by that first touch by Stizzy and just makes him look silly. But Stizzy, he only had, 20 boost and picked up 1 boost pad along the way. So great play by him.
It's tough if you're Tox in that situation. You see Stizzy jump and you know he's got his flip. You're wondering, you're trying to figure out the timing of when he's going to use it. You have to make a choice. Unfortunately, couldn't get it down. Could be the first goal. Vitality looked like they're a little bit agitated maybe after game 1.
See if they can keep up this momentum. Exotic is up early, going for the pass to Zen, but it's read very cleanly by Magnifico. Atomic will throw it deep as well. Zen on the back foot. He's got to read that, but Rlcs just throwing it on net. No boost in his tanks. We can't do too much, but the pressure is on for Magnifico yet again early on in game 2. Zen will get the clear on zeros, though, so he's just going to look for a pass out, and he gets it to Stizzy, who does have a full tank. Magnifico, they got to send someone. They sent 2 again. Exotic, can he get the ball mid? He does get to Zen. It is just clustered in front, but somehow Magnifico gets it out.
Vitality are looking more comfortable. Tox, he stayed under that ball. I think that was a double commit initially, but Tox had enough boost to stay beneath it. And there's just a lot of creativity from Magnifico. Yeah, you just never know what they're going to do.
Yeah, it's wild. It's just an up and down game. Every team, like both teams, they're on defense. They immediately go right to offense. Counterattack to another counterattack to another counterattack, and it's been a very fast game so far. But again, you would think that would favor a Vitality, but Magnifico is playing right there with them, if not better. Stizzy with the shot. Atomic gets the read and the save, but Magnifico had to send everyone at that save because it was so threatening.
Yeah. I definitely think Magnifico are more creative in the series so far, but Vitality, I can't lie, they seem to be
They're warming up.
much more comfortable. Yeah, you're seeing more air dribbles, staying beneath the ball is what happens so much against GK. And it's the same situation. Stizzy gets underneath it. Fox, good challenge. I do expect this to be a harder defense to crack. The armor has been equipped from Vitality. And is there anything else that Magnifico have to offer? Because you've got Stizzy that you got to deal with on defense. He's opening up so many shooting lanes.
And we're starting to see this midfield open up. We see Stizzy again with a full boost tank, and he's able to do some magic. And that's all you got to do is beat one on the dribble, then force a challenge and hope that it's a good rebound. And Exotic cleans it up. Great play there by Stizzy.
It's all about just making that follow-up shot as easy as possible. Stizzy is so good at creating opportunities because he'll bait in one player, even two, and
there he goes again.
Got Exotic or Zen behind the ball. You know it's going to be a good follow-up shot. Exotic wants to take a page out of Stizzy's guidebook, but not going to work out. Stizzy through the backboard. Now we get to see a little give and go from Magnifico. They have seemed a bit flat after their initial explosion into the series.
Yeah, the midfield seems to be opening up a lot more for Vitality. Here's another air dribble attempt by Stizzy. Exotic cannot get the touch, but it forces two to jump.
Okay.
Chaos on the back line, and this is the problem for Magnifico, is they can't allow these air dribbles to happen because it forces two of them to jump like consistently, and then it's very difficult to keep it out of the back of your net. They got a little lucky there, but they're still down two.
Man, at this point, might want to go for a couple of free jumps. Seems to be quite telegraphed when Vitality are going up in the air. The question is, do they have enough boost? And here's another play where Stizzy is setting up his teammates left and right.
Exotic, he either whiffed or went for the fake. Exotic goes in the air, but no one's in net. Tox goes onto the back wall, and Exotic is just there to throw it on net. And Magnifico's defense is slowly falling apart because of all that space they're giving up to Vitality to allow these fakes to happen, or if it was a miss, it doesn't really matter. It makes Magnifico try to react too much, and it sends usually two of them at these balls.
We constantly are witnessing Stizzy as that front man, trying to instill a bit of chaos, ruin the rotations, get 50-50s out. Gibbs, you were talking about taking two players out, baiting in a challenge. Stizzy has been that man. He has certainly secured, in my eyes, a Game 2 win, unless Magnifico have something else left in the tank. They're going to need to show up with that right now. 60 seconds on the clock.
Vitality just holding serve on their back line. Nothing too threatening yet, so they're happy to just waste this clock down. Zen, a great read off his back wall. We'll get the air dribble all the way out. It's going to waste so much time and allow his teammates some space and some boost. And here we go. Exotic in the air by himself. Beats one. Goes for a 50-50 challenge on the other, but this time it gets turned away.
It's just such a confusing thing to handle. I mean, Vitality, so efficient in the air. They're taking midfield boosts like that from Exotic. How do you stop these guys once they feel confident on this pitch? Zen, good battle back in the midfield. Just got to waste time, let the clock dwindle away, because you're going to get yourself back in this series. And we might be going the distance, Gibbs. It's looking like another long series for you. And Stizzy wants to make this game even longer with another goal, but it's not going to go in saved off the post. And last-second heroics don't matter much for Magnifico. 3-goal lead is too much to handle, and they're going to have to go back to the drawing boards for the next game.
Yeah, that was a rough game, I felt like, for Magnifico. I feel like their defense kind of fell apart. It comes down to the aerial dribble challenge, like the first man to challenge it. Vitality gets the win. Congrats to them. It's 1-1. But for Magnifico, it felt like every aerial dribble, one, there's too much space for Vitality. Then when they go up in the air, the first man is supposed to be beat, but it's supposed to be beat so the player that's on the aerial dribble, he loses control of the ball just enough so the next man that comes in can make an easier play. Right now, the first man's getting beat so early that Vitality can follow that up with another challenge in the air, and that is problematic right now. And we always say play the ball in the air for the aerial dribbles, but you can also play the card. You can also just go for the player that is going for the aerial dribble. And a lot of people say it's a little bit harder because the car is smaller than the ball, but it's more predictable because the car is not going to be bounced around as much. So maybe they need to get physical in the air on those challenges with that first man. Because right now, the first man, a turtle, is just getting beat so badly, it looks like me playing against SSLs. I'm just jumping and hoping for the best. And nothing
we've
happens.
seen you on the goal line. We know what you're capable of.
Yeah, but in the air, it's not pretty. It's not
right,
pretty. Okay?
and that's for most people. When anybody's against Vitality, if it's an aerial battle, there's not much you can do. So I do agree to that point. Challenging early gives you, a moment to make that first man who's mostly been Stizzy. Like, Stizzy's been the guy
he's
behind the ball, outplaying everybody. How can you get him uncomfortable and just get him off it? And usually it's going to be an early challenge with a demo. Oh my goodness, Zen. Was that a pre-jump into the steal in the air? Like, what do you do if you're Magnifico?
And I was just about...
my goodness.
So I was just about to say, Vitality's positives are also, we haven't talked about Zen, and he's going to do something at some point, and there you have it, folks. Zen going off right there with the double tap pass to get Vitality the early lead. Vitality, they're creating a lot of space for the teammates, and Zen hasn't had to do too much, but now, is he finally unlocked for game 3?
Yeah, I mean, if that doesn't show you where the confidence is at for Vitality with Zen, free jumping into the challenge and for it to be that predictable out of Magnifico, the tone has absolutely shifted since game 1. But it's still early in this series. As much as we've been praising Vitality, Magnifico have shown us, especially with Rlcs, that they have all of the tools and are well equipped to take down a roster that is Vitality. But all of those tools have to start working together.
Yeah, and they definitely have that in them. They were down 2-0 against Mates and then turned that into an incredibly competitive series. They were probably the better team over the last 5 games. So Magnifico can turn it around. It comes down to do they do it fast enough here? And with a power shot, he doesn't get it. Exotic will just throw it off the wall. No one available for a follow-up on Vitality, so they'll retreat.
Oh, here comes Rlcs. Squeezes it out to the midfield. Double save on the goal line. 2 players committed. Another follow-through out of Rlcs. It's not going to be a second man waiting. 2 players went back there for boost for Magnifico. Maybe they don't want to risk staying too offensively minded, but got to stay forward. Atomic, flip reset, not going to find much. Tox, steal some boost. Won't win the 50-50, and Vitality are back in a comfortable half of the opposition.
And Zen trying to get physical, takes out one, can't take out another, so Atomic will get the clear. Exotic, though, wins the challenge. Stizzy, here we go again. Full boost tank, around 1. This time over Rlcs. Great defensive stop there, just floats and waits for it and gets the clear.
That's a lot of what we were alluding to, Gibbs, being up early. Rlcs was covering so much space, limiting the options of Stizzy. Odds are he's going to get past you, but just make him uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And allow that second man to have a better clear. Here he is again, another defensive showing. Rlcs. Seems like he's cracked the code on how to get these clears out.
Zen just beats 2 in the air by doing absolutely nothing. This is going to turn into a physical play. Rlcs, though, goes on the back wall for the defensive stop. Well done by him to not be on the ground to avoid any bumps. And Vitality had to retreat out of there, but Stizzy has got control yet again. Goes for the musty, a little bit weak. Exotic with the follow-up shot. Over the double tap. Quick angle, Zen. Finally, off the crossbar and out. Vitality did everything right except for the finish.
Oh, Magnifico just hanging on by a thread. That was 3-4 consecutive shots out of Vitality. And there were some goal line saves, but I don't know. At one point, do you think the shooting accuracy just isn't there? Stizzy, accuracy is going to be found on this one. 2 goals up. And even after the desperation of that last attempt,
wow,
they're hammering the net, they're going to find one eventually.
And so here's the team comms on that. You say, oh, that last shot didn't matter because it was the same offensive possession. We still scored eventually, so don't worry about it. But Zen missing the shot is quite rare. And now he's got a chance off the kickoff by himself over Tox and Rlcs with the challenge. We'll get it just wide enough so Exotic doesn't get the angle. No follow-up by Vitality. So incredibly close by Stizzy, but he cannot get there.
And look at the cutoffs. I think it's so predictable out of Magnifico. Vitality multiple times in a row have been able to predict where they're trying to clear it to, who their passing lane, or where their passing lanes are rather, and how to infiltrate them. And I don't know. I mean, I'm just seeing a lot of good signs that Vitality have everything under control. Unless I can get proven wrong by Magnifico, who are scoreless in game number 3. Vitality, I think they're gonna edge out the lead here in this series so far, Gibbs. Is this what you expected now heading into this?
Yeah, this is more what you expected, but Magnifico has had a couple moments where they're open on the opponent's back wall and they go for that pass down, and they've just been slightly off. There's 2 times that they could have had a much better chance at it, but they've just barely missed them. So, like, Magnifico, while their offensive pressure is not amazing, they're still getting some scoring chances. Zen,
how does he have time to go for 2 flip resets in the midfield before there's even a challenge? 2 goalkeepers waiting on the line.
I mean, I feel like it's a game plan decision by Magnifico. They want to wait on the goal line. It didn't work back in Open 2, but maybe they saw something that we didn't, but it seems off. But Magnifico, a lot of pressure here. Zen will get another long clear to waste a lot of this clock, and they still almost score. What is happening, Magnifico? They somehow keep it out, but someone needs to challenge earlier, and you can't allow these challenges to happen on the aerial dribble right after.
Maybe they're trying to lay down a trap and set up some type of counterattack and catch everybody on Vitality overextending, but that hasn't happened a single time. Zen's getting a bump. There's more space in the midfield. He's got full boost to work with. 10 seconds to go. A 2-goal lead, and Stizzy is continuing to just add insult to injury. Exotic is somehow not making that shot, but this ball is going to hit the ground, and with a 2-goal lead, doesn't matter what Magnifico have left, it is going to be a Team Vitality win.
Man, I feel like the traps are not working. I feel like Magnifico is like Elmer Fudd out there trying to catch Bugs Bunny. And it's just like, Bugs Bunny's just watching. Vitality is just watching these traps like, okay, you can set this up. It does not matter to us. Magnifico will call the timeout here to try and fix these issues, because those last 2 games were very much in Vitality's favor. Even though, you know, it's only a 2-0 scoreline, Turtle, but it felt like Vitality had that the whole way.
Gibbs, I don't know how to eloquently put this, but like, it feels like Magnifico they gotta go monkey mode, dude. They gotta somebody's just gotta do something to shake things up. It's so, I don't want to say passive. They just want to be comfortable on the back.
Yeah, I just don't like the aerial dribble where it's like, all right, that first man completely whiffs, and then you have another man, it's like, all right, I'm gonna 50-50 challenge this. You're not going to win if every aerial dribble you have to send 2 members at it, and that could spill out into another pass for Vitality to keep pressure up. It's not going to work. So Magnifico, maybe they have to somehow find a way to win this midfield battle again and get back on the offensive side of things, like in game 1. That was working so well for them, but it feels like the midfield has been cracked wide open by Vitality.
Well, then you go even more down to that strategy and understand what's happening, and if they can't challenge, it could be because of boost, could be an issue where they're getting starved out in the midfield. There's a lot of obviously moving factors, but at the end of the day, the theme is the same. Vitality dominating the pitch, and they are in the driver's seat. They're controlling every aspect of the field. And another thing I really want to note here with Vitality is we've seen several instances where they have got like a long sequence of maybe 3-4 shots, and they won't get a goal, and they're also not overextending in those situations. For these top tier teams, even though they're the best of the best, it can get so frustrating when you keep missing your chances. You end up sending that 3rd man because you're frustrated, and out of desperation, you move forward and fall into that trap. That is not what's happening for Vitality. This is a composed aggression where the rotation isn't getting broken, even with 3 or 4 consecutive misses in a row.
And then Magnifico, when they're on defense, like a lot of times, like, all right, we played so much defense, we have to go for a quick pass to one another. But Vitality's like trying to read those as well and picking them off and then getting more advantages out of it. So Vitality's doing a great job with their 3rd man, like whoever that is, when they're playing offense, to hold that ball in and just keep that pressure going.
Right. Exotic behind this ball as we get into game number 4. Still very early in the series.
Yeah, it is.
And the tiebreakers, they can still happen, Gibbs, all right? We all want to see it. We all want the drama. But Vitality would rather have a better seeding going into Boston.
Absolutely. That's what they want. Going back to Zen's home turf, so see how that all plays out. But Magnifico, they need to find it now, because if not, they will not be going to Boston. Exotic with some space, but Braziers with the first man challenge doing very well. So it's a good sign by Magnifico.
Yeah, good sign. And Atomic is also taking midfield boost. That could be something they're trying to pay attention to. How can they starve out Vitality? Another midfield boost grab there in front of Zen, but Exotic is alone behind this ball, taking it by himself. That's 2 players committed. Stizzy whiffing on the follow-up. Zen has a full open backboard. Another double commit. Magnifico looking a bit jumpy, quite panicked on the goal line, but it hasn't cost him a goal yet.
And first minute's been all in the blue half so far, besides like one early challenge, but Vitality's just waiting for their moment, getting a lot of boost, but Atomic finally gets a clear, beats out the third man. Exotic, can he get back?
Wait,
he cannot! And Magnifico, from nothing, creates an opportunity.
And I'm just wondering, that's an overextension. I was just talking about it. Vitality didn't send too many players forward, but in that situation,
can't send it,
nobody's home, and they just got caught off guard. The trap finally works for Magnifico.
A lot of wide open space, though, again, for Vitality. Again, this midfield, Magnifico, while they're up a goal, they still got to clean that up. Stizzy has an opportunity, tries to beat all three, and it just gets cleared away. And again, you cannot keep letting this happen, where Vitality has all this space. It will cost them, but Magnifico, for now, is holding on for dear life.
That's a risky, dangerous game to try and gamble against Vitality, not punishing you or putting away a shot into the top corner. Razier's gonna pass that back to Tox. Possession is held on from this blue squad, but for how long? That's what we're wondering. Tox up in the air early, outpaces Exotic, and Zen, a huge clear down the other side, met well by Razier's, and we've got more pressure, more possession out of Magnifico. It seems like they're finding a bit of a rhythm.
Yeah, it was a good play by Razier's to just try and make a challenge happen, but Vitality again on defense is doing a very good job trying to throw it out immediately when they can. Exotic is going to go off his own wall. See if he can beat any members. He cannot. Razier's first man challenge was a key factor versus mates, and he's showing it up again here.
Then flip reset. Yeah, heck of a way to open up the scoring for Vitality. It's off the sidewall. A lot of booming hits. Nobody can keep possession too much, but as soon as I say that, Zen's got this one under control. Better 50-50s out of Magnifico. That one's off the backboard. Atomic up high, wants to go for the double tap instead of the direct shot. He's gonna fall back, but better looks, better stuff out of this blue squad. I think Magnifico are trying to hold it down for the last 2 minutes and just waste this clock.
Yeah, they're finding some form on the offensive side, which is great to see, where the ball doesn't immediately go back into their own half. Can Atomic do anything with that? All three members of Vitality back, but Zen will get the clear. And Stizzy will force another attempt here, and Magnifico can't do too much, but Atomic, out of nothing, yet again, the smallest touch back into the midfield will allow him to dribble around Exotic and then shoot it over the last defender as well. Atomic, again, it seems like there's nothing available, but he finds something out of nothing.
I just can't get over the first touches that these players manage to get. I mean, to have that finesse, get it around that first player, driving as fast as he was. Here's another first touch where he can at least try and get some type of flip into the 50. Atomic, he's showing up. That extra security with how much Vitality have been pressing will feel good, but hopefully we don't see the defense start to shake as they've found a bit of comfortable positioning. Magnifico on the offensive half one more time. Good 50-50s in. Something has to budge out of Vitality if they want a chance, or else we're looking at a more tied-up game in the series, and a booming clear is going to relieve all that pressure as everybody from Vitality sent the full house. And here's the trap working. Maybe we were wrong, Gibbs. Maybe you just laid it out.
When you get the aerial dribble challenge to go back to your teammate, it definitely will benefit you. Tox just gets the power clear, but Exotic has to get a touch on that ball. And with a little bit of a mistake by Vitality on defense, we see Magnifico maybe have a 3-goal lead. We'll see. There's a pause coming up.
We're going to pause. I think this was a pause called from Magnifico. Yeah, so it looks like there was some type of disconnection during the replay. We'll work on getting them back in the game. 3-0 score line from Magnifico. And I don't even know if this pause is going to benefit Vitality too much. They're kind of locked in at this L as they need to readjust, Gibbs.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I feel like it doesn't really matter too much. Like in this instance, obviously Vitality is going to talk it through. They're not going to call their timeout like either way. They would probably wait for one more game loss at this point. So we'll see what happens. But Magnifico, I do feel like while they were on the back foot this game, it wasn't allowing Vitality to get a lot of actual scoring opportunities, that they would meet them in the air, that it would turn into a rebound that would go to a defender, and then they would at least get a half clear, right? And then Vitality would press again, but nothing ever came of that. I think Vitality's sitting on 4 shots right now, or maybe 5. So
yeah, sitting on 5.
So that's a good sign for Magnifico, but I still am not a big fan of how much space Vitality's got to do these aerial plays. It still has to be cleaned up a bit.
It doesn't feel like the strategy is going to be consistent enough over time. I think they're still giving away too many opportunities to Team Vitality, whether that's behind the ball and going for the air dribbles, even some shot opportunities. While they have had more shots than Team Vitality, it doesn't feel like they're controlling more of the game, but having better counterattacks. And like I said, I just don't know if you can be as consistent with that throughout the entire series. You need to have a little bit more domination here on the pitch. We'll see if I'm wrong. 50 seconds to go. We're back into the game. 3-goal lead from Magnifico. We're gonna need some crazy circumstances if Vitality want to get back in here.
And to be fair for Magnifico, you don't have to be consistent necessarily. They're halfway through their goal, right? They have 2 wins at this point. Well, maybe 2 wins, because Stizzy gets a goal here. A freebie, it feels like. Tox trying to go for the power clear, and Zab just throws it up, and Stizzy's just parked underneath it. No one's back on defense. I don't know where the other 2 members were.
Oh, he got demoed. Stizzy.
Oh, did he? Okay.
To take out the goalkeeper, yeah, and just literally hit the brakes, reversed it, got a little chip shot. And that's a good start. Double kickoff out of Vitality. Gibbs, do you see a chance? Do you see a world?
There's definitely a chance. You can't count out Zen for sure to pull off something out of his hat, but I still feel like Magnifico's got it.
Yeah, I think so as well. Braziers on the back foot. That's another demo. Physical play. Vitality might have been able to talk about that strategy. Give a little break, but with 10 seconds, that's got to do it. Not going to be able to get this one even on a scoring opportunity with this drive moving forward. We are going to get an all tied up series, and we just continue to go the distance in this one.
Woo. Talk about consistency, and maybe Magnifico that their defense, they have to rely on, a little bit too much, but they're halfway to their goal. They have 2 wins. Vitality sitting at 2 wins. It comes down to a best of 3. And if you know anything about best of 3s, you definitely don't have to be consistent in those. It's a very short amount of time, so anything can happen. Magnifico, again, if they win this, they still are alive for the Boston Major. Possible tie breaks will be available. If they lose, they go home. Vitality just wants the seat, wants more money, wants more points. So everything on the line for Magnifico, and you expect as the series goes on and on, the Turtle, that their nerves could play a factor for Magnifico.
Right. I mean, the closer we get to that game 7, where they have to close out a series, man, we've talked about that with a lot of different series that's happened in this open tournament alone, where one team got the upper hand and then had to swing back. And actually, Magnifico were benefiting off that. If you think back to the group stage when they beat Manchester City, and that was one where it was Man City who couldn't close out. So you just never know who can really hold on to this consistent performance throughout the entire series. Best of 7s are long, things change, teams adapt, and at the end of the day, only one of them can move on. I want to see the 3-way tiebreaker, but it also kind of felt like during that break, Vitality opened up to the idea of just getting more physical, going for more demos. That got Stizzy that goal. Maybe we see more of that heading into the later half of this best of 7.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because if you do go for those demos, that means your 3rd man is absolutely going to have to move up more, but also they got scored on basically twice because their 3rd man just moved up a little bit too much, right? So it's a balancing act here for Vitality. Right. On the other side, like Atomic did a great job with, again, 2 goals that felt like they should not have been goals, and he made something happen out of nothing. So if Magnifico can keep that up, the defense into a counterattack, they can absolutely take the series.
It's a good kickoff from Magnifico. So we get this one underway. Another flick into the midfield. Stizzy underneath the ball. Oh, that's another big boom from Zen. I actually thought there was going to be a 50-50 met well, but it's actually all the way down the other side. Exotic, cherry picking, and waiting for that clear.
And that's what Vitality needs. They're like, we can counterattack as well. Exotic just chilling upfield. Zen, great clear perfectly to him, but Exotic still had to place that shot and did very well there. Vitality with the early lead.
Feels like that's a rare moment where we do see Vitality on the counterattack goal. So many times they're just in the opposition's half and are able to go for air dribbles, continuously smack them with a bunch of different shots, but potentially, I mean, that could be a strategy. You ease off the gas a bit, go for more counterattacks, try and lay your own trap that Magnifico have been doing all series long. Stizzy smacking at the other side. Exotic up early, and he's been cherry picking just like that last goal.
Yeah. And that also comes down to like physical play as well, because you can cherry pick to go for those demos on the third man, and then like if that doesn't work, then you can still go for those plays. So we'll see if Exotic is going to play out or throughout, because so far this first minute he absolutely has.
It was almost a pull shot. Atomic got bumped into the play. Could have gotten bumped into the double tap. Rlcs has a slight amount of boost, but not enough to hold on to that 50. Here comes the attack from Vitality. Stizzy, how is he going to be met with a challenge? That's one player forcing him to go into the midfield. Rlcs can recover. It has been more of a midfield battle. I like what I'm seeing. Zen cautious on the 50. Exotic one demo. And we're back the other way. Neither team can get too comfortable with any form of possession.
That was a great play there by Tox. He was so patient versus Zen, and two members of Magnifico did not go for the same ball. That is the playbook for Magnifico. Like, if you do have to play defense, you have to send only one at a time if they can keep it up.
I'm wondering if Vitality will take the bait and overextend. That third man is so important. Zen all by himself blocked out two opponents, but Stizzy didn't want to commit. Crashed the net. Because Stizzy is behind the ball. Exotic is just a little bit slower, and I'm not seeing as much risk out of either team. And for Vitality, I guess that's a benefit. You don't have to do too much. You've already got the lead.
You know, the play up here is Zen's looking upfield for some boost, trying to boost our Magnifico. Like, if anything, Zen will get the touch here off this wall, but a little bit of a low touch. Probably wanted to take it up the wall, but it works out. To a 50-50 challenge. See if we can get a midfield pass. He does, Stizzy, but no one is there. Thomas will get it.
And I've seen that multiple times where one player from Vitality gets aggressive, but the second man is nowhere to be found or not even close. Zen faking it out in the midfield. Exotic thrown to the sidewall. Leaves it for Stizzy. Back towards Exotic, who's cherry picking once more. Stizzy can't get the tight angle, but it's looking better and better. Something slowly is building out of Vitality. You can just feel it on the pitch.
Yeah, Exotic's a true threat when he's back there going for this redirect. Here's Zen now. No boost in the tank going for the 50%. Tox again meets him well. But Vitality, they still got the pressure.
Midfield boost is not available for Zen. He's got to rotate all the way back. Exotic means he's got to stall and waste more time. Two demos. That's Zen taking out Exotic. Or no, Zen taking out, I believe, a player. What's that? It might have been Tox, but they exchange blows either way. Kind of been an awkward pause. Not too much going on. A couple of booming clears, waiting for Atomic to see if he can get a piece of something. But no, I mean, what do you make of this right now, Gid?
Yeah, I feel like it's mostly just a midfield battle. Like, it is going on to each half, but nothing too threatening just yet. I feel like Magnifico, that's a good spot for them, generally speaking, and see if they can just pull a miracle out again with Atomic. Just trying for a score out of nothing. But I think Magnifico would take this late into a game, being only down one with a minute left.
Demo.
Demo's coming out. Tox is up in the air, trying for a redirect, cannot get it. Vitality, though, can't reach the ball in time, so Atomic is still pressing. Got Tox. Finally goes out to Zen with 100. Got to beat two. Can he get it done? Going for the dunk, but Rlcs challenges and wins it outright. Demo. Lots of physical play by Vitality. Can they find another one to seal this game? Stizzy gets turned away.
Oh, this is what happened after the pause. Vitality just came out swinging, getting physical. They didn't even care about the ball. They just wanted the player. Stizzy was left alone. That was a good shot from Rlcs. And a clutch moment out of Stizzy. Last man back, had to get the save. Comes out clutch. Zen looking for something off the backboard. Not a lot of space. Real quick challenges from Magnifico. But they need something else. 16 seconds to go. We've seen Rlcs pop off. We've seen Atomic pop off. Where is Tox? Does he get one for himself? Or the final 10 seconds be all Vitality and them taking the game lead back?
Exotic just trying to kill the clock, but Atomic will get a little bit of read. Vitality throws it deep one more time. Rlcs trying to keep it alive. To Atomic, to Tox. Zen with the dunk. It's still alive. Tox trying to keep it up, but that will kill it. Vitality will get the win, and it felt like this game was just like Magnifico could never find that offense at all. Vitality did a great job not to like overcompensate for when they can't score. And that third man held serve. Only 4 shots for Magnifico. Vitality gets a much needed win there. go up 3-2, put all the pressure onto Magnifico.
And that's what lost them in the last game was vitality. It was like low-hanging fruit, and they couldn't resist the temptation to send more people forward. And maybe those demos help relieve the pressure, relieve the tension, to not feel like you have to squeeze out every opportunity because there's more space, and much more composed gameplay out of vitality. That's what it looked like in the first few games from them. And Magnifico, this is the big question. You know, whenever the trap isn't working that we've been talking about this whole series long, whenever that defensive style, you can't get those counterattacks, like what else do you have to offer? I think, you know, their shining moments were something like Razier's on these solo plays, but you can't expect like a 1v2, 1v3. That is just once in a blue moon moment. Something else has to be consistent that will generate you opportunities. And I truly don't know what it's going to be. Maybe it could be the speed. Mechanics need to get picked up slightly, Gibbs. I'm not sure here.
But there's positives for Magnifico. Yes, they didn't get a lot of offense in that game, but there was only one goal given up, and it was like a counterattack early on. It was kind of like a fluky goal, I would say, a bit. Right. So their defense did hold serve, but they just find just a bit more offense. They can keep vitality down to about a goal a game, like if they have to. So they just got to find a way to score 2 themselves. But it comes down to this. Neo Tokyo, they're split lives on the line. If they lose this, they will not be going to Boston.
Elimination matchup. You play, you grind, you practice all split long to make the major. It would be so disappointing, of course, to get sent home. Not even have a chance to compete with the best of the best. But they can't think too hard about that right now. You got to stay locked in one step at a time. And the first step is winning on Neo Tokyo and denying Zen like that from Tox. Get in front of the shot. 2 players rotating back from vitality. Stizzy cuts in. Good touch behind it. First touch department has been spectacular, I'd say, on both sides. Yeah. Which makes every single opportunity that much more threatening. Vitality, a lot of offense, but here comes Magnifico.
Yeah, see if this up and down gameplay can help Magnifico yet again with the counterattacks, but Razier's is up in the air with limited boost. See what he can do. Zen meets him, but Atomic is up early. Trying for the shot, but Exotic. Great read.
That's a good turn in out of Razier's. Got some boost, but not enough to get the pass over. I think that's multiple demos out of Zen. And look at the space, the physical gameplay. You see Zen bullying everybody. And that has happened literally since that pause occurred a couple of games ago. It's like Vitality realized, hold on, we don't need to get too desperate. We can just start bullying them out of their own position. Zen, a solo air dribble, and he's forcing 2 players to go from Magnifico. Sets up the shot for Stizzy, but it's a little bit too weak.
He was just a little bit too far forward for that infield pass, but great look by Exotic. Now Razier's versus Zen. Great challenge by Zen to throw it deep to the blue side and take the boost away. Exotic trying for the shot. Zen again being physical on the goal line. So Exotic just has to throw this low right onto the net, and Vitality opens up the scoring because of Zen's physicality.
That's just so well executed. Think about how little of time you have if you're Exotic to know that there's gonna be a demo attempt. Zen calls that he's going for a play, going for a bump, and is forcing him to jump. Exotic, it's literally within split seconds that he's gotta shoot that ball lower. Vitality working as a well-organized unit. Here they come once more. Exotic and Zen, the duo connecting while Stizzy's lurking in the backfield, and we don't say that too often.
Exotic will get another clear here, and Vitality, they're starting to keep this ball on the blue side of the field. Magnifico now has to find something. Great fake there by Tops. His teammate Atomic will get the clear, and Razier's is up. He's hunting for demos, going for the touch instead, but turned away by Stizzy.
Even better defense from Stizzy. Look at him keep it to himself. Past 2 players getting annoyed by Atomic. Maybe the physical gameplay is coming out from Magnifico as well. Fighting fire with fire. Stizzy from the ceiling. It's not going to bounce down. Doesn't have too much boost. He's going to fake out 1 player. And Razier's is also panicking on the goal line too. What is going on from this blue side offense? We're not sure, but Vitality are happy to have control. But wait, as soon as I say that, all of this midfield space given up to Atomic, who doesn't do too much with it.
Magnifico, 2 shots through 3 minutes of play, and it's just going to come down to when you get your moment, you have to score it. Could it be here? Tops, no. Exotic will turn it away, but Atomic's got an opportunity. He's got to beat all 3 members, though, and Exotic on no boost will get a great challenge out.
Will the dreams of Magnifico get crushed in this game? Boston on the line. They've got to take a win, find something, get anything moving downfield, connecting the passes, not too much chemistry on the field. Zen from the backboard. It's going to float in front of the net, and Stizzy has so much time to calculate where he's going to shoot. It doesn't even look like he's got that much contention in the air games.
It's just tough when there's so much space and so much boost for Zen. He's eventually just going to beat your members on defense. He does so, and then a quality shot by Stizzy. Vitality up 2, want to end it here.
This looks like it's about to get wrapped up. And it wasn't a quick series from Vitality, but absolutely dominant for the most part. Some good signs, some good looks. There is time. We know that Magnifico have a lot to offer, but when can they start connecting it? Atomic, it's another play by himself. Tox was waiting for a pass, but didn't come out. Razier's all they can hope for right now from Magnifico is just winning 50-50.
The challenge game by Vitality in the air is so good as well. Atomic,
that's gotta be it.
The quick double! Magnifico! They make something out of nothing yet again, and they are still alive. Atomic with the counter attack, redirect, double tap, bottom left. Beautiful goal. Magnifico, not done.
The monster was sleeping for a little bit during this series, but now he has awoken. Maybe that's the spark of life Magnifico need. The hype, the energy, it's got to be there, and Vitality starting to shake. Atomic could get another one. Just one individual can make such a big impact, and that goal we might remember for the rest of the series if it changes the tides. Let's see, 37 seconds to go. Exotic has to get a touch. He finds it to the midfield. Not the best 50-50, but it's going to go right back to Stizzy, who's got so much boost and so much time wasted because he can get over one, maybe even 2 players and get a 50.
Magnifico trying to get physical when they have the ball on the other side. They're trying to open up scoring. See Razier's throw it out. Tox will get the redirected. Now they're going to send everyone and go for demos at the same time. Atomic has to win this challenge against Stizzy. Keeps it alive. Tox has an opportunity here. Throws it off the ceiling to himself, but Zen reads it cleanly. Tox, one last opportunity. The pass midfield. Nothing available, and Vitality pull off the win. Late heroics by Magnifico fall just a bit short, and their split is over.
The split comes to an end for Magnifico, and Vitality, they are still on a rampage, and they want revenge against KC. Can they finally take down the blue wall? That's going to be the new question, alongside the tiebreakers still potentially there for GK and Man City, but Magnifico will not be involved in that. Their split has come to an end, and I'd say it was definitely a thrilling matchup, but just not as much consistency to make Vitality shake on defense games.
Yeah, I felt like we were like maybe a little bit down on Magnifico, but it was because of what we saw out of them. Like the offense there just wasn't enough, and you know that like if you keep putting your chips on the table for bad odds, it's going to cost you at some point, right? And that's what happened with Magnifico there. But Vitality, cool, calm, and collected. It was a little tougher than they were hoping for, but they get the job done. They take over the #2 European seed as well going forward, and they will play KCorp in the semifinals coming up in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Looks like you're backing up a bit here. Okay, Luann? Is there a Luann in the house?
Remember, you don't work here. Young homeowners love to get involved with everything.
Luann going once.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Sorry.
Luann!
T-Bates here, and today I have a special unboxing from Blacklight. It's gonna be something you've never seen before. ASMR. Let's get into it. Oh my gosh! Sorry, oh my gosh. It's cool. These are the instructions. It's a piece of art. Smooth as silk. And now, for the finishing touches. The Athena Pro. Blacklight. Rlcs. Available for pre-order right now.
Like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing danger, closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overwhelmed, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 That's when we need each other.
Gibbs' dream has faltered for the three-team tie, but a happiness for Man City as Vitality tears down Magnifico's Boston hopes. Welcome back to the European Open number 3 at the Rocket League Championship Series as we now come to the final wire for that final spot. For Boston, I'm Leaf, this is Gibbs, and Turtle. Yeah, Gibbs, your hopes for 3 teams is gone, but it still stands for tiebreak.
Like, if we get a tiebreak, I'm going to be happy either way. But, you know, Man City just wants to get the job done now. They don't want a tiebreak at all, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, this is only good stuff for Man City. But, I mean, Magnifico, they're going to have to be out of the competition now, which is sad to see, but it had to happen.
Yeah, I think, again, at this point, Team Vitality was, of course, expected. Then again, so was Ninjas in Pajamas. You guys saw through that ruse, but this one overall, Vitality just feels, Turtle, like the stronger team that should be in a semifinal.
I mean, it's kind of a weird series because the first game, I thought I was getting a lot of good creativity and just willingness from Magnifico to send more people forward and be a bit riskier. And then throughout the rest of the series, I just felt like I didn't get that same level of level of play from them and Vitality. While there were moments of desperation where they, like we talked about, overextended slightly here and there and fell into the awkward positioning of Magnifico, at the end of the day, they were able to tighten things up on defense and just carry out the win.
Yeah, it was very interesting because I feel like Vitality, they had so many opportunities to go for those aerial dribble plays. And sure, they didn't work all the time, but they converted on like 10% of them. The problem is they got like 20 of them, right? So it's like, that's the problem for Magnifico going forward, like into the next split, is those midfield battles, not allowing that to continually happen to your defense, because their defense is absolutely fantastic. Most defenses, like if they were giving up that much midfield pressure, will give up a lot more goals, but the problem is they just couldn't turn any offense out of it. They did have some moments though where like Atomic was scoring things out of nowhere, which was fantastic, but a little bit too late. Vitality takes the win, and yes, Magnifico will be sitting at home for Boston, but they're definitely a threat for Split 2.
Oh, sure. And again, the thing you're looking forward to as this squad is that you have been this close already. You can do it again. Look to the next bit. You still got points on the board. The season's not over yet. Keep those hopes up. But yeah, they're gonna have to sit out for the rest of this tournament and for Boston as that final spot. They cannot get enough points to get in there, Gibbs.
Yes, but that also guaranteed Vitality. They were sitting in the 4th place spot. Like if they would have lost that, they were guaranteed EU4 or EU5 seed. Now they've moved up to the 2 seed. There's still more to play. Mates are obviously in the tournament as well, so we'll see where they go. But right now, Man City and GK tied for the 5th spot. If Man City wins this, it's very easy now. Man City, you win, you go to Boston. If you lose, you play a tiebreaker right after the grand finals versus GK.
Yeah, for Man City, this next matchup is a massive one. Gentlemen stand on the other side of the arena from them. Man City, everything in their hands. You know, GK looking on, Turtle jealously that Man City gets to control their fate. It's not going to be an easy matchup here, but from what we've seen from them, a possible play against the Gentlemates you see in front of you.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy matchup because these three right on your screen, the boys in pink, I mean, they know how to get work done, especially when they need to. I keep referring back to that Magnifico Gentlemates matchup. I thought that showed the mentality and the strength from these guys, even with awkward moments in that series. They still came out on top, and they're going to do that, but they're up against it. Man City has momentum. They've got this wave behind them with that defeat, or excuse me, with that takedown where Ninjas and Pajamas were defeated. That is going to be a huge source of confidence where they're already riding that high into this series, Gibbs.
Yeah, but I feel like Edgey's had a fantastic day so far. I feel like he's that catalyst right now on Man City, which normally he's not that guy. It's normally Tempo or Acro who's really going to push this team forward. But when you want to make the major or be the top of Europe, you're going to need all three members to have a day like today. So Edgey really showing up, which is great. Mates yesterday, questionable at times on the defensive side. They were clinical on offense, but their defense, when they had to fall back to it, was faltering a ton. So they barely made it through in that upper bracket, but now going up against Man City, they got to clean that up.
Good vibes from both squads on screen. Progressive fan vote is up. Is Man City going to be able to keep control of this narrative and take down the Gentlemates, or will we have a tie break later? That's what you guys are essentially voting for, chat. Let's count them up while we get the desk predictions. Turtle, I'm going to start down on the other end with you. What are we feeling right now? Do we feel the story is there for Man City?
Dude, I've been repping this blue squad the entire time. All right, literally since I came in here yesterday, I was saying Man City, I think they're gonna take it all. I've been noticing over time synergy, teamwork, all forming into this giant snowball, and it's gotten even stronger with that win against NIP. I'm even more convinced because it was a 4-1. Edgey was looking good. Tempo yesterday was having a stellar game, and now the missing piece is all going to fall through with Acro. Give me Man City. I think they take this.
I have a feeling I know where Gibbs is going, but I see a look on his face, which means he has something to say.
I was just gonna make a dumb dad joke. It's like we gotta color coordinate better because Turtle's coming out. He's repping Man City and KCorp with his blue microphone.
That's right.
Like I need to coordinate better. That's all. But I think I have to go Mates here. Mates, their offense looked fantastic. I think their defense was a little bit awkward yesterday, but that's easily fixable over a 24-hour period of time. So I'm going Mates.
He's going Mates because he wants the tiebreaker. You know what? I don't want Gibbs to be happy. I'm going Man City. They're taking it in control right now. Just despite Gibbs, they're going to the grand finals. Yeah, Manchester City, they're taking this. There's no tiebreak going to happen here. Nice prediction there from chat for Gentlemates. Let's see if that happens, though. Right now, Man City, everything's in their hands. Will we have a tiebreak after the grand finals? We'll only know after potentially 7 games. Man City, Gentlemates, let's get right into it.
The Battle of the Boot Camp is going to be kicking off here in Game 1, brought to you by Progressive. I am joined by the wonderful, illustrious, incredibly Scottish Johnny Boy, and we have got a potential tiebreaker or major spot on the line.
It's just unbelievable. Manchester City have actually gone and done it. They've confirmed a tiebreaker at worst. We thought this whole story would be, can they clinch a tiebreaker? No. They're trying to clinch major, and Edgey starting off with flick to the crossbar. Nass didn't have to worry about that one too much. But Gentlemates, they went 7 yesterday with Magnifico. It looks like Man City should be able to make this into a serious series.
I mean, I feel like you can also look towards their result versus NIP earlier. A 4-1. They didn't scrape through. They were consistently the better team. One game being taken away from them, but NIP, at times, yes, they beat themselves, but Man City, as I was saying earlier, they still needed to take the advantage and take the time to shoot and actually take the game to NIP to win it. They did so. That one opposite, top corner from Oski. Gorgeous play, and the field is doused in pink.
That's a perfect shot. Edgey was trying to slow the play down in the back corner. He just got the little tiny bump on him. That kept him away from the ball, gave Oski the free shot, and he perfectly shoots at top bins. Now, Gentlemates obviously have the offensive firepower to give Man City problems. I think the main difference for me between Gentlemates and NIP is I don't think Gentlemates are going to give Man City easy goals in overtimes to let them back into the series. I think Gentlemates' defense should be more reliable than NIP's was.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be as well when you see any of the attacks that we have had. Man City through forward, including this one from Afro. Complete beauty. He has painted a symphony in front of our eyes. Beats Nass, down for the reset double. Archie has to just sit and watch.
That's unbelievable. What a response by Acro. You know, Tempo's been stealing the show a lot of the season with his flashy mechanics, but we forget sometimes just how creative and how impressive Acro is in the air as well. He's been the carry on previous teams, previous seasons. Now he's, you know, part of the Man City machine that they're trying to prepare and oil to get ready to go even further in the competition than they've been before.
I mean, it's been just wonderful to watch all of these players really find their footing here together. They've kind of been around the Rocket League scene in Rlcs on the bubble for a little while, but seeing them properly come together like this. Archie, he fooled me then with his blue car. I thought, brilliant play. That is a pass down straight midfield towards another blue player. So Archie do get fined in my own rule book. But yeah, I've loved seeing Man City really come together here, and like the team that they've made from the kickoff land. It has been a real delight to watch them grow.
Yeah, Gentlemates, they're a bit greedy with all the colors, aren't they? We've got the blue decal here, they've got the pink, everything, and then their fans, they're the green suits. What colors is there any color that's not associated with the Gentlemates? They're just taking the whole rainbow.
They also had their black jerseys at one point last season. Like, they're everywhere.
Oh, big chance here. Edgey down the line to Tempo. Redirect misses. That was a huge opportunity. It still somehow is. Oh, Nass for the crossbar pitch. Where's that come from? Gentlemates nearly got in an awkward position.
Yeah, I mean, Oski jumps for it, but he has 0 boost, so it falls very scarily. Nass has to jump into position to get it away. Clever of him to use that crossbar nicely, but you can kind of see the 1% chance where it goes wrong, where he absolutely pinches it 100 miles an hour into his own net. 2 minutes 20. That's a loose touch from Edgey, so Tempo has to bail him out briefly. Burns all of his boosts to do so. So, Gentlemates, I thought they'd have the advantage, but looking at their boosts, they can't really capitalize.
Oh, what a shot. Oski's just firing today. He's hit top shelf twice, and that's 2-1 Gentlemates.
Brilliant pass central. I thought they couldn't do much with it. Oski ends on 0 boost from that, the perfect amount to jump and bang. And Oski, as you said, that top left corner looking like home for him today.
Yeah, great pass as well. This is what Gentlemates can do. We know how dangerous of a team they could be. We saw in the off-season. We've seen it at moments in this season as well, that they can be that number 2 team in Europe. Maybe one day they'll challenge KC, but that's not the question we're asking anyone in Europe to do at the moment. We're just asking everybody else to fight for number 2. Gentlemates could be that team. It's not always about the slow, methodical attack for them. Sometimes they just rip it, and Oski's done so twice already.
When you're talking about that fight for number 2, when you look at the points for Europe, KCorp is sitting pretty on 40. You know, obviously doing very well, winning the first 2 events. Then Vitality, NIP, and Gentlemates are all split by 2 points. It's 22 to Gentlemates, 23 for NIP, and 24 for Vitality. They are so close before then we tally on the rest of what we're going to be seeing for the rest of today. Incredibly close there for that second spot. And Acro gets bumped away from it. Who's next? It will be Archie.
Good touch.
A long touchdown with Oski. A load of boost where Edgey lands.
And look at this finish from Oski. This is something you guys could try at home. If you're chasing after the ball and you don't want to have that awkward touch where you kind of front flip into it and it doesn't go anywhere, just drop. Oski just jump in there, lifting the front end of the car into the ball, accelerates it plenty to get away from the defender. Very easy way to make a potentially difficult finish. Well, not for a player like Oski, but for us mortals, could be awkward. Oh,
that is gorgeous again. That, I believe, is that the 4th? That's the 4th goal for Oski. Completely solo on this one. Edgey gives him the backboard, and Oski will take the Mickey.
Isn't the top, I know on LAN the most goals scored is 6 by Diaz just recently, but yeah, we're getting into seriously high territory here. Oski, can he go for another one? Give him the ball. Go on, somebody pass to Oski.
Feed him.
50 it back. Where is he? Here he comes.
There he
Oski.
is. Feed large Oscar. He gets the Zutch, but Tempo's going to stand in his way.
No fun. We're not getting a 5th goal, or are we?
Oski.
Nass. No, he didn't pass it. He scores. That's not
Come on,
Oski.
man. Read the room. I know it's very pink. It's hard to read in there, but you got to read it. It's a nice one from the backboard. That's the 5th. And this is, I think, probably what NIP were anticipating their game would look like. But the former NIP boys, now on Gentlemates, are doing what I think a lot of teams are hoping that they can do when you get towards the semi-final.
Yeah, well, what would you read from the Gentlemates bootcamp room? I think it's a pretty calming pink. It's not the most in-your-face pink.
Yeah.
It's a nice pink. Soft.
It's lovely.
It's like
it's like candy floss.
Yeah, you could probably... It might be the only boot camp in the history of gaming where the girlfriends want to go and visit.
That's true. They've got the air fresheners at the ready. I'm sure that they would.
What are you trying to say?
It's the gamer stereotype. I'm not calling them stinky. They're not stinky boys. I like them all a lot.
They might be.
Hang out with Archie.
If Man City make them sweat too much, they might. But right now, they should be fine.
Gentlemates, a very, very decisive 5-1 win, 4 in favour of large Oscar. And Man City, they're going to need to, I think, screw their heads on a little bit more, because Gentlemates seem to be a different beast.
Well, they probably came into this thinking, right, get ready for the air dribbles. We're up against Gentlemates. We're up against these guys who love to just grind to air dribble. Everybody loves to grind to air dribble these days, so get ready for that. Let's get ready for our pre-jumps. No, none of that. It's actually just in your net. Just bang, top wins. No nonsense. Oski liked that one. Not a bad shot, indeed. And that continued to be the name of the game. It was goal of the game for Acro, but only one of the 5 that were scored. One of the 6 that were scored, sorry. I forgot about Nass's goal.
I think it's going to be interesting, I think, to see what Man City can do in that gap. I think that they've got a lot of work to do, maybe getting a little bit ahead of themselves, diving in a bit more. But they didn't have that many convincing chances, I don't think. We see that there's 5 shots registered on target, or rather registered as shots. I don't really remember any of them. There was one, obviously, that went in, but they weren't particularly convincing. There was one that then Nass pinched off the crossbar. Apart from that, they must have just been towards the net, floated away, easy peasy. You need to be slamming them home if you've got a chance to break down Gentlemates.
Yeah, I think that's maybe going to be a problem for Man City against the top teams in Europe, is that if they do go behind 2 or 3 goals, pretty difficult to think about ways to come back, and everybody's going to struggle against. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. We've just had double kickoff straight in the net. That's unusual these days. Oh, Oski faked it. Yeah, you can't fake that. Oski,
You cannot.
Even if the plan is to fake it, you have to cancel that plan as soon as you see 2 players going, because it's in your net.
And then also,
wait a minute,
that's going to be 2 in their net. 2 in 4 seconds.
What?
Kick-off merchants. Man City, my goodness.
That's just a standard kickoff. Again, it's Gentlemates trying to be a little bit sneaky with their strategy. They're trying to do one of these new technical approaches. That was, just a glancing blow on it, but too solid for Man City. They've just double kickoff goal, standard kickoff, goal again, and now they've let their foot off the gas. They haven't scored a kickoff goal.
Here we go. Let's see if Gentlemate's going to be able to work their way back in after essentially giving the handicap of 2 towards Man City. Archie with a pinch towards that right-hand side. Edgey's got a lot of boost, so he can get to this first. What can he do with it, though? When he punches it towards Nass, does get a nice dunk, but now on his own with no boost in the back half. See what Acro can do from those positions, and Edgey trying to have shades of it. Oski, the double tap goes wide. The second chance nearly dunks on Edgey on the goal line.
Gentlemates have got a lot of time to work with here. This is, is it in the net again? No, Nass is going to make it. This is, probably the best way that you can go 2-0 down. Just do kickoff goals, because it's easy to cope with kickoff goals. You say, well, it's just kickoff goals. They're just getting lucky. Oh, they're not getting lucky here though. 2 posts to the rescue for the mates.
God, the luck has quickly transferred hands there. Gentlemates get double woodworked. So now they need to try and work their way out of the defense. Archie's got nothing. Will fake jump to force both Edgey and Tempo. Both with 100. Terrified of 0 boost Archie. And pinch central. Shut down by Tempo. Archie reads it wonderfully in the midfield now. Edgey takes it away from Tempo. Bounces into the corner. Tempo's now up. A long shot in 90 seconds. Gentlemates, they really are turning their way back into this one. But after losing 2 goals immediately, it'd be hard not to. Oski wide of target, just high. But who is there to sink it?
And they do get the goal from the extended midfield plays. So if they can avoid kickoffs going in their net, they still do look like by far the better team. And all the GK fans watching this will be thinking, please lock in, pay attention, gentlemen. This is the moment you need to pay attention, you need to focus, and they have focus. They've avoided the kickoff goal, so they should be fine.
And currently in the football, it is Man City 2, Tottenham Hotspurs 2. So if Gentlemates can do their best Spurs impression, we'll see them level this one up. But Man City want to make sure they can do a little bit better than their team right now. First 2 minutes have been very much in their favour. Oski to catch midfield. Edgey at the back. Archie with a catch. You see Nass is waiting and lurking. He wants to get involved, but intelligently he's holding back for now. Archie shoots just a smidge wider goal.
Yeah, Man City are just 1 step behind every touch at the moment. Gentlemates are dusting them to every ball. They're keeping them guessing. These passing plays. They're not overdoing the passing plays though. They are threatening other options. Shots on occasion. They're slowing it down, 50ing when they need to. That's just it. You have to be just a little bit quicker to the ball.
Pop from Archie is actually faked out. Tempo does bite, and so Nass can come in next, but only 12 boosts. He has to get the reset to the backboard. Acro's then a little bit awkward. Oski sends it high. Archie's on target, forces Tempo to jump, and we now see Man City very low boost until Acro picks up that 100. Oski now has got the option of Nass in the midfield. Great pre-jump from Acro.
Oh, it's gone to Archie though, and Nass is messing with Edgey on the backboard. He does well to hold his ground. He's just trying to get goal side here. Does so well. He's it back to Tempo. Tempo reset in defense. Doesn't get behind the ball though, so again they struggle to get the clear immediately. Wait a minute, Archie, where are you going?
Hello.
That's not your goal. It's off the bar. Archie with an accidental side flip almost caused a 3rd goal for Man City.
I mean, it was far too casual. Then both tracking back, neither of them jumping until it goes onto the crossbar. Then they react. Maybe I would have sent it into my own net if that was me. Archie tries to dive on Edgey, isn't able to get anything from it, so Tempo has to jump in again. And we're seeing the ambition is there for Man City to send it long and have another player kind of go onto it. But they're using a lot of boost to do so. So the final attempt in the last half isn't successful until the fake from Acro. They slow it down. It's the opposite of every play they've done so far.
I thought surely somebody's gonna hit this one. They've both gone for the read, and it's just tapped in by Tempo. 3-1.
Okay.
This game's absolutely ridiculous. You'd think at some point here, gentlemen, to start to get a hang of this. They start to realize, no, Man City are going to try to trick us.
No, I mean, all it took was just a couple of kickoff goals and then into one of the slowest goals you'll see. 1 minute now. There's 2 in the lead. At the back just has to be forced to send it long, but in this final minute, they need to retain more ball control.
You know, I said I think that Gentlemates are going to be more resilient to giving away easy goals in overtimes. I'm glad I said in overtimes because they did give away some easier goals in this game. They tried to give away a 4th one, honestly. They've been leaking goals in defense despite their impressive offense. And it is somewhat reminiscent to the Magnifico series that they played yesterday, which is a scary sight for, like we keep mentioning, we're talking about them a lot because they are all going to be glued to their screens. GK fans watching this and GK players, I'm sure, will be thinking, Gentlemates, you absolute melons, will you lock in?
Please,
what are you doing? Not like this.
Yeah, please just get them gone. In game number 2, Man City are going to be hanging around and they level up the series 1-0. Gentlemates, they let 2 silly goals go through. The plan was not changed from the kickoff. And Man City, they wrestle 1 back.
Yeah, very big deal though for Man City. They need to get in the series early to keep their heads up, and that's what they did earlier on in the day against NIP. They've done it again here. And when they stabilize, they do have extra gears they can go to. They seem like they take a while to warm up to these top teams in Europe. NIP came out and dominated them in game 1. Gentlemates did the same thing. But then Man City have responded with game 2 wins. And if this goes the same way as the NIP series did, then it's going to be only Man City from here. Yeah, we had the double kickoff in the net. That was a misplay by Oski. You should have seen that one coming. And then standard kickoff for Archie's actually forcing it right. But not really forcing it per se. He kind of deflecting the ball right, but that's what you do when you've got a player back right, which he did. He had a player back left, so I don't know what was going on with that one either.
And it was well followed up from by, I think it was Edgey on that, who was able to see it just pop high. Acro with the assist on the kickoff. He follows up a lot nicer. Great play from Manchester City. I think we feel a lot more confident now going into game number 3, thinking, all right, we've tempered the expectations. We had quite a few goals go against us from not even Gentlemates, from Oski. So if they're going to be able to shut the whole team down in that manner, then you'll be a lot more happy. Game at number 3. Where Man City need to continue with that kind of form. Continue with, maybe don't just go for the kickoff goals. Maybe go for something a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, this time they did play a bit more conservatively with 2 players back, and the late kickoff does get us into midfield play, which for the most part was good for Gentlemates in the last game. Let's see if it continues to be favored for the mates once we get into mainly like 15 or 20 seconds after a kickoff. That's when the kickoff is long gone and you're just playing rocket.
Now we're very much into wherever it goes in, it's not going to be the kickoff taker's fault. I love that when you can relieve yourself of the responsibility. Not my fault anymore. Tempo, reset, can't get it around Archie, who just waits. See what he can do with it. And Gentlemates playing a very patient game, for better or for worse. Edgey fakes that one out and Archie has to get a touch. Acro and Tempo, they weren't quite reading from the same hymn book.
They didn't want to get up for that one. Tempo now with a dive across the net, makes 1 save, stops Nass with a follow as well. Tempo still has control. It's good work in defense. He needs a bit of help now though. Tempo continues forward. Demo's the last man for Gentlemates, and that's killed the attack dead. Acro now 50 mid. Oski's there though, interception. Edgey does force it to the backboard where they resume control for now.
But I mean, I feel like it's the for now that does a lot of heavy lifting in that statement, because now we're seeing Man City with a reset to the backboard. But again, no one's following up. We've seen some really good assist chances going through from Man City, but the second and the third men are both playing a little bit scared. I'd love to see a bit more of a commitment through.
Oh, that should be 1. Archie doesn't even need to touch it. Oski's poked it in by bouncing it off the ceiling directly. It's a great touch. He knew Tempo is up, so he doesn't shoot it on the net direct. Bounces it in off the ceiling.
Yeah, it's nicely played from Oski. Just he knows that the third man has dived in. Get any touch, even if it doesn't go in. He wasn't aiming for that to go in. He was aiming just to beat. And then one of his teammates would be able to tap it home, or maybe he could. Wonderful play from him, though. Good heads-up play. Lovely pass across. Oh! The keeper got a hand to it, but Archie snaps his wrist in the process.
Yeah, it was that bump from Nass in the back corner. It got Man City in an awful position. Oski fired that pass mid. makes it unsavable. When the pass is coming in that quickly, the goalie's got no chance because the shot could go anywhere at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
It was actually caught by the first defender. And then the keeper also got a touch. It took 2 deflections and ended up in the net. Tempo now aiming for the bump. He just might secure it. Throws Nass off track. He beats out Oski, but Nass then intelligently waiting on that backboard. Tempo high. Attempts to go solo. Archie knows that. Can challenge. They're getting forced low. After it takes a bit of nothing touch to the corner and gives Gentlemates a way out.
Can Tempo cook something up here off the wall? Nass in the challenge of late. The bump lands. Acro top shelf denied by Oski. It's a good catch by Nass in the back corner as well. Immediate reflexes by him. Man City are getting the occasional opportunity, but they can't go too loose just yet. The 2-goal difference feels doable. Coming back from 3 down, not so easy.
I think it really does rely on those passes. And the third man to be there, the second man in that situation. A lovely play. Earlier on, maybe Tempo's not there for it, but now he feels the fire burning underneath him. It is a stunning pass from Acro. Pixel perfect. Again, keeper gets a touch, but the power is just too much.
Yeah, it's Oski giving away possession there that led to that pass. His clear didn't really clear the danger at all. It just delayed it by a couple of split seconds. Oh, Oski in and out bump attempt doesn't quite land. Here comes Edgey with the air dribble. He's in front of the ball. He's looking for the bump. He's been bumped back into the ball, which I guess turns it into a back pass. That's going to be fine for Gentlemates. Or will it? As Nass is in a bit of an awkward spot here. Does well. Still, clear comes through from Oski.
Yeah, the jump was forced, but I think Oski was going for that regardless. Oski again up nice and high. But low boost. He has to get that corner to continue this defense. He can then dive across yet again. But the third time of asking, Oski will not be enough, and Tempo takes advantage.
That's interesting. Nass actually had a look to see where Tempo was. He wanted to make sure that he wasn't advancing too far forward, but he missed him. He didn't realize Tempo was way over on that side of the pitch. So when he had a look mid, he didn't realize anyone was up for that. Tempo coming in from Nass's blind spot.
Wonderful play in the end. I think you'd like to see those passing plays finally come to fruition. Their setups have been brilliant so far. See Edgey trying to go for something solo. Archie's going to quite easily take control of this one. This is there. He's the target man. Acro with 1 miss, but it falls to Tempo, so no big drama. And boost, and Archie gives him 33 at the back. With 1 pass central. And we're seeing that switch of momentum go towards Man City now. Gentlemates need to try and wrestle it back.
And this is the moment where Man City can really take control of the series. Already a game on the board. Now 2 goals in a row. Archie corner double mid to Oski. Acro's done well to get goal side of that and force it into the back corner. Archie wants to keep the attack alive, but looks like they might be running out of steam here. There is the outlet pass. Counter-attack can commence here, but Tempo was really far forward. Couldn't get behind it.
Archie up then, nicely in the midfield. Falls to Edgey. It's a slow pass to Acro with no one challenging him, but he has no boost. Bang it straight back into the corner. A boost miss. That now means it's going to be a 2v1. Archie probably bumps this. Yes, Nass then shoots it. It was written in the stars.
That's great play, Nass. Calling that he's got the double. Archie takes a defender out. Tempo was just really hoping that the crossbar would save him there. He had no opportunity to really make a save attempt. Yeah, that boost miss from Edgey. I don't think it mattered at the end of the day. Would he have made it back? Not sure he would have, but yeah, missing the boost steal definitely doesn't help out.
Yeah, and then he turns back for it, but in the end, you see a couple more aggressive plays. Physicality becoming a factor now. Acro beats one, taps another. They think he's going for the ball again. Nass, in fact, gets sent away from this. Lovely follow-up by Tempo, and I'm liking seeing Man City shadow each other that little bit more.
Brilliant play, Acro taking 2 out of the game. Now there's a double kickoff again. Oh, they've tried to pull shot it in. Edgey getting bumped into the ball by Tempo. That was intentional. Now he's got a free touch and defense, but he's got to be careful here. Oski dunks it towards the middle. Acro cuts it off the play though. Archie's a bit awkward in the midfield waiting for it, and that does give possession away. Overtime should be coming here, unless will we get any 0-second drama? Both teams are kind of into it.
Yeah, both fancy it. Oski wanted to remove Tempo from the equation. Nass touches it down, and Man City get an overtime in their bid for the major.
Next goal is so important. Man City and their noses in front. Not for the first time today. This against one of the top teams in Europe. That was a bit awkward, but Edgey's done well. He's controlled that chaotic situation. Everybody's in the back corner though. Nobody's able to get a good clear here. Tempo now does move over to the back post.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they just took their time to build up boost there. They didn't immediately bang it away and then get boost. They kept ball control. It was very, very well played defense there from City. Beat up completely solo. Archie then comes in to dive. Get another challenge. Nass is quite awkward there. I think got bumped by Oski on the way down.
He did well to get back to it. Almost mind game as a result. Now Oski with one reset. Oski with two resets. It's saved by Edgey that time. Tempo is also diving into the net. You almost have to send two when Oski's in the air when he's getting chain resets.
Yeah, I mean, Oski's looked absolutely on fire this game, or this series rather. Archie wants to go for another bump to give Nass a goal. Slowed down by Tempo on defense. Again, I love how they're getting out of defense, but they need to get out of defense.
Well, they are. Here comes Acro. Flip past one, but Nass is going to recover. And Gentlemates, they are letting them out as they try to get the goal right now. That seems to be Gentlemates' idea. They want to get the goal immediately, every time. I think if they just tried to maybe sustain pressure longer, the goal would come more naturally.
Yeah, I think we're seeing like decent boost starving, but then Man City are recovering quite quickly. Even when they're low, they're still passing to each other. They've got a great head on their shoulders now, a 2v1. Nass with the reset takes it low, but that gives so much time for Edgey now to get back and cover his low boost teammate. Gentlemates did not strike while the iron was hot. And Man City, they win this. They're going to be 2 games away from heading to Boston.
Oh, that's a good center ball. It's off the bar. Tempo had it covered. And that was really awkward for Edgey, who's now in front of the ball, running riot in the Gentlemates end. Both teams are stretching pretty thin in the hunt for the goals right now. Edgey slows it down. I mean, these teams are willing to do that on occasion, but it's usually a backup plan. They're not starting off with these plays. As again, Gentlemates knock at the door. Archie trying to center it. Edgey denies him. Now it comes in from Oski, but Acro denies him. Archie with the pitch center. I mean, we're just watching the same idea on repeat here, but eventually the attack does run out of steam.
I do like, though, what Archie did there. He left the ball to Tempo in the corner and then went for the boost. It then extended the amount of play that Gentlemates had in the blue half. The issue is they didn't really commit much more to it. They kind of committed the resources, stole it away from Man City, but then didn't go for any more themselves. Now, Man City are out. They have boost. Even if momentarily, there are times and chances for Man City. A reset from Nass beats one. The bump attempt on Tempo is not successful. Now Edgey is his chance. 3 minutes into OT. A pass central and Archie does bump Oski. Tempo's up with boost, time, space. And Nass is being the next man to it.
Oh, great play by Nass. He can't get a reset, but he almost scores end to end with the standard air dribble. Gentlemates are doing a better job right now, challenging for each other. It's very difficult for Man City to find those openings like they did before. That's a heavy commit though. Nass is able to cut it off. Opportunity squandered for Man City. For a brief moment, that could have been a 3v1.
Yeah, that was a really brave commit from Edgey. I heard him jump and I saw 2 players from Gentlemates already up the ball, and yet Edgey still won it. It ended up being brilliant play, but scary. Oski, single demo, wants to double. Archie gets the ball, it's left by Nass onto the backboard. Who's up for it next? Oski will be the guy. Backboard, he's doubled it from here before, and Acro knows that. He can get the clear away.
And no boost there for Acro, but Tempo booms it. Oski with the mid-air catch, dunks the follow-up as well, but every time the ball goes past 1 or 2 Man City players, there's always that third. Will there be a third again? Oh, not this time! The third got a touch, but it's not a good one.
Stunning play from Archie. It ends up being solo after all the team attempts. Edgey, he cuts in, tries to take the pressure off Tempo, and in the end gets dunked, pinged straight over the head of 2 defenders. And Gentlemates, they stamp another game in their name.
I have to think that Edgey, he must have thought that Archie lost control there with the reset. It kind of bounced him off the ball a bit, but if he knew Archie was going to be right behind that ball when he hits it, he would not just hit it away from himself like that. He tried to stay with it and really safely 50 it to the corner. So Archie's he's surprised Edgey there. He's done well. with a... It's a kind of a weird position to go for a flip reset dunk, but it works out really well. Man City, they have momentum. They've lost it now.
Yeah.
They've got to get it back again.
Yeah, I think that's what this game sort of needed. They needed a bit of a different play. It felt very formulaic. Go to the corners, get the boost, go for this, go for that, blah, blah, blah. And then Oski go for a double, have it safe off the backboard. Archie changed the formula, did a brilliant job too as well. Worst case, that then goes backboard, and then he manages to then pop out because you've then brought 2 defenders in. Lovely play, as we now see at the endpoint HQ. Man City don't take their time out. They just wait and they lurk and they see what happens.
Yeah, they'll feel like they're still in a very good position here. That was another long overtime where they had opportunities. Seems like they've come up to Gentlemate's game 1 level. Gentlemates were a different level in game 1, but since then it's been a very close match. But Man City will need to just be careful in those key moments in defense. You have to, if you are challenging the ball, you have to challenge the ball. I think it was a tempo in that initial challenge for the last goal of the game, who got faked out, and that's not something you can afford to do when you've got a goalkeeper behind you.
See what game 4 brings, Gentlemates. Wanting to just crush the hopes and dreams of Man City to get to the major right now in this particular series. They will be playing a tiebreaker at worst versus GK. If they get to that final, that is going to be them going through to Boston. Gentlemates, they're here purely playing for seeding, which is still great for them, still playing for that money. It might just feel a little bit less important than what Man City are feeling right now.
Yeah, I think they'll definitely feel the importance of winning this match, a match they'll feel like they should win. But there's less pressure, that's for sure. They've already qualified, which is nice. Yeah, they'll not accept a loss here at all. The Gentlemates guys are really competitive players. The org, very popular org, of course. There's so many fans with expectations of nothing but an event win, never mind a match win here. So I guess different kinds of pressure.
Good fake there from Archie. Does get caught out. Ball slows for a second. We can take a brief pause, take a little breath. Tempo up high. None of his teammates want to follow it, so Nass does, but that does burn resources from Gentlemates, even if briefly. Ski left wall, no double for him. From the backboard to clear it away, handily towards Nass. What solo prowess can he bring? For one, the second touch only gets as far as tempo, and we're seeing this game stagnate somewhat in the midfield. Who is going to be set to light it on fire?
Blackrow just a little bit more on that. Might have lobbed Nass, as is. Gentlemates are sitting deep enough to collect every attempted hard clear that Man City have thrown over their heads. Will Edge be able to outplay anyone here? Just trying to cut the ball infield, but need some help from tempo to advance, which they do. Oh, missed there in defense by Archie. Not something you say very often. That nearly led to a Man City chance. It's leading to more Man City pressure. Air dribble bump again. Follow-up shots denied.
Wow.
Good save that time by Gentlemates.
Yeah, wonderful from Archie. He has to go back behind him as well. One of the hardest saves you would have in Rocket League is when your opposition shoots back high behind you. Archie manages to block it. He must have jumped early for it. Great vision. Halfway through the game, though.
Oh, well played.
Taps it central and then bullies the defender, opening the door for large Oscar.
Yeah, too strong. What a 50 by Nass. It just sits on Tempo's head as the ball goes middle over him. Exactly half the game gone. Man City in a lot of trouble. They're trying to qualify directly, which I'm sure they are. Have to pick things up again.
Can be hard, I think, coming back from these positions, but we've seen them do it. We've seen them bring back 2 goals already in that previous game. They then just couldn't take the overtime, which sucks for them. Ski left wall, no boost, so he can just chain dash to get that speed. Tempo can bully him, but Oski is like a dog, just seeing that ball in front of him. He will continue chasing it, and that's going to be slowing down the turnaround from Man City. It's awkward as Edgey then takes it to the corner. Afra has to retreat and sees what Archie can do.
Yeah, Oski, he does play like a dog sometimes, but a good dog. A very good dog.
A great dog, don't get me wrong.
And what you want from any player who's trying to emulate a dog in Rocket League is you want consistent ball chasing, which is what Oski does. You don't want somebody who chases the ball around randomly and then leaves it for no reason. No, Oski is a very consistent chaser. It's going to need to be better shooting from Man City here. That was off target from Edgey on the wrong side of the goal.
I mean, Nass then takes a demo for Oski. Oski can go the entire way. We say he's like a dog. Give this man a treat because Nass takes that demo for him. He can then full court carry it into a reset, and that pop is revolting.
Where's the lead? Get it ready. We need to go get him out on a walk after this. Brilliant play. I know all of you say all dogs are good dogs. Of course, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't say it. That doesn't mean you shouldn't say it, everybody. Oh, what a save. Grew off the inside of the post. Very creative stuff. But that's not what they want to be doing right now. They're down to a minute to go.
All right, well, this final minute is going to be very important for Man City and GK alike. That's what's going to central. Where is he? Where's Oski? He's going to be holding strong. Way to the back. Shoots it high. I was about to say good boy, and I immediately stopped myself.
What a good play by Oski. Very good play. Perfect timing. Not a minute, not a second too early. Not a split second too early. He's a perfect timing of arrival there. Full speed and smashes the ball into the net. Man City are in a world apart. They've not really had anything to write home about this game except a couple of missed shots. Gentlemates back in control, and it looks like we might be headed towards that tiebreak at the end of the day.
GK, better start warming up your controllers. Get those scrims booked in. You have got a mission ahead of you. Go through a Man City team that potentially are going to be falling to Gentlemates here, but have got a real message for the rest of Europe. Tempo. Opportunity there, isn't able to clear it away, and Nass is going to be continuing. Oski's up again, and nice rotation from Nass. Keeps it simple, keeps it low. Doesn't mean that then there's going to be a big clear from Man City. That one just devastatingly wide, and not enough time. Gentlemates, 3-1 in the series. One more, and we confirm a tiebreaker for Boston.
3 goals for Oski and a save to finish off. What a good game from Gentlemates. Very good job, Oski especially. And timeout Man City.
He did a very good job there avoiding the pitfall. Man City taking another 60 seconds here. Nass nips off, sees where he's going to go. Now, what the Man City say in this break, because Noah has got his team that you have to inspire them for this, but then not kind of, I guess, it's basically not act like this is your last chance, but then also not say, you can take it a bit easy. It's going to be a tough one, I think, for a coach.
Yeah, I mean, they just need to try and keep Oski on a short leash, you know, maybe muzzle him, cage him, something like that. Because he's taking over here. He's running wild. They can't stop him. They can't contain him. So they're going to need to try other methods of containment. But that's easier said than done.
Yeah, I think when Oski's firing on all cylinders as well, it becomes so much harder to really keep him contained. He gets a hat trick in that one, shoots 4 times. He's got a 75% shooting percentage. And game number 1, he had 4 goals?
Yeah.
Like, he's been a monster on offense. And the best thing is, Gentlemates are letting him do that. They know that that's the kind of Oski they're getting. They know that he is, you know, being such an incredible player in that regard today. Let him go. Let him loose. Unclip the leash and see where he goes.
Yeah, when he's firing on all 4 legs, he's hard to stop. He's so mechanical and he's so fast. Like they basically just cannot get him off the ball. Jokes aside, they can't get Oski off the ball. They really can't. When he's on the ball, they can't get him off of it. The best they can really hope for is a 50-50. And like you said, that's something Gentlemates will be trying to bring into fruition as much as possible, because Archie is very happy to sit back and let his teammates go for the ball in front of him. Nass also very happy to just fill the gaps and be a solid player. I think that plays into his strength. So I think it's just a favorable style to let Oski go and be the first man that we know he can be. No, but not just Man City. Every team in the world is going to struggle to stop and inform Oski.
And, you know, you're seeing Gentlemates here. They are all bark and all bite, and it is looking rough for Man City. Can they do it in the next games? 3-1 in favor of the mates. Opportunity for them to go through to that final. to face off against KCorp or Vitality. City, you need to bring something through on Parc de Paris.
They've got to just step up to the fight here because it's going to be a fight. This is not going to be easy. They can't be running away with their tails between their legs. They have to be aggressive in this matchup. They have to fight for the midfield.
Archie's going to try and start things off strong, and he's been great on defense. I've really enjoyed seeing almost how like role-based Gentlemates are in this one. Like I think they can at times. You know, you see Oski be that non-mechanical, quote, non-mechanical poaching role. He has been defensively incredible, I think, throughout a lot of these series, especially, you know, yesterday against Magnifico. He sort of let it go a little bit, but I've still been impressed with him overall throughout this entire tournament. And today, he is looking like that in-form Archie.
Oh, yeah.
Oski up front. It's going to be very hard to shut him down. And there he is. It's another assist. Oski keeps chasing, and Archie is there to tap it home.
This time it's a triple tap assist, just taking the power off that last touch with the underside of the card, dropping it down in front of the net. And once again, nobody can stop Oski. As soon as he gets up into the air, he's dusting everybody. He's taking the ball past all the Man City players. That's a 1v2 assist. Open net for Archie.
We'll be seeing if Oski from his own half can whip it in. He isn't able to, as Edgey's going to be able to clear it away. Another chance. Edgey stays firm on the goal line, can keep it away. Nass attempts to get it central. I think locks in the reset there. And Archie is sent back into the nether realm. Tempo high with no one challenging him. Oski gets involved. Archie's in the next one too. Edgey to shoot opposite post. Stunner of a shot.
I don't know if that was the right idea. The defensive ground pinch from Archie. I mean, if that stayed lower, it would have been brilliant, but it's just gone straight back into the middle. So he's only cleared the danger for about, I don't know, half a second, and then the ball goes right back to where it was. Ground pinch is not usually sent sideways in defense for that reason.
I mean, yeah, Archie going for the ground pinch sideways. He's barking up the wrong tree there. Doesn't quite get the mechanic that he's after. Doesn't get the roll up. Now Oski at the back. Does see Nass waiting on the sidewall so he can then commit. Ends up going central, leaves Archie in the midfield, but good positioning from him because Oski, as soon as he then sees it, going back towards him, he can just get that touch back towards the mid.
Reset by Nass, shut down by Edgey. Here comes Oski. He's not going to get the ball past Tempo for a change. Now the demo actually sets Man City up for a chance on target. Acro going to play for the outplay. They've gone for irritable bump passes in a lot of those positions today, but switching it up, I don't mind it. Oski with a defensive touch. Center ball from Edgey. He only goes as far as the goalie, so that's a giveaway.
Been, I think, a little bit better play here from Man City. They're looking a little bit better put together. The Acro towards that back corner. Still can't quite work it out of that back third. When they really get penned back, it's tough. Acro, chance for a redirect, takes to the corner, gets the second, it's central, the pass is on! I don't think Tempo quite backed him. He didn't have the boost for it necessarily, but if he just stayed mid, I think he could have got the shot.
And now it's going to be on target slowly. Tempo gets goal side of it. Edgey panicking, boostless, just jumping and hoping for the best. And now here comes Oski again, once again dusting his man. His Gentlemates circle around the edge of the box. Oski again to the backboard, doubles it down into Acro with a save. Nass is off target, but they're just stealing all the boost right now. One of them just spawned on that side of the box, so Edgey makes a run to grab it.
I mean, yeah, Oski took a couple of bites at that one. Didn't get it first time, didn't get it second time. Oski now wanting to not be done with it. I'm liking the quick play from him. Nass has to keep it close. Edgey is the threat here. He can then just completely park in the way. Nass 50s it towards the right wall. 100 boost is ground, but Tempo is going to be a little bit quicker. Sees Acro central. Reset. What a pass. What a double. Oski, though, the final man, just high and wide. Great ambition from Man City. All of a sudden, we see Gentlemates and a little bit of a slow counter-attack.
Yeah, it was a great chance. It was a double mid. Here again, Acro going to try and double it down into the goal. Nass is there to clear it. All of these centers are just getting whiskered away as Gentlemates deny the Man City offense again and again.
70 seconds in a team bump. Oski wasn't happy that he had the ball taken away from him. And that boost as well. Archie, central, popped. Edgey needs to turn this instead. Tempo stays there. There were two players could have received it. Tempo's already up from the touch of Acro.
What a play. Tempo being there for it as well. Early so he can get the shot top corner. They're ahead with just over a minute to go. Back to the kickoff. Gentlemates have had plenty chances to put this series away, to put this game away. But Man City are holding strong for now. Can they get back for this one? Yes, they can. They didn't have to. In fact, the crossbar had them covered.
Tempo with one reset. Central and can get cleared away. A beautiful clear from Nass. Someone gets read by 2 players there. He tries to dive in, try and catch out that second man. Fake, not what they wanted, but it does do a job. Tempo helps the ball on somewhat. Oski's going to be winning the battle. Who's up next? It's going to be Nass. They shoot straight to Acro.
Yeah, it's just not good enough. He had options there. Could have tried to pass that one off the backboard to Archie. Could have tried to shoot it top shelf, but he was maybe hoping that the goalie would advance more in the net, which never ended up happening. Now Nass is running into a brick wall named Acro. Just 10 seconds to go. Gentlemates have got to score now.
Ball falls straight towards Archie. Tempo, however, gets in the way. Uses no boost to do a lot. 100 boost, but Edgey, he dives in. We're seeing the aggression from Man City really paying off. Nass gets a lovely touch towards the backboard. Tempo, great touchdown. Straight to the floor, and Man City, after their timeout is taken, wrestle a game back.
And it's not quite time for that tiebreak. We think it's around the corner. We think, all right, good try, Man City, but you're gonna need to show us later on against GK if you're made of major quality or not. But yeah, the day continues for them. The direct qualification continues, and yeah, the GK fans, they're having a rough time this weekend, Stumpy, as they watch in pain at Man City's resilience.
I can't imagine what the GK team stream is like at the moment. If there is the GK team stream, I don't know if Joe is currently, or Geordies is currently on doing that, or whether she's just doing her personal stream, but I know that she is obviously incredibly invested from a content creator side and from an apparently Jack side of things. Man City taking that one 2-1 is going to be just raising the heart rate of every single GK fan out there right now. And questions may well be getting raised at the Gentlemates camp, but they have not taken the time out, which I think is advisable to do. You may as well save it just in case. They didn't do much wrong in that game, to be honest. I think there's not much to discuss. It would just be tempering and slowing down what Man City can do, which I don't think you need to take just yet.
Yeah, we were wondering if they were going to be able to tame Oski, but I'm not sure if they have just yet, because we've seen a couple of games where Oski's been fully unleashed, game 1 and game 4 in particular. But yeah, the other 2 games he didn't steal the show at all. So and now of course game 5 likewise. Is it just 50% of the games we're going to see if Oski's got that dog in him?
Maybe. I think that's kind of been the deciding factor so far. They've won their games dominantly when Oski has really been throwing up, has been showing up. Goodness me.
I hope not.
I hope he's not. As far as I know, Oski is quite well. Yeah, I don't think we need to worry at the moment. Goodness, I'm so sorry. First 30 seconds, though, has been a good amount of pressure as Nass gets the chance for the shot. Fake, and Acro is going to be able to read the sly ways of Gentlemates quite nicely.
All the time in the world for Nass. Lovely back wall catch, ceiling reset. Doesn't get the ball over Tempo, however. It's going to give Manchester City a chance to advance. Archie taking his sweet time. Oh, careful though. That's getting a bit close to the goal. It's on target. You never want it to be bouncing in, but it always is.
We're just going towards the opposite corner. Edgey with a nice little catch into the free flip. Reset is not going to be on as he gets bumped up the sky by Nass. Beaten Acro there. He's been incredibly quick and very accurate, so that's going to be a bit out of character. A catch, midfielder, flick, backboard. Who's there next? It's a demo. Nass will be the first.
That's a good chance though still for Man City to make something of this. Just a sideways pass to Tempo by Edgey. I mean, Gentlemates weren't committing anyone for that, so that just delayed the attack, it seems. But now Tempo with a reset and the double on target. Slowly, he just didn't air roll around enough to get the power.
Yeah, he ends up hitting that as his car's already flipped, and it hits sort of the wheels, and it pats the ball on the top of the head like a good boy. Isn't able to necessarily get the power that he desired. Tempo then now wants to really rocket this to the backboard, but Oski's there waiting and lurking. Need to remind people that Man City need to win 2 games here, and they will be going to the Boston Major, and GK will not. If they lose here, a tiebreaker after the grand final.
So far, Man City are getting the ball forward, but they're hesitant to pull the trigger. They don't want to send everybody. I mean, they're in a tie game. They're happy to stay that way. We've seen plenty of times today. They're delighted to play the long overtimes if we get that far. Nass going to try force tempo to the backboard. Does so with a touch, where Archie is waiting. Acro 50 out to the mid, but here comes Oski. He's got around that one. Does he have the backboard touch? Oh, he landed on it. He almost landed on it again.
He nearly had the chance there to go for a sort of a weird Devo-y type shot from many, many moons ago. Oski backboard and said he's going to go for the reset. Sees that none of his teammates are going to be there, and Oski is really trying to break down the barriers that are keeping Gentlemates nullified.
Yeah, just 2 minutes to go, and it's Man City once again pressing the ball forward, but they're staying spread out right now. They know that they're going to need to do some defending. Even if they do get the ball forward, they're still thinking about defending that position more than anything else. Look how far back they're sitting in the halfway line while Gentlemates control it on their back wall. But can you blame them? I mean, Man City have got everything to play for here. Avoiding the tie break is the golden scenario. Oh, careful. Tempo almost too far upfield. Oski boostless, couldn't get the shot off.
I mean, I actually don't hate it too much because the counter-attacking nature that Man City can really adopt is phenomenal. We saw them do that very, very well in Copenhagen for a good while against the really big teams. So I think that this is a playstyle they're comfortable with against the big teams. The Gentlemates, they have got incredible shooting. If they can shut down Oski, it becomes a little bit easier. Then you've got Nass to deal with. Oski here wants to prove that he's the big dog in the pound. 70 seconds. And Gentlemates are really starting to hammer the point home that they want this grand final.
Oh, Acro almost managed to force that mid past everybody, but Nass got away with the ball. He's trying to stall for his teammates to get into the play behind him. Oski does boom it long. Tons of time for Tempo to decide what he wants to do. Infield he goes, past one. Air dribble 50 into the sidewall. Acro's up quick to follow it. Tempo's bumping the goalie, but inconsequentially as Nass recovers quickly.
40 seconds as Tempo now attempts to get it just right past the halfway line, popped high to the ceiling, immediately intercepted. This could be a 0-0 overtime, and Man City's hearts will be in their throats. Edgey for one, the second, Barbon, Acro shoots! Man City take the lead!
Just 23 seconds to go, it's Edgey with the huge play. He kept it away from Nass. He knows he doesn't have to score that. He just has to put it near the goal for one of his teammates. Now, can they get back into that rotation? Can they establish a good defensive position? Double kick off by Gentlemates, but it goes towards Acro on the backboard.
It's a thrilling end, or towards the end of this series here. We're all seeing SSA popping up. We'll talk about that very shortly. Final 10 seconds, popped into the corner. High from Nass, who's midfield. It does get caught out. Archie gets caught going for boost. He can't even get the boost in the end. Acro slows him down entirely. That will drop. Man City buy themselves a Game 7.
Wow, one game away from the major. Can you believe it?
Wow.
Manchester City started off their season being reverse swept in Copenhagen by Novo. Now here they are, 3-1 down against Gentlemates, coming back to try and qualify for the major. It's such a good story.
It's worth mentioning as well that both Manchester City here and Five Fears over in SSA, Sub-Saharan Africa, are both forcing that Game 7 to try and qualify for the same Boston Major. Two Game 7s are going to be going on. Make sure that you tune into SSA right now. Have them open on both screens, or on one screen, or on your phone, or on your mum's laptop, or whatever. Have them open. And just look at the amount of Rocket League that we're seeing and the amount of stakes that are on the line.
That's crazy. 5 Fears and I forget, it's Pioneers. 5 Fears, Pioneers. The two teams. The two top teams in SSA.
They were both up 3-1, by the way. Like, Pioneers were also up 3-1. So they've done the exact same series that we've had here.
Oh my goodness, triple qualification point. And that Neo Tokyo, the Game 6 was in overtime as well. So yeah, 5 Fears KCP. In a Game 7 to decide who goes to the major. Both teams have one Spaniard import on the team and 2 South African players. A very interesting situation going over there in SSA while we wait for the start of Game 7. And this is the nightmare scenario for GK. This is the last thing you want to see, is a match point for Manchester City, because if Man City win this, GK are out. no tiebreaker. We'll just already know who all the teams are. Gentlemates will be one of them, so they'll go to Boston regardless. So will Vitality, so will Ninjas Pajamas, and of course KCorp. But if GK are gonna go, Gentlemates need to win this game.
And then if you want to be looking at what's happening in SSA, you can head to ACGL_alpha. That is where the SSA action is happening. Keep them both open. Steal your Nan's iPad and see if you can just split your eyes to watch both at the exact same time. Game 7. Gentlemates have held 3 match points and Man City have wrestled it back. Will they be going to the Boston Major, or will we see a tiebreaker?
Yeah, they're just gonna hopefully start off solid. That's what Man City did in the last game. They didn't take any unnecessary risks. You want to see what kind of Gentlemates is it going to be, but at the same time, are you running the risk of having another Oski pop-off game? If you wait too long, oh, what a save by Tempo. That ball flashed towards him in the blink of an eye, but he reacted just in time, and now he's 50'd it to Acro. Gets cut off by Nass. It's a volatile start to the game.
We're going to need to see Oski here, I think, go Insanio style. See what he can throw up. What can he put towards Man City that they cannot handle? Nass is the other important character in that story. On the other side, Man City, my goodness. The quality they've shown now. Harassing, bullying, a flick. Nass is the last man back. Archie gets rid of Acro, and Acro gets rid of Archie. It's the law of equivalent exchange as Edgey takes it high.
No way.
Backboard is free. It's tapped down. That was finding its way in, but Nass can just about do enough.
Oh, Edgey's been Mr. Clutch today. In the earlier match against NIP as well. He was the one to seal it really on multiple occasions. Oh, that's open though. Careless giveaway by Man City and a tap in for Nass.
It's perilous as Nass finds himself down that side, and Tempo, that's a silly commit. You've gone up the middle, but Archie's clearly positing to take that towards the right. And Nass makes that goal a little bit wider. And for Man City, so far this season, they are 0-3 in Game 7s. They are yet to win one.
Oh, wow.
It's a tough start for them, but they need to break the mold.
Yeah, they're going to need to win one at some point if they want to be a top team in Europe. Here's Edgey again. They try and forget about that mistake as quickly as possible. It's where you need to have a short-term memory in these situations where things go wrong. It doesn't matter anymore. You just got to get right back to the job.
Great dunk, but Oski again on the backboard. Plays it cleverly. Archie takes that boost where Tempo really wanted it to try and continue the attack. A reset. Doesn't actually get secured by Oski. I thought he'd use it pretty quickly to send it towards the net again. Edgey's low boost, but Nass isn't to know. The double commit takes it towards the corner, but with no one else there. I think it makes sense there's no one else there, but it must be heartbreaking seeing all of your effort not end in a goal.
Oh, Oski with the interception. Just deflecting the ball forwards. 2 minutes gone in this game. The only goal so far coming off a Manchester City giveaway of possession. They left their net open. Oh, Nass to hit one towards it. The goal, it's in. And again, Man City do not resist.
I mean, it was a bit of a silly play having both on the backboard. Then one commits. The second then comes from the exact same angle, and they can't cover low.
Yeah, it was just awkward, but like you said, they put themselves in that tricky position. They've got to get right back to work here. Time is of the essence, and here's Oski. Crossbar down for Nass. It's 3-0. Man City, for all of their hard work, have got a mountain to climb.
This capitulation is rough to watch. Any GK fans out there, you will be extremely relieved seeing that Man City are looking less and less likely to take this Game 7, and Gentlemates may well be going through to the final to face off against either KCorp or Vitality. After today's grand final, a tiebreaker is looking more and more on the cards.
Yeah, now is the absolute necessary time for Man City to start showing up in Game 7. They haven't so far. Oski's going to try and make it 4, and he does! With Oski playing like this, you just stick the ball up in the air and tell him fetch. He'll do the rest.
Oski is outrageous. Off lead and just a menace. In fact, Tempo throws out a nice shot in game. Oski returns a thanks. For some of them, you've just got to look and see what they can do.
Oh, it could easily be 5. It does go across the goal. However, and now we keep saying it, it's now or never for Man City, but it's looking more and more like never, at least not in this series. He'll have to go again against GK unless they can make a miracle happen with just 2 minutes to go.
It's going to need a lot. They need a lot more than they have shown right now. Nass has already got almost 700 points in this game. He has been instrumental. 2 goals, 2 assists, 3 saves, and 4 shots. A phenomenal performance from him. He has been the difference maker. When we spoke all about Oski, he has come out of the shadows and been the demon in game number 7. And the sleep paralysis demon for Man City when they've been caught napping in the 7th.
Yeah, it's another horrible game 7. As you mentioned earlier, they've yet to win one. And that trend, for now, looks like it's going to continue. As for SSA, you mentioned earlier, Stumpy. It looks like we have had a conclusion there. It looks like we've confirmed that 5 years have completed the comeback and qualified for Boston. So that's Snowy, Guns, and Tekos. Tekos, the Spanish player alongside Snowy and Guns. So Snowy's old teammates, they mentioned him coming into the season. He's now beaten them 2 events in a row.
Brilliant.
In the final to qualify ahead of them.
What a wrestle back that they've managed to get. You love to see these different players making it over in those different regions. We've got SSA sending over 3 incredible players. And we are looking like we are not going to be having that same story coming through for Man City. One side could, the other couldn't. And Europe is, I'm just going to say it now, we're having a tiebreaker, Johnny.
We're having a tiebreaker. There's just no way now for Man City, surely. They fought back bravely. They made this into a great series, but yeah, you give Gentlemates this many chances, they're going to take one of them. They are going to beat you eventually. So it'll be GK against Man City. At the end of the day, we're going to be running that after the grand final. So don't leave after the grand final today. Tiebreaker action will finish the day. And yes, GK do still have a chance to make the major.
The fact it's just a straight play-in as well. It's just, there's no buys, there's no having to go through a 30. Magnifico couldn't get it done. It is just mano a mano, man v dog. Who is going to win the Battle of the Beast?
It's just, yeah, it's well, actually, not man v dog in that instance, because Gentlemates won't be playing. But
oh, true, sorry. Man v man.
Man v man. Man v Man City.
Man v City as Gentlemates take it in 7. And Man City may well be stuck at home in the rain. But Boston, still on the cards for them. Grand Finals is going to be featuring Gentlemates.
And they're still playing the rest of today's tournament as well, because we do still have a regional championship crowd before we find out.
Can we just skip that?
Who else?
Can we just like
Boston.
roll a dice? Is that all right?
Well, you don't want to see KCorp beat Vitality for the 500th time in a row? You don't want to see KCorp win their 900th regional in a row? What do you
I'm
mean?
excited for Vatira's tweet that he's still just as excited as the first one.
We do still have both those series. Well, it might be too early for some of you to assume that KC are going to beat Vitality. That'll be the next match on stream. But the winner of that will play Gentlemates in the final. Well done to Gentlemates. Adding more points to their tally, making it into the regional final, and, well, helping out GK just a little bit for now.
Well, Man City, unfortunately for them, they're going to be having to play in that tiebreaker. Again, stay around till after the grand final. We're playing it later. But coming up next, a tale as old as time, as old as man v dog, it is KCorp taking on Vitality.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the
Is that right?
garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
Right. I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with
I
us.
think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
times you were rude, and I never mentioned when you hear the truth. Scared to lose it all, I won't stand a chance. And I don't wanna fake it. What if I can't walk away? Got me saying away, hoping I don't make the same mistake. Same mistake.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series as a tiebreak has been confirmed. Man City drops in Game 7 to Gentlemates. Gentlemates now sit in the grand finals as they wait for Vitality or KCorp after our next semifinal. But chat about that winning match there. Oski is joining me. Welcome to the show, Oski. Congratulations on grand finals.
Hello, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I gotta ask you about that matchup there because it went the distance. Man City was fighting just to stay away from a tiebreak there, but it felt like you guys were also fighting. In Game 7, it did not look like an easy match. Walk me through it from your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it is, but the last like 2 series, we feel that we should be not slamming them, right? But like it should be a bit easier than what we're doing, and it's weird because we start really well and then we do some things that we shouldn't do, and then yeah, they always bring it back. Yeah. We got the Iceman. We got it done in Game 7 twice. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you talk about that because we go to Game 7 and it looked like you guys had it locked in. I mean, that was a bit more of a smack. And for like what clicked? What was it that made sure that Game 7 was severely in your favor?
I think like the main thing about like playing Game 7s against any team is just staying calm. Like City, they don't have the experience, I don't think, yet in like Game 7s, and we do as like 3 individuals. So I mean, Sasuke does a good job of like calming us down before we play. So yeah, that's about it. Just staying calm.
Right. Did you think was experience really, I guess, that difference maker for you? Like, do you still feel like that's a big play in, any of these teams that sit just outside like the top 5?
Yes, I think it is due to experience, personally. I mean, I don't want to, be like a bit, I don't know, Tox, for example, right? He's always there, but he's always lingering in the 6th spot. He's never like, he doesn't, get in there. He's had the experience, but he's just unlucky, man. And I think it is due to being like a bit more nervous under pressure,
Yeah. Hey, well, now you're sitting in the grand finals. You're still looking for that 2nd seed. I guess I want to ask, would you rather KCorp wins against Vitality, guaranteeing you get a 2nd seed, but arguably a harder matchup, or would you like Vitality and have to fight for that 2nd seed?
I mean, personally, I don't really care about our seed, like going to the major. I haven't seen like what the teams that we could get if we get seed 2 or 3. I just like, I want to play KC in the final of this regional, and that's where my head is, I'm not really thinking about Boston too much. I just want to win a region.
Right. No, hey, that's fair. I mean, that's how you get better and better is by playing the best too, right? So I'll let you lock into that. Oski, it looks like you got the right attitude going into it, so hopefully that carries into the field as well. Congratulations on a grand final, and good luck.
Thank you very much, Steve.
Again, attitude's going to play a big part of this one, Gibbs, as they go up against potentially the blue wall later on.
Yeah, but Oski and the mates just couldn't throw a bone to Man City and just allow them into Boston. No, Man City's going to have to do a lot more work a little bit later. It's going to be probably about 2 hours from now that tiebreaker will be played, so GK will be warming up. Man City, though, again, took it to mates, and again, I think both matches with mates versus Magnifico and then Man City, like Oski hit the nail on the head. Was like, we should be probably winning these matches a little bit more comfortably, but it just shows the power of Europe, the depth of Europe right now to make these matches close, Turtle. Or sorry, not Trevor. Who is it, Johnny?
No, Johnny's here.
I messed it up. No, I pulled the leaf. I pulled the leaf.
Thinking there, am I in the wrong place? Where am I supposed to be? Okay. All right, yeah. No, they threw a bone to GK, so they threw a bone to Gibbs. They're trying to help out their GK buddies. I mean, they probably don't think about them or care about them, to be honest, even though GK's, Joyo is former teammates of both Archie and Oski. So there might be some kind of friendliness there, but really they're just thinking that we just want to win this one. We just want to, as Oski said, slam these guys. They'll be annoyed they're going to Game 7, even though it is still good that they're winning the Game 7s, like Oski said.
Yeah. I mean, overall, for Gentlemates, they found their ground at the end, I think. I mean, they looked really good in that Game 7, Gibbs. Like, it felt like that's what they needed into that grand final.
Exactly, and they know that very likely that's against KCorp. We'll see how this series goes, but you never know. Vitality could surprise pretty much everyone, because I think everyone's going to go KCorp in that match. But the Mates really proven that they can be that number 2 team in Europe, and I bet they want one last test versus KCorp before the Boston Major to see what they need to work on to then defeat them at the Boston Major. A bare minimum there. So Mates very happy with the grand finals performance. They're firing on all cylinders going into that Boston Major, and just one more test left.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. And again, looking at the matchups, Johnny, for KCorp Vitality, would you have that same, I guess, perspective as Gentlemates has in the grand finals? Like, okay, we want to play KCorp, we want to play the best, or would you be looking for the easiest path to a victory in a grand final?
I think that ship has sailed for Vitality. I think the time's gone where they are thinking, yes, KC, love playing this team. I think that probably continues for your first, second, maybe third loss in a row to that team. Gentlemates, I think, have 2 losses in a row to KC in this season. So not any serious, mental damage being done there.
Yeah.
But for Vitality, it's past that. It's like NRG last season. They don't want to see Vitality in the bracket. They just want to dodge that. I think Vitality this season are thinking the same thing about KC. They don't want to see them. They're hoping somebody else eliminates them.
But then at the same time, Vitality, they're only 1 point away from that top 2 seed. So can they finally take down KCorp and go back over Mates and then play for the 2 seed in that final? We'll have to see. But the schedule is coming up, Leaf, and we get an extra game.
Well, I was going to say, let's look at the schedule, because we've got that updated in there. Gibbs, you've been wanting this for so long. You got it.
It's been a while.
Your Manchester GK matchup.
Yeah, we got Manchester versus GK. Manchester, obviously the hotter team, but now they're coming off a disappointing loss, and GK has had all day to warm up. It's going to be very interesting to see who can prevail there. And again, the nerves are going to be an all-time high for both teams.
That's for sure. Let's talk about our second to last match. Well, I guess third to last matchup now, as the semifinals is on the way. KCorp facing down Team Vitality, the Blue Wall. Johnny expected to be in the grand finals. Vitality, of course, wants to finally overcome it. What's the number at now? Like 10 times in a row that Zen has not been able to overcome Vatira.
Yeah, and it's even the win rate is even worse than that when you include other events other than RLCS. But they have got 1 win outside of RLCS against this particular KC iteration with their current Vitality roster. But now they're starting to rack up yet another losing streak against them. So they can't be feeling too confident. KC, on the other hand, are going to be full of confidence. They don't know any other emotion when it comes to EU regionals, and yeah, Vitality have to show us something here. They have to show that they've got a different play style, or they've got a different level of play that they can ascend to. Because nothing that they've shown us so far this season would suggest that they have a chance here, which is crazy to say about a roster this talented.
Yeah, it's been since the 23 World Championship. Zen, that was the last time he beat KCorp. 10 in a row. It's been 37 games to 12 games. It's been pure dominance by KCorp.
No, that's just absolutely. Chat, is it going to happen? Progressive fan votes up. Is Zen? That's the story here. Going to overcome Vatira. It's been such a long time. I wonder if he's thinking about that. Like, do you think he's aware? I think he knows it back of his head.
I think he knows it in the front of his head, the middle of his head, the sides of his head. I think he knows it in every part of his body that, he's been losing to Vatira for quite a while. These guys are hyper competitive. They don't like losing, so they'll know. Stizzy was able to get one over Vatira last year playing for Dignitas, but I don't think that matters. I think the Vitality curse continues. I think KC are still the top dogs in EU.
Yeah, 100%. Blue wall over here as well, and I'm assuming, unless Gibbs is going to do some weird stuff, this is
no,
blue
it's got to be KCorp. It's so difficult to pick Vitality. I think Vitality could win the series. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I have to pick KCorp.
Yeah, I think realistically, if you're, there's probably going to be some Vitality fans or just people that want to see that story of Zen overcoming that will be voting for them in the progressive fan right now. But overall, I think everyone's brains know where this matchup should lay. You've seen the history. It's written out. You've seen how they've been playing over the past little while. You've seen KCorp winning. And you feel like that just has to keep on happening. You'd love to see a little bit of a closer top here, Johnny, but at the end of the day, this is what's been shown to our eyes. You can't reject that.
Yeah, you can't go against such a strong historical narrative and also such a strong team in KCorp. I think the truth is that even against the other top teams in EU, they're the massive favorites, and Vitality in particular. So KC, absolutely massive favorites here.
Hey, again, as I said, there's going to be people that want to see it, and chat's close to almost at 50% coming into this last semifinals for the European Open number 3. The question is, which team makes it to the grand finals? Can Zen finally overcome his demon, the demon with the name Vatira? The blue wall stands strong and likely in the grand finals, but maybe Vitality can shut them down.
KC has dictated this rivalry all season long and now sits 2 series away from a perfect split. Vitality, meanwhile, fresh off that confidence-boosting win over Magnifico, look to finally turn the tables. KC versus Vitality, a historic matchup. Game 1, presented by Progressive, starts now.
I mean, this is going to be, hopefully, an absolutely bonkers showdown. We've already seen, this crazy series today. Will it continue to be crazy with Zen getting the first RLCS win against Vatira since 2023?
I mean,
the fact that Zen hasn't beaten him since 2023 blows my mind. The season where Zen debuted in the RLCS. Yeah. And yet Vatira, he has kept that top spot since.
And I mean, we keep wondering, like, is Zen thinking about it? Is it in the back of his mind? Is he worried about this historic matchup where he can't beat Vatira? And, normally I would say yes, but with how often he cannot get past the blue wall, I think at this point he doesn't even remember. It's just been so long. He's just used to this at this point. Like, do you forget the goalpost? At a certain point it's just a normal thing, but maybe they can turn the tides, and Stizzy wants to get it off with the right goal here, the first one for the series.
I mean, that's not a sending play overall, as Vatira sends it straight into Juicy and sends himself straight into Juicy. On no boost, Juicy should not be lurking around that 6-yard box quite as close as he was. He has to get out of the way for Vatira. There's only one direction he's going with the ball, and Stizzy can take full advantage.
Yeah, and we just got to talk about Vitality's previous win over Magnifico. That's really all that we have to see for what they can bring to the table today. Zen on the air dribble, which... I mean, Vitality and air dribbles, that's been like the common duo so far. And I like to see this pass over to over to Stizzy from Exotic. More direct one-to-one touches like that I think could benefit Vitality well. But against Magnifico, they looked so strong, so solid, even on defense. They fell into a little bit of desperation here and there, but I think they got the perfect warm-up stumpy to take down this team once and for all.
Yeah, I think that, when you look towards what Vitality are aiming for, we've kind of said it since they have gone this super team mode. We were even saying it last season when they had Monkey Moon of they're not going to be settling for these second places against KCorp. They don't want that. Zen debuted and had wins. He won the World Championship and a major. He had the perfect spring split in 2023. He's not necessarily been able to repeat that. The one that he is lacking is the World Championship title. It all starts from here, from going to these majors. He's won the kickoff line already, has Vatira. And these two as well, they teamed up, bear in mind, during FIFA E. They were besties, they were bestie moves. They put it all aside, and they were competing together. They won FIFA E together. So it must be hard then going back and looking at him back as competitors and wanting to rip them down from the stage that they sit on. It's a good portion of play here from both teams. Sort of lurks in the midfield somewhat. So Atto takes the initiative. Also towards Stizzy, and Juicy can retreat.
Yeah, lurking in the midfield indeed. Doesn't feel like either side are too, I guess, confident to go for a risky shot or an approach. Stizzy, I have noticed, has extended his rotation a lot. You can see him hunting for demos right now, getting more physical. There's Zen looking for a bump on Juicy. I think the physical play could be something they're trying to add to their arsenal against KC. Throw them into a weird rotation, get them just slightly off. You could expose a couple of holes here. This one might actually end up going to Exotic, who was patient on the 50-50, waited it out to see if he'd have a shot opportunity. Nothing came, but they're still in the lead. And with 2 minutes remaining, just gotta hold it down, Stumpy.
Long clear here from Zen, wants to go full court. Does get intercepted by Juicy. On the left-hand side, Stizzy can receive. No boost from him, but does get the demo. It falls in front of net. And a lot of time and space here for Zen to the ceiling. Does he go ball? He does. You see Exotic waiting. He gives that second option. Leaves it open to interpretation. Ooh. Midfield again. Oh. Another dunk. But that third touch not being successful. Wow. They got greedy. Vitality were greedy on this play, and they've left themselves susceptible to the counter-attack.
It's so reminiscent to that previous series against Magnifico. The few opportunities that Magnifico did have were just like this. Everybody from Vitality pushed forward. They got a little bit greedy, like you said, and wanted that second goal. And that was Stizzy doing so much work. He just like 1v3'd everybody on KC. And you're thinking, if you're a teammate on Vitality, okay, of course I'm gonna push forward, but no, you get caught off.
Yeah.
And a punishing goal.
Play from Zen, ultimately. Yeah. He misjudged it completely. Atto recovered very, very well, very quickly. But you gotta expect that. It's literally Atto.
Right.
He can do that. I think Zen didn't necessarily give the respect that he should have done in that situation. Demo from Vatira on Zen, Atto on Exotic. The pass, a great shutdown by Stizzy. He's going to be keeping it level, but look at these demos. Zen's on low boost. Can get around the side of Atto. Just becomes a little bit more awkward when these demos start flying in.
Yeah, and it looks like that counter-attacking goal got the engine started for KC. Feeling more boost, getting more demos involved on the offense. Exotic has something to say about it, and it's a flip reset towards the net. It was on target. Atto able to save it out, and here comes Vatira.
Final 30, as Exotic finds himself at the back, with Atto no boost bearing down upon him. He gets dunked again. They've not given him the ball for a second. Vatira to retreat. He's Exotic, knows that he's probably low, so he can just about pip it high. But loose and looping, lets Atto in.
I love that positioning from Vatira. Read the play well, knew it was going to drop back down. And that's created all this pressure, and now maybe the second goal. Almost an opportunity. KC hunting, lurking for that second. That could put them in the lead. And is this ball going to hit the ground? That's the question. It will, as Exotic touches it to the corner. And we've got OT for game one.
That really could have been a goal for Atto there too. I think the ball just bounces towards the left instead of the right. If it goes right, he forces it home. Then he can attempt a hook shot. Instead, he steals the boost away. Exotic then lurking. He is great in that role right now. He's been that fantastic second man that gives the option to the attacking player and asks the question of the defender. What do you defend here? Stizzy, though. Full court on his own. No teammate needed.
This is crazy. They literally got scored on because Stizzy was just too good 1v3ing, and now here he is again 1v2ing. All of the defense from KC gets past the first one and hovers underneath it for that final second touch. Vitality, it looked like they got pressured into a corner, but somehow, some way, they've just dug themselves out of that hole.
In Vitality, it was a great start for them in this, like we say, historical, legendary matchup that for some reason one side has won 10 times in a row that we are still very excited to see.
You always know it's going to be a good game. I mean, Johnny said it well. Vitality is very talented, and they have this insane roster, this three-headed beast that truly feels like it's unstoppable. But KC, even with the history, are just as good, if not better, with the consistency. But you know, Stumpy, we're just waiting for the bubble to burst with these two and their history.
And Stizzy, what a pickup he has been. I've absolutely loved seeing what he can do on Vitality.
Look at him go.
He is like, it brings that like the mechanical excitement to this team.
Right.
Zen has obviously also got that, God love him, that Monkey Moon didn't. And I think that's been definitely the changing factor in Vitality. They seem a lot more electric, a lot more switched on now that they have Stizzy. I also want to report to everyone, Zen, out of every title that he could be using right now in this game, including World Champion, including Major Champion, he's currently just got the current integration of Hufflepuff. That's his title.
Smart man.
Everyone else has got Major Champions and World Champions. He's just got Hufflepuff. as
See,
his
that's humble. That's the type of humbleness you need.
Puff.
Yes, the humble puff. There it is. He's gonna get back in here. See, because if he's repping the world champion, you know, the ego could get inflated. All right, he's got to come down a little bit so he can become a world champion again. He's like 10 steps ahead of you, Stumpy.
We're seeing what Vatira and the boys over at KC can do to try and get themselves back 10 steps ahead of Vitality as they have been. Shot high from Exotic again. I've loved seeing what he can do, being that second man, giving the option to the defense and the attack. Then nicely in the corner, leaves time space to Stizzy. A flick. Exotic does shy away, goes for the boost. I wouldn't have minded if he's stuck around midfield, but it does extend this play, especially with that demo and that boost steal.
More demos. That's 2 on the side of Vitality. And it's going to create all these chances. Bumped out the way. Look at the physical play from Vitality. There's always a player hunting for another one on KC. And if you can't beat them, as Jorby says, you got to delete them.
Yeah, great bump away. Sends Atto over towards that boost that he doesn't even really want. Zen can then finish it off, but that was all through the act of Stizzy getting the bumps. On no Vitality. Is this the turning series?
I got a weird feeling. You know, I think there's something there with Stizzy, and if he can continue this performance, I think he's always opening up opportunities. Look how comfortable Zen and Exotic are to fill in the gaps while Stizzy's creating all this chaos, and I don't even know how Exotic got a touch there. That's going to open up something for Zen, who fakes it and takes the ball low. There's always some type of illusion that Vitality are going for, and KC have no idea how to read these shots coming through.
This first minute has been all Vitality. KC have not had that many chances to break past the halfway line. Thanks to all 3 players. Stizzy can beat out Vatira again. Then goes for the pre-jump, but isn't able to necessarily be as clinical as he would like. Chance for 1, the second. Vatira knows what he's capable of. Scored goals like that during P3. Lovely touch, and Vatira can remove Exotic just to break out of the half. But Zen is going to be back with ball control, with time, space, ambition. But a man stands in his way.
He wanted to get 2 players to bite on that challenge. KC were rather stoic on the goal line. We've got a 1-goal lead out of Vitality. Maybe something can get started for KC, because Juicy's going to get the bump and clean out that lane for a towel.
I mean, that's full Juicy. The reset here sends it mid to beat 1, then bumps and dunks. Everything done by Atto's teammate. He'll be credited with it, just like earlier with Stizzy. Him and Juicy have been the real playmakers. KC get back in.
It's just been a bloody battle on this field. More physical than I'd anticipated. But I love to see it. There's another bump behind the play. It's all about who can get more involved with the rotation. Yeah, you got the first touch, but what more can you do for your team? Like this from Zen, bumping the goalkeeper, making it awkward, and 2 players have to go for it. It's creating all this pressure. And Vitality are able to try and starve out KC. Even though it's looked good, they're still tied up because this blue wall is slowly starting to move more and more into the midfield.
Atto with a lovely catch and a flick straight over the top. Exotic has to make contact. Juicy was waiting and lurking, seeing what he could do. That board is found. The net is still, rather the target is found, but the net is not. Juicy, though, can manage to wrangle himself back round onto that ball. Wasn't a great clear from Vitality. It's going to leave KC with more opportunities. Try and snipe a goal here. Juicy lures one in. Such a lovely play from him again. Juicy sets up Atto, who then wrangles some magic of his own.
I mean, it's just a dynamic duo. Look at that touch out into the midfield. Then Atto comes through off the backboard, reading every single position on the field and knowing where the space is. KC, clinical. They haven't gotten too many chances, at least not as much as Vitality, but they're the team that's in the lead.
A lovely turnaround play there from KC as well. It's a done in the midfield.
Oh,
as Atto removes 2. It's going to be on target. Can Stizzy return? He can't. Completely and utterly demolished by Atto.
Was that's 2 demos in 1 flip, I'm pretty sure. Atto, he was mid-flip and got the second one. I don't know if that's calculated a little bit of luck because of the rotation, but they will take it and happily extend this lead off a double demo, Stumpy. I mean, that doesn't happen too often. I don't know how many times I've even seen that in the RLCs yet.
Filth play from Atto. In under 2 minutes now, 2 goals. They are goodbye, KC. Into the corner. Stizzy can challenge along with Vatira. What have Vitality got to bring this back? They look great in that game number 1, but KC are doing the KC thing.
They still look great.
Looking to run away.
I'm not really that upset with what I've gotten out of Vitality. I mean, it's a double demo. Good plays from KC. This is a point where I think they're just simply getting outplayed and they've got to match the performance.
I mean, this performance to be matched is going to take a real effort.
Right.
Nice fake from Stizzy. Let Zen in. Vatira now 1-1 burst.
Here comes two.
Exotic does end up being that bit more muscular.
Yeah, my biggest concern is that Vitality might ease off of the physical gameplay now that they're the ones getting bullied. They don't have as much boost. They can't go for the demos. Stizzy's not behind the ball with those 1v1 maneuvers. That's why they look a bit flat. Zen is going to send that one, though, to the far side. Here comes Stizzy off the ceiling. Flip reset in. Looking pretty solid, but nothing has gone in favor towards the net. And as I say that, there's one that was slipping in, but Atto rushing back, the hero.
Yeah, it's a really good chance for him to score. Exotic, though, just ended on no boost. He wasn't able to get anything from it. It's another demo from Juicy. Removes Exotic from the pitch. Now all three in Vitality are very low. Juicy therefore sends it high. But Zen with nothing does make it awkward. Stizzy with a nothing touch in the midfield. Vatira sends it on target and a complete miss jump by Exotic. Gives KCorp the fourth.
Yeah, and you've got Stizzy. He wanted to set up somebody, but like you said, Exotic, he has a backflip. He's not in the proper position. Stizzy kind of handed over possession, and that's just a freebie from Vitality. You know, I thought they looked great this entire game, but things slowly getting out of their own possession. Their grasp is starting to slip, Stumpy. A little bit concerned as we head into game 3 because this has got KC written all over it.
But I mean, we've seen previously, you know, Gentlemates, yeah, they got the series done, but they took the long way round. And Atom, he takes the shortest way around to that ball, so low on boost, dunks Zen. A complete disrespect play.
I mean, it's one thing to go up for the dunk, but then to follow it up with the double tap slam into your own net, that hurts. That stings, and Vitality will feel that probably for the remainder of the series. What a play, and what a response from the blue wall. 5 seconds remaining, and Vitality, they've got their work cut out for them. That's an understatement.
I mean, game 1, a close-cut Vitality win, 2-1 overtime, close as it can be. And KCorp come out in the second, absolutely smash a 5-1 straight into the face of Vitality. And Atto nearly securing himself a 1,000-point game, just 66 points away from that incredible peak.
Right, and like, this is why KC are so hard to play against, because even from what I'm getting out of Vitality, I thought they came out in game 2 strong. I didn't have too much criticism against them and their defense. It was just a really good play. Every read from KC, they've always been able to anticipate where Vitality are going, and nothing says it better than that goal right there. Quite literally predicting the future, knowing where Zen's gonna try and clear it, then having the mechanics to go for a double tap. Like, it's one thing to get the dunk, Stumpy, but then to follow through. KC, they truly can do it all right now. And Vitality, this is why I say Vitality, how do you match this? And even if you can match it, do you have what it takes to outperform KC?
I guess it's just a case of speed. How fast can you throw yourself at KCorp? It's very tough. It's nigh impossible to do.
Yeah.
But I mean, the way that KCorp are going to therefore counter that is by taking the boost and being as fast as they have been. Maybe it's a case of leave the ball 5% more often and then tend towards the boost a bit more. I don't know. I mean, that's on their coaches to decide. But Vitality, after that one, will be scratching their heads thinking, goodness gracious, the KC machine is up and whirring. And with Vatira's KCorp with a 78% grand final regionally rate, it is going to be so tough to get through that feat, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team looking at a perfect split. And you're truly up against it if you're Vitality. But I'm thinking back to game 1. Like, what was really going well for Vitality? It wasn't only Stizzy, like we see him right now behind the ball, and just performing well when it comes to those 1v2, 1v3 situations even. But it felt like Vitality were having close first touches, always maintaining possession, even if it's on a dribble. So maybe they fight that habit of constantly going up into the air because they're getting outpaced, like you said, Stumpy.
I mean, Atto's been so aggressive too.
Yeah.
I feel like anytime they sit on the ground, they're kind of rocking a hard place. Go in the air, you might get dusted. Go, you know, on the floor, you're going to get sent to the scrapyard.
Yeah, there's a chance for Stizzy. Tight angle, tough corner shot. Demo, Zen deletes Atto. And it's going to get bounced up in front of the orange net. Good touch, and Exotic can come over here for some type of counterattack. It's going to be a physical game to start things out.
Vatira here, I thought maybe goes for the bump instead. Attempts the shot. ends up being a fake. Stizzy gets his way around this one. Ato's left to challenge, gets flip reset on, takes it away. Stizzy continues down the field. Juicy dives at this. It's still with Stizzy. Gets as far as Vatira.
But I really like this grounded gameplay. This is what I was mentioning. Like, I want Vitality to keep this ball as low as possible. If you can't outpace them in the air, maybe you can do a little dance around them on the ground and slip past them with some better 50-50s. Exotic does actually pop it into the air. And into the corner it goes. Vatira, how does he handle it on the defense? Well, rather delicately, because it's given off and handed to Ato.
Stizzy removing Vatira on target. Juicy, very low boost, so just about has to get his way back towards the net for that one. Save from Ato. A little bit of time. Stizzy then dives in. Ato takes it slow and low. Leads the ball straight back into Vitality's defense, however. After 2 minutes gone, we are still dead level.
That was Juicy. Oh, and I talk about the low ground dribbles. That was Juicy giving us a nice little flick over the crossbar. Demo from Stizzy should create some type of awkward rotation, and it does. You see the double commit. But look at how quick KC can get back into rotation. Comms on point. This team, this defense, this blue wall. You're gonna have to throw something special at them if you just want to see it crack in the net.
Vatira moves Stizzy. Zen gets rid of Vatira. So it leaves Exotic fully at the back on his own. I mean, I feel like we're not seeing that final third from either of these teams really coming through. We saw a double tap earlier, missed by Stizzy, I believe it was. It was a tough one, but it still missed it, and you need to sink them. And KC not really had that many opportunities. 3 in total.
3 in total. But it does seem like they have a solid amount of this pressure. The ball has not left the orange half in quite some time. Here it is now. But Juicy immediately slamming it back the other side. This looks like a frustrating spot for Vitality. Boost getting starved out. They're getting demoed. Will something start to crack? Can they find that counterattack? Vatira hunting for a 50-50. He's on the goal line, and Ato tried to read the save. Couldn't get there in time.
That was the immovable object versus the unstoppable force. The ball essentially stops dead, but Vatira in the sky fakes it. It's lovely, and Stizzy somehow reading.
How does Stizzy even know where that's going? And how do they fend off this KC offense? 2 players on the goal line dove at it. They're back in rotation. Zen gets a touch. It's over to Exotic, who fakes it. And more 50-50s. The game has been stationary, but here comes Stizzy, a breakaway opportunity. Can't squeeze it in off the backboard. And here we go, back to Vitality's side.
It has been a game of voxels so far. It's so close. All of these chances, but none have squeezed their way through the back line.
Oh, but the pace of play is slowly starting to increase. Stumpy, you could kind of feel something. It's breaking as we are into the final stretch, last 60 seconds. Vatira, what do you got for us, you veteran? Something incredible, maybe something juicy off the backboard with the double tap. It's gonna get a demo to go, but not the shot.
Sent high from Vatira, then you see Stizzy and Zen both miscommunicate maybe. They both sit on the backboard. Vatira beats Stizzy, cannot beat Zen on this chance. But Juicy up on his own. That one, I think, was sneaking in. Stizzy had to be the defender that he's been in this series so far.
And that's not a good sign. You're seeing 3 players from Vitality all in the same position, but they still fend it off. And maybe they've got a chance. The ball did squeeze in front of it. It's just constant 50-50s. We've seen this on both sides, Stumpy. We're seeing who can muscle it in more.
There's such low boost challenges every single time. That one pinching just wide of the target. 10 seconds left. Exotic sees Zen central, as does Vatira, so he removes him entirely. Stizzy with a shot, saved away by that initial block from Ato. Juicy can't get the second. Ato towards the backboard.
Oh no, nobody's
Zen can't
there.
jump for that. Vatira can. Into the corner. Overtime, game 3.
Oh, and Zen is thanking the Rocket League gods that that shot was into the top left corner. That's the only place he predicted it was going to go. If it hit that bottom left, would have been over. We wouldn't have seen this OT, but here we are. Now they can focus up. I actually think this is a benefit for Vitality that's been so low and forcing more 50-50s. I think KC are in a more awkward position against that play style, but they're still just as good on defense. But with the demo, maybe things open up.
Maybe just for a second. Exotic does take it pretty quickly. Bumps Vatira away from the play. But look at the amount of movement that KC have with no boost is remarkable. A great demo. Zen goes hunting for the ball. Exotic shoots. Vatira with a hand, but Exotic runs away with a goal.
I can't get over Stizzy, man. He is just so good at these fakes in the air. You have to respect what he's gonna do. He leaves the ball after the ceiling bounce, and Exotic can come crashing in at light speed. to send a laser beam past the goal line, and Vitality, welcome back to the series.
It's stunning play, and those fakes where it's the first guy, popping it up, and he has, Stizzy has every single right to go for that ball. As soon as he boosts away, your eyes as the defender immediately have to dart downward. Who is now going for this? It's Exotic, shoots it back behind Vatira, makes it so awkward. Brilliant play there from Stizzy and Exotic. An off-ball play from Zen to get some demos in amongst it all. That was a 0-second chance.
Look at that
Vatira
save, too. That's what I was
the right-hand side of the net. It's in.
And that's the play. It's come down to those small moments where the defense has to choose the most likely shooting lane that their opponent's going to take. That one for Zen, thankfully, if you're a Vitality fan, he predicted it right. It was going to the top left. He got a touch, and that's not the same case for KC with Stizzy. They saw him up in the air. It was a beautiful fake, and you have to respect both teammates in that situation. Where are they going to go? Where are they going to try and strike this shot? The guess wasn't on target. It wasn't accurate. And the shot does fall through. Vitality with Illusion are getting back into the series, but is it enough? Can they maintain? That's been the struggle all season long, Stumpy. There's highlights. We know Vitality are great, but can you take down KC in the entire series?
It's not just this is the story of the season is KC. As we've been saying, we've been banging on about, this is a story of Zen versus Vatira, and Vatira has won 10 times in a row in the RLCS against Zen. This would not just end that streak, it would also end the perfect split that KC are currently aiming for. 3 titles over in the LAN in Copenhagen, the second one taken by KC as well. Vitality could play spoiler to KC here and now. 2 more games for them and 3 left wanting for Kami.
And here comes the superstar himself trying to change this curse and lift it. He got the 50-50 against Vatira, the opponent we're talking about, but still nothing going to fall and drop in front of the net. Good opportunities, though, and good looks out of Vitality. Stizzy up early for that shot. It's how able to kick it to the corner. More 50-50s. And I think the more scrappy it gets on the ground, I think that really does benefit Vitality. It's a laser beam out of Vatira, but it's saved by Exotic.
Yeah, Exotic positioned really nicely for that. Left a lot of the goal open so that he's got a lot of space to move into, but was able to pick up speed nice and quickly. And Zen, pretty low on boost. We'll try and pinch this central, but Vatira does get the better of him with the boost advantage. 2 committed into the corner here. Juicy ends up falling back towards the backboard. Vatira taking over up high. Juicy now. Which boost will he be going for? Exotic leads that back corner. Could have gone for it. The play. It's the first chance as Atto now. We've seen how demo-y he can be. That old Team Liquid style. Whereas him and Oski up front. First minute and a half. Hasn't seen anything come through just yet. Both sides have decent sniffs.
Oh, if there's one player you got to watch out for, it's going to be Stizzy. He just picked up a full boost pad in his corner. Now what can he do with it? He's actually going to pass it out over to Atao's. Quite scary. Bit of a dangerous spot. But they do get away with their lives still intact. And here he is again finding a touch. This has been an awkward showing from Vitality for the defense in game number 4. Exotic with another chance, chipping it away at the goal. Slowly trying to dwindle away this defense of KC. But I don't know, I'm not too convinced on either side. It's been a battle for the midfield.
I think so far I'm seeing Vitality winning it as well. Juicy gets rid of Zen to try and make up a little bit of ground. And Vatira on his own in the sky. Zen's
He's got the flip.
Let's get the reset! Crossbar and post found, but not a goal.
Oh, and Stizzy's like, okay, you can do resets, so can I, but I'm actually gonna fake it, and you have no idea what I'm going for. There's another fake from Exotic that Stizzy was waiting down below. Good patience. And this Sen just taking shot after shot. Vitality. This is an onslaught where KC have to stand tall, and stand tall they do.
It's going to be interesting to see what breaks the deadlock in this one. Game 1 separated by an overtime goal. Game 2, a crunching 5-1 in favor of KCorp, and then a 0-0 overtime. Is this one now going to be a crunching for Vitality? It doesn't seem to be, because 3 minutes gone, still 0-0.
There's a reason why this is a classic matchup, Stumpy. You know that the quality of goals to get through on the defense, it has to be exceptional. That is what we've witnessed with Stizzy and Atto specifically. I think those have been very standout players. Juicy's getting bumps, getting involved. Zen slowly warming up. There's some fakes there. Illusion, of course, for... Oh my goodness, Vitality, as that one did slip across. Could have been a mistake for KC.
Yeah, big mistake from KC, but Vitality weren't reading it, understandably, to be honest.
The control.
Now, the man of the hour, keeps it high, then Atto has to jump. 80 seconds now, ticking down.
We're still scoreless. Kind of feel that OT waiting for us. Juicy.
Pressure from Vitality is insane.
Yeah. I mean, they're relentless. Everybody's in rotation, not sending that third man forward too much, but that's a good touch out of Juicy. Creativity could be what KC need to break through. Pass given over to Exotic, and it's back to Juicy's hands.
What a pass from Juicy. Fortunately for him, I think Vatira intelligently doesn't go for it. Exotic attempts a double. You gotta go for it. I absolutely back him there. That was brilliant play from him. Unfortunately, it doesn't come out. Vatira, relatively open goal, does get bombed. Atto's the next to it. 2 commit on defense. Can Zen shoot long? He shoots high and wide.
Oh, and that actually might be what ends up conceding for either side is one overextension. All players moving forward with how high the tension is and the pressure. 0-0, nobody's gotten through. And you're so desperate to get the first one. Stizzy, a little bit of boost, a little bit of half of left in the tank. Juicy, I mean, this isn't looking too good. Who do you send forward right now, Stumpy?
Bloody everyone, and then immediately retreat.
Send the house.
Yeah, the waves of this game. It's so hard to read. It's back and forth, the undulations for both teams. 0 seconds now, will be landing. Overtime, the third in the series, the third of 4 games.
And you could just taste the tension in the air. I mean, this is painful. Team Vitality up 2-1. You know what's on the line, the rivalry. And we'll see what happens. Zen, what do you got for us? Any creativity, any mastermind mechanics?
Double demo.
Loose grab from Atto. He's gonna flick over one in his own defensive half. Zen gets a 50-50 back to Exotic. And Juicy's crashing in, leaves it. Now it's a battle to the midfield.
It's a long clear from Exotic with no boost. He has to try and find something. Atto can now commit on the right-hand wall. Then gives it towards Juicy. Exotic's bumping. Exotic fakes it. Vatira has to cover both. He gets the dunk. It's going to be open. Who can chase it down? Will it be Vatira? Vatira now takes a snapshot as Zen scares him away from taking his time. Vatira nearly had the first for KC in this game, and it would have been the winner.
Oh, you could feel how nervous Vatira got, but hold on a second, Atto, it's a 2v1, Exotic alone, he has to get the 50-50, and it's gonna squeeze in. They've been battling each other on the muscle all series long, but KC been putting in the reps.
As soon as Atto goes up for that, Exotic has to turn, he has to get up. He's not got the boost to go for an air dribble bump, but instead he used the momentum against him, forces it low. Gorgeous play from Atto. And the big, bad Belgian locks in game number 2 for KCorp.
Just so much emphasis on these individual challenges. Little things like that, so important. Especially when we've got a game that's as low scoring as this one. Only 1 for KC. Vitality didn't get a single goal the entire game. And this was a close chance for KC. They had a couple of good looks as well as Vitality. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a 2v1 scenario where the muscle is what comes through for KC.
Bear in mind as well, KCorp, they're playing for both, the positioning in this individual open. They want that first place. They want to get that perfect opening set of 3. But they're also playing for a little bit of prize money. And ultimately, I think the pride of continuing this streak against Vitality to keep that worry in Vitality's head. They're locked in first place regardless. They've already won 2. They will be Europe's first seed going into this event. They will be going to Boston. Vitality, they're still playing, trying to make sure they can lock in second over NIP.
Right. And it's so important when you move into these majors. Both these teams have clinched a spot for Boston, but what's the atmosphere? What are the vibes like? What's the energy that you're going to bring into the LAN? Because your previous performance, how you performed here, if you can win the split, if you can have a pop-off moment, that energy will carry itself into Boston, Stumpy, and prove to be so useful for either side.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to know that you got those 3. We always mention it, the momentum, the vibe that you can kind of get. Not just your team, but can you instill fear in the opponents? Remember how much that, got BDS through a lot of the time. They were incredibly talented, but the fear that they gave the rest of Europe and the world at the first event back in Stockholm, back in the day, that is a huge boon to your team.
And if you're KC, I think, honestly, that might even scare you more, is losing some of that reputation. You want to keep instilling the fear. If you arrive in Boston after a loss here against Vitality, and you know, and everybody else knows, you could be taken down. Stizzy alone on the defensive side. Drops it over for Exotic, and we're back to a tied up 2-2 series. Who can edge out some type of lead and put us on Neo Tokyo?
This first minute has now finally been KCorp, having a good chunk of pressure. It really felt like Vitality's. That last one was there to lose. That one's wide, but the bounce does not favor Atto.
That's painful. I think he was lurking around just in case it bounced right in front of the goal. He was hoping there was a chance. Sometimes those post and crossbar bounces make absolutely no sense. Didn't get lucky there. It's Batira, another 50-50. Demo out of Zen. Physical gameplay still showing up. And here comes Dizzy, full boost as Exotic's trying to take out Atto, who's left alone, and Zen has one of the easiest shots he's going to get all series.
He still manages to slam it top bins. Exotic knows his job here on the 3v1. Get the man. Absolutely send him flying. Zen can then just wait nearby, see if Exotic either scores or if it goes somewhere mid. Ends up mid, and he shoots high.
And I love that play. And I said it was an easy shot for Zen, but what's hard in that situation is reading the play and knowing you need to press up. Like, having the awareness and opportunity is about to arise, that might be one of the most difficult things to do as a third man in that spot. Well played by Zen. And a decent shot on his Juicy. Could have gotten some revenge.
What a save. Exotic had to pre-jump that. He left the wall as early as he could without jumping, holds his flip. It's a brilliant play from him. Atto now attempting a skim. Can you do it, King? He fakes it, but Tira's there. But Stizzy, the goalkeeper, can keep Vitality safe for now.
I'm noticing KC not keeping the ball close to them. Big booming touches. And they're not keeping possession. Look at this from Batira. He's just slamming it to the other side instead of going for any type of possession. And they're giving things away straight to Vitality. It's kind of allowed for more pressure. I think they're going to get starved out here, Stumpy.
Yeah, and Exotic just wanting to call Stizzy off that one so he can then retreat back and get some boost. Atto, lovely positioning on the sidewall. Zen falls straight into his trap, but the ball falls straight back towards Zen, who ignores ball, goes for the man instead. Be a quick rotation from him. Shuts down Atto on another skim attempt. That one's central though for Juicy. The demo! Juicy and Atto team up again.
And I kind of wonder what Zen's going for here. A touch in the midfield. He just gave it away right to Juicy, and he's kind of playing on KC's side a bit. And you've got Demos crash the net, but at the end of the day, it's not the best touch from Zen. Giving pressure right away, and we're back to a tied-up scoreline.
I think KC still has a good amount of work to do after it, but you don't want to set KCorp up particularly often. Absolutely starts with Zen there. Juicy up for one, opts to not go for the redirect, the flip reset. Exotic with a little bit of boost. Atto's low, he doesn't know that. Trying to try and get the 50. Stizzy chance for a shot, he shoots it high!
You understand, it looked like he was going for that top left, maybe. You get why he's slamming it. Yeah. I mean, he threw his whole car into that thing. And that's what I think they know. If they're going to get past the goal line, it's got to be just such an incredible shot, but still.
There's every world as well where, like, he hits it soft, and then we say, oh, I can't believe it. Like, he's just shot that right into the keeper. I get why he does it, but, man, that was a really big chance for Vitality to get the lead again.
It's always better to just throw everything you have in the kitchen sink at it and just get the power instead of a weak shot. Exotic, maybe he can get a chance to make up for what Stizzy just did on the field. Ball's going towards Juicy, booming clear. I still see KC not controlling the ball super well, but I guess they don't need to if Vitality don't know how to maintain possession from their own half. But as I say that, Stizzy on a dribble, carefully getting this ball out of their own half.
Another overtime, perhaps? I'm feeling it. I feel it. I can taste it in the air.
I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it. Okay, we got the tiebreaker today. We got this classic rematch. What more do we want? We want more OTs.
Final 45 is going to be led by an Exotic into the corner, and Vitality having a good push. That's central. Stizzy can try and get the 50. That is loose defending by KCorp, and Vitality take full advantage.
Oh, it's loose defending because Juicy has to go up. Atto, he actually won it. It looked like he was going for maybe a corner boost or something. He's in an awkward spot, and Stizzy's hanging out right in front of the goal line. Perfect position, right place, right time, and get the lead. This is Vitality about to take the edge in the series.
Whoever wins this will then be on game point, or rather on series point. 30 seconds. Vitality currently lead. Atto into the corner. The immediate touch. Stizzy has to get involved, has to try and clear it away. And a clear central ends up finding Atto on the opposite wall.
Atto. Ooh, Stizzy has to get a touch. He doesn't go for it. It's slow everybody on Vitality. Caught flat-footed. Where's anybody for the challenge? Gonna let them do what they want.
It's a lovely bump. I mean, Exotic gets bullied at the back. Brought central. Atto then flies over Stizzy's head, meaning that he has to jump a little bit later, and that is enough for Juicy to squeeze it through.
You think Stizzy saw the bump coming through and just forced himself to stay on the ground?
I think he sees a massive blue car.
Maybe another one, Vatira.
It's a chance as Atto grabs the bull by the horns, steals it away from Vatira, getting that double.
No.
It is lovely play. KCorp wrestled 2 back in 20 seconds.
I mean, threading the needle mid-air. Stizzy went for the challenge. So did everybody else from Vitality. Maybe the team in orange can get one of their own, but as this ball is sent all the way to their own half, they've got to keep it up in the air. Ball bouncing in the corner.
Awkward.
It looked like Vitality were going to take the lead, and yet things completely flipped, and it's KC back on top.
How on earth has that happened? KCorp cannot die.
Oh, this is... And it hurt. I'm pretty sure that was Stizzy up in the air. Those back-to-back mistakes where he should have gotten at least a touch. I know he had to dodge the demo on the goal line previously, but for that final goal out of KC, I know he could have gotten a touch and messed with the 50-50. Either way, he's going to be feeling it. And there is a timeout call for Vitality to reset the mental.
Yes, you need it.
Because after that one, oh, man, you got tears in the eyes.
And we can see what happens when teams like BSK don't take their time out. So,
oh my God.
What?
Dude, you need to you need to get like a shirt. You need to go to therapy for that, man. This is constantly on your mind, dude. That is crazy.
They're using their God-given right.
Look, it's true. You take the time out, you relax, you get a stretch in, and that was Vitality's game. That's probably the most frustrating part about this. Is yes, you give credit to KC for being able to generate those chances, but I truly think Vitality threw that match towards the end rather than KC just dominating them.
Yeah, for sure. That is, it's so hard. That is such a hard loss to accept, but. That's where Eversax comes in. Talk to the boys. Say, look.
Yeah.
Shame. Fool us once. Shame on us. Fool us 10 times in a row since 2023. Maybe we should rethink some things.
Dude, I would literally just be like, hey, man, we've already lost 10 series in a row. Like, if you're still thinking about our match history against them, like, nobody's going to be surprised if we lose. They have nothing to lose in this series. They've already secured the spot in the major, but to get that win over KC would be crucial. They got to take it one step at a time, each game individually. And they have clearly all of the pieces to the puzzle, Stumpy. There's nothing missing out of Vitality. It's just, can you truly show up for the entire length of each match and every 5 minutes?
And as I said earlier, bear in mind, KCorp, Vatira's KCorp, have made almost 80% of all regional grand finals.
Yeah.
Like, very few teams can knock them out. It's not a Vitality issue necessarily, but in game number 6, Vitality need to dig deep, find something special, and take down the behemoth of KC.
It looks like we're going to need to see some type of highlight reel. Somebody, hopefully all 3 players, if you're a fan of them, out of Vitality, step up, pop off, and make us just get out of our seats. That's the level of performance you need to take down the top dogs in EU. And KC, happy to have the lead back on Neo Tokyo. How long will it last, though? Because Zen looks like he's getting eager.
God, I was excited for that to go in. The double flip reset into the air dribble would have been stunning. Chance there, though, for Zen now to go for the man. He's still chasing out Juicy in the back, and he gets him. Stizzy with the open net, all off the back of Zen.
Zen, he's hunting. He sees Exotic go for the 50-50. This is a 3-man play. Zen's forward, leading the charge, leading the brigade. Stizzy controlling it down, and Exotic won the 50-50. It looked like an easy goal, but it had to be executed flawlessly. Communication on point, and it looks like the timeout worked.
4 minutes 30, and that is an immediate start. A great start for Vitality. Exotic calls Zen off the ball. I don't hate it at all. Gives it straight to Vatira, however, which I'm not a big fan of. And towards that left wall with 0 boost. He flicks it high and middle. Instant challenge, instant reset, instant shot, instant double. And Stizzy, my goodness, how did you read that one?
I don't even know where he came from. I was on, I believe, Zen's perspective, or whoever was on the goal line there. And Stizzy just flies out of nowhere to get a touch. The hero for the defense. How long will it last? Juicy. Looks like 2 players left the net and then cross now in the rotation. It's just awkward out of Vitality.
Man.
What's going on here?
And complete miscommunication. Look at the low boost that they have all across. Zen and Exotic both have to jump and dive for it. Neither made contact. It's open for Vatira. He can tell by that play that they've got no boost. So he can therefore go nice and high with it. It's great man knowledge there from Vatira. Sees what the play, see what information the play gives him, and then reacts to it based off that. Wonderful from him. Nice, easy double tap. And KC, they wrestle back that equalizing goal.
It was just a weird spot. Exotic and Zen, both of them thought somebody was going to be in the middle of the backboard, so they cut their rotations early. Maybe they can fix it, though. As Zen, let's grab the midfield boost. It's a good 50-50, an even better one out of Juicy. Stizzy grabs full boost, and they can cut off that pass early and send it flying towards the other side as things start to stabilize. 1 apiece. Vitality. This is potentially the last game we'll see from them in this open unless they can prove otherwise.
Good demo from Atto on Stizzy. Completely reveals that backboard. However, they don't really continue on the play. So Vitality, they can now start to swarm. Exotic versus Atto. It's a very light flick, but the ball was going a bit too fast. Not in the position on this card that he would have liked. Vatira immediately finding Atto in the skies, and Zen has to pre-jump it. Again, these games are split by just a single goal, a single moment.
Yeah, a small little 50-50, even a boost grab, like such small, tiny moments that can dictate the entire feeling and energy of the series. And things can shift so quickly. We experienced that last game. Never know who truly has the edge or who walk away with the win. Stizzy wants to walk away with this 50-50. Instead, he's gonna grab a demo, excuse me. It's back to the corner on the defensive side as they look to regroup.
I mean, realistically, like I was saying, this should be Vitality 3-2 up. KCorp wrestled back in that game number 5. They got the advantage, they got the goal. And unfortunately for them, they just weren't able to actually stick with it. KCorp, they just never seem to die. A long shot, or a long touch rather, falls into the corner, Zen can receive. It's a 50. Vatira pops. Atto is parked in front of Exotic on the backboard, who can just about escape.
Oh, and he knows the backboard's empty. Juicy got the flip reset. There's a lot of options for KC on what to do, and it's because of the demos, because of the physical plays, even more out of Juicy. How much more can you punch against this wall of Vitality before you get something to break through?
I mean, that was low boost, low man, low everything, and Vitality...
It's still happening. It's still happening.
Hold firm. A flip. Lovely position from Exotic. He can clear that ball away into the corner. Now Zen is released. 100 boost, a reset, a double reset. Shut down by Atto. But that felt like KCorp should have had a goal.
Felt like an eternity. That was just Vitality being a punching bag, but they did fend off against several shots. I mean, we're looking at 11 shots for KC right now compared to the 6 of Vitality. Double the pressure, double the shots, but still a tied-up game, and Vitality could put us on Game 7.
I mean, they've got 50 seconds to prove that they are worth that Game 7 medal. To prove that they're worth that effort of KCorp beating them. Juicy pops it. Vatira's now there again. It was miscommunication, but they have made it work. Atto goes to find somebody in the corner, but Juicy didn't commit, and Vatira was elsewhere.
It just didn't look like KC wanted to have somebody take that risky rotation. There's a demo. I think they're just going to wait for something to open up with the demos. Everybody's getting blown up. Sparks flying in the air, and the lane is wide.
KCorp absolutely brutalized Vitality.
Oh my gosh.
A triple demo in about 5 seconds. Nobody is on the pitch to witness what KCorp can put forth.
That's just toxic from Juicy. I went through his cam, and he's just blazing it all the way for the back line. He's beaming for it, trying to take somebody out, delete him as quickly as possible. But we can't get too hyped yet because 17 seconds still remain. It's only a 1-goal game. We've seen crazier things happen, just like the previous game. something could spark up for Vitality.
I mean, Zen goes long, finds Stizzy. It's a lovely flip into it. A nice low block. Who's going to be there next? It will be Zen. Stizzy turns, keeps it high. Central Exotic. Saved by Vatira. Somehow on the death to the ceiling now. Zen fakes it away, but no one's there. And KCorp continue. They get their 11th straight win against Vitality, and they progress to the grand final.
The curse remains on Vitality. They cannot break through, and it's almost poetic that in the last second, the one player who needs to stop Vitality from pushing through and getting a goal is Vatira. That man saving the entire roster in dire moments. And like I said, it's just poetic. It represents everything that this team has been able to accomplish, and they're looking for their perfect split.
And you look at the illustrious list of teams and people and names that have beaten Zen now. It's Jinxie, it's KCorp, it's Vatira. Only the GOATs of the game can take down another GOAT. And KCorp, they do it on this time. They will be heading into the grand final to go up against the Gentlemates Turtle.
Oh, and it's painful for Vitality, but a bit expected. But you know what's not going to be expected? The rest of today, you never know what's going to happen. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Oh, looks like you're backing up a bit here. Okay, Luann? Is there a Luann in the house?
Remember, you don't work here. Young homeowners love to get involved with everything.
Luann going once.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Sorry.
Luann!
T-Bates here, and today I have a special unboxing from Blacklight. It's gonna be something you've never seen before. ASMR. Let's get into it. Oh my gosh! Sorry, oh my gosh. It's cool. These are the instructions. It's a piece of art. Smooth as silk. And now, for the finishing touches. The Athena Pro. Blacklight. Rlcs. Available for pre-order right now.
Got wandering eyes that I seem to follow. Can only stay still for some time. I've never aligned with this city's bustle that makes it easier to leave behind. I just wanna get to know brighter lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering I could be the one you're missing. I just wanna get to know brighter lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering. Wondering why I don't know the feeling of walking through the streets like they're mine. Trying to find a way to new beginnings somewhere in a different life. I just wanna get to know brighter lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering that could be the one you're missing. I just wanna get to know brighter lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering.
was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from strangers don't lost in time with one another? The hourglass takes us further from here.
Thanos has arrived again, the blue wall, and the grand finals. They are inevitable. And Gentlemates, we'll see if they can stop them in our grand finals that is on the way. Vitality, however, could not. It looked like they handled it decently well at the end there, knowing that it was hard, but yeah, it still sucks to lose. I'm Leaf, we have Stumpy and Turtle alongside me. Again, Stumpy, I think everyone had the expectation the blue wall would go through. I wonder when Vitality will finally be able to do it.
You feel bad for Vitality at this point because they can beat so many in Europe, but for some reason, KCorp just keep coming back and stinging them. And Turtle, especially at the end of, what was it, game number 5? It was KCorp getting 2 goals back in 20 seconds to then just about nip the lead. It's the horrible way to lose.
I think that just decided the whole series. I mean, if Vitality win that one, maybe we see the revenge story out of Vitality, but at the end of the day, just not enough. And we can even see it here in the highlights. So much potential, I want to say, from Vitality. Like, and this is the frustrating part about KC. It's like, I don't think Vitality came out here, played a bad game by any means. It's just KC are that good. You have to match and then exceed that expectation, which, you know, I don't know if any team can really do that right now in Europe.
Or almost anywhere. I mean, like,
or anywhere in general.
You're looking at maybe a couple from the other regions, maybe MENA, North America, right? But like overall, KCorp, Stumpy is still that front runner of like if you're doing predictions for a major.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we fill in predictions ahead of these shows. Normally, we'd sort of do them one by one, see what comes up. I promise you, whenever KCorp are playing a series, I just put their name in. I don't even need to know who they're playing, who's going to be coming through. Yeah.
And they were pre-filled out for a lot of people.
Yeah, you just have to pre-fill it out. Like, okay, KC going to win their semi, KC they're going to win the grand final. But I mean, you don't get that kind of reputation without the brilliance that they show.
Yeah.
The question is, does that ever start working against them? Because we have seen teams just snowball so hard, and then eventually, when they have to make changes and a wrench gets thrown in the system, do they have what it takes to adapt? I mean, I'm not saying they don't, but that's always something to at least consider, and that's the copium that I would use if I was playing against them. I'd be like, there's gonna be a way. There's gonna be a day that I can get through this, you know?
You know, I'd say it's hard. So if you have a team that's 4-0 and 4-0 and 4, yes, that's going to end. But KC's never doing that, right? And they're even losing some series here and there.
Right.
And I think that shows that they aren't that far ahead. So it keeps them on their toes, and they are constantly working to adapt. And I think that's kind of maybe the secret sauce is if you just stay just enough ahead, you keep that fire lit. And maybe that's a secret. Don't try too hard. But
I feel like when you look towards what Vitality can do, what NIP did as well, both lost 4-2 to KCorp. They can beat them in games. Therefore, by just logic, you can beat them in series. It can happen. It will happen. It does happen. Just rarely. 1 in 5 grand finals they don't make. You just have to hope that you're one of the teams that beats them on the way there. So then you've then got a chance to win it. But I mean, the grand finals coming up, Leaf, I don't think it's going to be as cut and dry as just KCorp win.
Really?
No,
Really? Okay.
Okay, well, we talk about that in a sec because I want to just break down again what we're going to be seeing later. The grand finals will be coming soon, but I want to remind people that we have a tiebreak. You'll look at it right there, that 5th spot. GK Esports Manchester City will be facing off Magnifico. Couldn't cut it through Vitality. They don't get to join in that 3-team tiebreaker. There's just those two here. GK was watching from the sidelines. Now they get to play. So I hope they've been warming up. We'll have that series coming after the grand finals. So make sure when the grand finals are done, don't leave, because we got to still figure out that last team there. Now, obviously, I don't know. I feel like, guys, this is going to be a little bit of a problem for GK because they didn't get to play today. Manchester City got to play 2 series already, and they look good, you know?
I'm wondering where their mental is at for Game 7, because they were able to, or not able to. They unfortunately did lose against Gentlemates, and I think the outcome of that, depending on if they've been able to recover, because that's an exhausting series. I mean, obviously the energy was up against NIP. They were able to take them down 4-1, but losing a Game 7 when you're so close to just controlling your own fate, and I've been there before, it hurts to lose that. So to recover and get the energy back up is my question, and Man City are... You know, when it comes to the mental game, even in Game 7s, we know that they fall short. So that's where I'm starting to doubt them once it starts moving against them, all this momentum.
I think it's, there's kind of pros and cons to being Man City and to being GK. GK come in fresh slate. They do nice chill scrims, then they go into some intense scrims, and they really get ramped up for this. Whereas Manchester City, they have now had real tournament experience competing for the major, but they then had the heartbreak of them not making it in that same series. So then you've got pros and cons either way. It's going to be an absolute belter, no matter what happens, no matter who wins, both playing to try and get that major spot. And yeah.
The
absolute belter. Sorry.
Who are they scrimming? Right? All the other teams are playing. Right, so I don't know how.
Well, they can scrim Vitality now.
Right? I guess so. If they want to at this point too, right?
Just in the messages, hey, you want to scrim now?
Imagine the coaches DMing, like you have Eversat's getting a DM being like, hey, are you guys free for a quick scrim?
Well, normally we see teams like after, in a tiebreaker situation, after they win, they like thank the team socially, like on Twitter or something, and they're like, thanks for the scrims. That's how important it is to warm up for these.
But anyways, that is after our grand finals. Up next is our last in this bracket, the playoff bracket. KCorp is facing down Gentlemates, the blue wall, in a position they're quite familiar with. The Gentlemates, it's now their turn to see if they can shut them down. Of course, they just had a little bit of a break before this. KCorp coming off of a matchup. Gentlemates are going to need a lot to take this down. I think on paper, a lot of us just straight up already put through our predictions. I think a lot of people that do. Gentlemates, what do they need, Turtle, in this matchup? I mean, what are you looking to do? You don't have to give me specifics, but like, what's that approach overall?
I mean, dude, if I knew, I'd be a coach. I would have figured it out for them, because if I could take down KC, then I'd be like 400 IQ, because at this moment, with what I just casted and saw out of Vitality, like, it wasn't a game in a series where Vitality were just openly making so many mistakes and KC were punishing. Like, no, dude, you have to find a way to throw off the KC defense and rotations. And I think the demo play alongside the fakes, like, you've got to use quite literally every strategy and constantly be mixing it up, because KC can adapt within 1 or 2 goals to know what your new strategy is. So rotating between every single weapon you've got is your best shot. And I know that Gentlemates have a unique strategy with every individual asset on their team.
Can we see Nass's camera again, please? Has he got a dog toy for Oski?
Yo, they've had a few of those in the background.
Are they going to, like, mid-series, the throw it for the big dog, give him a little treat, wrestle it back off him and say, right, back into the lobby, Oski?
This is terrible.
Man, all right. Well, I love how Gentlemates play. I love how mechanical and aggressive and like offense heavy they are, with then Archie being that then third man, wanting to poach, wanting to defend. Yeah. Right now, give me KCorp though. I'm sorry, Gentlemates. I love how you play.
Set this whole thing up. You literally... You're a traitor, dude. We came into this entire segment. You're like, Gentlemates might be able to do it.
You know that's not my accent. And next time you impersonate me, you will do it, please. Thank you.
I mean,
Leaf, are you going the safe route? What are you doing?
What do you mean safe route? It's the only route. You're not telling me you're going gentlemates, are you?
I don't know, dude. I just think it's so boring. And like,
it doesn't matter if it's boring.
You're not a coward, are you? You're not a coward, Turtle. Come on.
No, dude, I'm taking it off. Give me gentlemates.
Yes.
Give me gentlemates.
No.
There it is.
That's so silly.
I think it's, it's not a smart pick. It's not a bold pick. Maybe I do it because it doesn't make any sense. But I do think there is a world where, like you said, Stumpy, they're all peaking. They have Archie. I think the confidence of gentlemates is that of a team that can just come in here and swing at it and see what happens if they hit a home run.
Yeah,
I get it.
Sure.
I don't think it's that silly, but I'm also a certified bozo. Okay. So I don't know.
No, Turtle got one right, and he's now swinging for the fences.
That's right. That's right. We got. Look at that 33.
Vote say?
33.
Okay, yeah. It's not going to happen here. Grand Finals has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. European Open number 3 about to conclude. We'll have a tiebreaker right after that. But for this Grand Finals, KCorp stands strong in a position they always stand in. It's now turn for gentlemates to try it and shut down a European's best. Let's get into our Grand Finals.
And it's time for the final match of the European Open number 3. And what can we expect but KCorp yet again in another Grand Finals? Their challenger, gentlemates, wants to dethrone them. Johnny is joining me, and this is Game 1 presented by Progressive. And Johnny, what are the odds that Casey's back to their 9th European Grand Final in a row?
Yeah, I know, right? See, we're getting so used to this, we thought we have to change something up, because KC just keep coming back and winning these. So what can we do different? We'll get Gibson here. Maybe that'll...
Why not? Yeah, why not?
KC up against the only team who gave them trouble in the offseason. Gentlemates came into the season as the team winning the only off-season European land that there was, so that helped their case. But in the season, it's been back to KC dominating. They've won the only 2 matches they played against gentlemates. So let's see, will this one be any different?
We'll have to see. We obviously know there was roster moves by KCorp to get here. Juicy joined the team, and I thought, all right, maybe we'll get some parity in Europe. We'll get different regional winners, but KCorp said, nah, we're even better than we were somehow, some way. And that's a lot because of Atto. And he goes up the wall there for a pass to Juicy, and the pressure's already on by KCorp and gentlemates. Handed on for dear life on the orange half.
And they just do such a good job of keeping teams in the defensive corners, keeping teams in goal. And that's something that gentlemates have had to do for the majority of this game so far. Finally, now they get to have a look at the KC goal up close. The ability has to be studied, and it must be being studied by other teams. How do KC keep other teams on defense? As long as they do, oh, that's a good pass. Surely, Archie opens the scoring. Well, it doesn't matter if you're the team defending the majority of the game. If, and it's a big if, you can be more clinical, and that's what gentlemates are here.
Yeah, Nass found an opening, and he didn't go for the net. He immediately went for the pass, and you've got to expect Archie, the positional mastermind, to be in the right place, right time to finish that one off. So mates opening up the scoring here versus KCorp is a good sign.
And it looks like we are going to go right back into the same routine that we had at the start of the game. KC just switching the sides of the box. One side, then the other side. They're just going to have a nice spread in the midfield, trying to intercept as often as possible. They never really rush the attack. They just keep on attacking little by little. The gentlemates, they know what they're up against here. They know what to expect. And like Oski said earlier, they've got the experience. They're trying to use every ounce of it right here to keep KC at bay.
And you got to be careful with that. So when he's got 100 boost, he might be the most dangerous man in Europe right now. Every time he's on the ball, he can make magic happen. He almost made something happen there. He's definitely in the running now for the world's best player, Johnny, I would say.
For sure. Yeah, today, though, we've had fully off the leash Oski, which has been wonderful to see. That's going to give Atto a run for his money. And Atto, he does deserve his praise, though. He is part of that consistent core that KCorp have had with Batira himself. Farah's been at the helm coaching. Now they've got Farah coaching the coaches extra. Coming in with all of his experience. But yeah, Atto, a massive part of that success.
We're going to see the game plan for mates, though, too. It's going to be Oski. Oski had a fantastic showing earlier today. He's going to be very aggressive and trying to be physical against KCorp, but Batira so fast on that side. Well, goes to the aerial dribble. It gets turned away, but the KC offense is clicking. But we're getting clears out, at least by the mates, and they just have enough time to get a little bit of boost so they can withhold a little bit more in defense.
Yeah, they really don't have a lot of boost. There's a sequence there where KC were taking every single one of them. They're just timing their attacks across the box perfectly so that they can steal the boost at the end of it. But Oski and Gentlemates managed to break the cycle of boost steals there, and then get the ball down the other end for another shot on target, and it goes in for Archie again. There were two Gentlemates going in for it. I think they both got a piece.
And we talk about the speed of Oski when he's on the offensive side of the field, and he makes things work there. And Nass, a brilliant pass to Archie, though. Quick 1-2 so they can get the angle on the shot. And the Gentlemates have now converted on two of basically their 3 chances to take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, the first look at that, I thought it was just a double commit, but it looks on second viewing like Nass actually hit that into Archie intentionally. So great pass, and Archie with his second goal of the game, timing his third man arrival well. KC being a bit frustrated here by Gentlemate's defense.
Yeah, Maids too. They've had 3 scoring opportunities, and they've scored on 2 of them. That is what you have to do when you're playing against KCorp. You have to capitalize on any chance that they give you. And while, yes, they've had to play a lot of defense, the few times they go on offense, they have made it work. So KC down 2 with a minute left, trying to battle back here, but Archie's up early, going for the double. He actually turns the ball away. Might have been better off with a pass opportunity there.
Yeah, that's what I do with most of my double taps. Just stretch out for the ball, hit it sideways, cleared it for the opponents. But yeah, rare to see that from Gentlemates. Not that it matters here. They're still looking exceptional. With 30 seconds left, game 1 has very much gone their way. KC have had chances. They've had 10 shots, double Gentlemates tally, but not any goals to speak of.
See what Archie can do to waste down this clock. 15 on the clock at this point. One more clear should do it. Ato's going to score an opportunity here, though. Goes off the post. Matira with another shot at KCorp. We saw it against Vitality. They're not done just yet.
Oh, surely not. They can't keep getting away with this. There's just absolutely no way that KC are going to make another comeback in yet another grand final and ruin another team's day. They've got plenty of kickoffs to go to in their repertoire. Which one's it going to be? Matira's the only one going. It's going to be Gentlemates with the fake, actually, and that results in possession for them.
Juicy, though, does win the ball back. The ball gets spilled to the side and gets killed down. Gentlemates take the early lead in what we assume to be a very long match, but hey, the Maids are very happy with that, especially because KCorp, they just were playing, so they should be the hotter team right now going into game 1, but the Maids take the first.
Yeah, look at the 11 saves for Gentlemates. Really the standout storyline from game 1 for me. They were making the necessary saves and they were just surviving, which is what you have to do against KCorp. When they get into the zone and they start taking your boosts away, they start to knock the ball around the box. You can't panic, you have to keep recovering. And look at the finishing and the passing in the final third. Great play there by Nass and Archie. They took their chances, and KCorp couldn't take any.
You got to convert on the few chances that you have when you're playing against probably the world's best team at this point, or at least one of the world's best, and it's exactly what Mates did. They basically had 3 scoring chances, maybe a 4th there, 3.5, and they converted on 2 of them. And that's exactly what you have to do when you're the underdog playing against the favorite. KCorp, 1 save in that series, or that game, and Gentlemates scored twice. So really, 2 of 3 conversion rate is fantastic for the Mates. They got to keep that up. They would rather be a little bit more on the offensive side, Johnny, I would say, than what they were. You can't play defense for that long against KCorp and expect to only let them score 1. So we'll see if they turn it around a little bit here and get more of that midfield pressure.
Let's see. Gentlemates off to a good start, but it's a long way to go. Nass in the Octane, he does switch. Oh my goodness. Last touch was ridiculous from him. He does switch between the Octane and the Fennec. This time he's going for the Octane. For him, I think, and for most of the pros who do switch between the 2 cars, tends to yield a bit of a quicker play style. More precision required with the Fennec, in my opinion. The Octane, you don't need to be as precise. You just kind of rush into position. I feel like the touches tend to be better. But for Nass, it would be interesting to know his thoughts on that car switch, the reason that he's decided to do that later on.
Talking about the speed of Oski again on the offensive side. He was just upfield and demo's out that man, so the ball does spill all the way back into KCorp's half, but watch out for Oski. He's been playing a lot of offense lately, and he's getting physical. And KCorp is the most physical team in Europe, but right now the mates are taking it to him with multiple demos. Juicy, though, is going to hold out as long as he can so his teammates will respawn and finally get the clear.
As they're fighting fire with fire. Infield pass cuts off, and Oski with a huge save at the top corner to deny the follow-up shot. An explosive start to game 2 as KCorp switch left to right and back again. They can't get the ball into the middle. It's just dead in the corner here. Now finally it crosses the box. Ato's still in the boost away from this side. Nass and Oski don't have too much. Nass opting for outplays despite that fact.
And I love what I'm seeing out of the mates. I love this physical play. I love just seeing them, you know, just go haymaker to haymaker versus the world's best in KCorp. And they're looking good doing it. Like first 2 minutes of play and get physical again on the offensive part of the field. Nass with the bump. Oski trying to get the shot. Juicy with the recovery though, and will get the clear. And it's a race. Archie got the boost though, and Nass is able to slow clear this out. Should buy his team enough time. He actually beats one, maybe beaten multiple. He's got a little bit of space. It goes mid, but Vatira's there.
Oh, there was very close to a demo. Juicy on Archie while he retreated back to the Gentlemates half a moment ago. Many demos already this game. Gentlemates are doing a much better job fighting for that midfield and matching KC's aggression. They've actually outshot them so far this game and held KC to just the one opportunity. This is very promising sign for Gentlemates because even though they won game 1, I think the manner in which they won it doesn't look good for a best of 7 against KC. This though, this looks winnable.
See, Ato, a lot of midfield plays there, but nothing coming of it. Archie wins the speed battle, but Juicy follows it up. Nass with the weak shot. Archie coming back through, but Vatira is there to close it down. So Ato will get a dribble over one. Can he get it by Nass as well, or at least a 50? No, he cannot. Nass gets good, but a team bump thwarts the offense.
The team bump and nearly sent Oski into position. Just launching it forward into the attack. Probably the player you'd want to do that with if you're going to pick a player to launch into the offensive side. Why not Oski? Still tied 0-0 in game 2. Pre-jump from Archie doesn't quite connect, but Gentlemates are threatening here. They're committing a lot to these attacks. I like what I see as well.
Yeah, it's an incredibly hard read by Archie, but there's no risk involved. Like, you still have a third man back, like, in a good position, so why not guess at it and try for the goal? Archie here, the double tap, or just off the back wall and a free shot. KCorp leaving their back wall undefended is a rare case, but Archie just over Vatira, who's a little bit flat-footed there.
That's such a good read by Archie. He just shoots the ball immediately. Vatira turned towards him. He thought Archie was going to take a soft first touch, start an air dribble. But that really shows the power of simply shooting the ball every now and then. Sometimes you just get a goal off of it. Even in the highest level, when the defender reads a soft touch and you boom it, you might just score. Even if not, they could be in trouble, like Vatira was there.
So we got a 1-goal match now. Mates again up, could take a 2-0 lead. They got to hold out for another minute. An infield pass to Archie. He's got the angle. He's got the goal, and Gentlemates are running away with game 2.
Juicy can't control it. Oski gets it across the box, and Archie scores again. He's just been the sniper for Gentlemates in this grand final, scoring every goal. All 4 that the two teams have scored. 1 minute left. KC unable to get a goal. When has this happened?
And 2 shots over 4 minutes of play is a rarity for KC. So the mates absolutely dominating game 2 here. Can they hold on or get another goal here? Archie, another shot, bar down and in. Archie's on fire.
What is going on? Nass with the little fake to dodge the bump. Backboards it for Archie. How about that for a finish though? Crossbar down and in. Archie with his 5th goal in 2 games.
Will we finally see the final boss dethroned in Europe? The mates are making a case for it in these first 2 games. Now it's just about bleeding down this clock. Nass gonna take it all by himself. Vatira actually meets him in the air, beats out 2. Oski's left alone. Will get the clear though. 30 on the clock. KCorp has to send everyone at this, being 3 goals down.
It's GKC from last season, except now Gentlemates don't need to win this. Well, obviously they want to win, and I'm sure they're highly motivated, but Last season, GK needed to win against KC in order to qualify for Birmingham. They won. They 4-0'd KC, but even that wasn't like the series we're seeing now. That one was 3-1, 3-2, 1-0, 2-0. This is 2-0, 3-0. KC haven't even scored yet. And it's Archie again. It was Archie last season on GK, ruining the perfect split. Now he's on Gentlemates with Oski and Nass, and he's ready to ruin the perfect split for Korp 2 seasons in a row.
And Gentlemates, yes, they're not playing for too much. They have the European 2 seed, but there is $9,000 on the line, but also 5 RLCS points is on the line in this match. And right now, the tiebreaker, those teams are at 15 points. So the Gentlemates can gain 5 more points on the 5th best team or 6th best team, like in Europe at this point, which means so much going for like a world run, because obviously 5 teams go from Europe there as well. So you want as many points as possible, and 5 is a massive amount.
Oh yeah, this is going to put them in a really good spot with more points being added to their tally at the major itself. This is what you want for an org like Gentlemates, who have been in the scene for a while. They've won a major, but online success hasn't really been a thing that we associate with this org. Last season, it was a very disappointing season for them. But even when they won the major in Copenhagen, they didn't win anything online that season.
Yeah.
So this is huge for Gentlemates. This is a new feeling for them to be going into a major as a regional champion, and a team who are living up to the preseason hype as the main challenge for KC.
And interestingly enough, pretty much every single team, if you lose 2 games in a row, you call a timeout. KCorp opted to not call their timeout here. So we'll play on right into game 3.
Just taking a look back, you know, we talk a lot about that KC Vitality how, rivalry, how one-sided that matchup is. Apart from the Game 7 that Gentlemates won against Korp in Copenhagen, they haven't ever beaten them in RLCS. They've lost, if my quick count of this is correct, 9 times in a row in RLCS Online and other majors combined. So this is a big deal for them, but KC are going to go down without a fight. They want this, they want to win another one. They want a perfect split. They want to win a 10th time in a row against Gentlemates Online.
That's a great play there by Atto. Trying for the back wall pass. He sees Archie there, and Archie's trying to control it. So Atto's like, I'll just delete you off the field to turn that into the pass. And Batira will get the goal. No timeout needed for KCorp. They go ahead early in game 3.
Yeah, the first goal sometimes opens the floodgates. We all know how it can go in Rocket League. You can have scoreless overtimes. You can have long games where you just aren't able to get a goal, and then suddenly the goals just start coming. Now times that by 20 because you've got KC on the field. Their offensive firepower is feared worldwide, and especially against their European rivals online. What can Gentlemates do from a deficit?
Nice little infield pass. That's been open a lot so far, and Oski with the power shot does not go in, but we've seen that open a lot for Archie, and now Oski got a try at it. So Nass is doing incredibly well right off this wall, going for the midfield passes, but this time KC turns it away.
Archie staying with it in defense. A little bit of help from Oski does get the ball clear. So outplays Nass though. Puts it back into Gentlemate's corner. Wonder if it will be more of Archie just arriving at the right time looking for scoring chances, or will we see Oski produce the wonders that he did earlier on today? Will we see Nass? We know all these guys have potential to take over a series, take over games.
Yeah, so far we've seen Oski kind of hanging back a little bit more. Now Archie is up there cherry picking, couldn't find a demo, so then went for the redirect, but it gets broken up by KC. But the mates, they're kind of allowed to just have one man upfield at all times right now, and KC is allowing that to happen, and that's very, very dangerous.
Yeah, they want to surprise Korp. They want to hit them with touches from angles that they're not expecting. So when you try to go through KC directly, it's very difficult. They're so good at 50-50s. They're so good at challenging. You need to catch them off guard, like Oski's trying to here with a little turn. Now the back pass to Archie, who's scored every goal so far for Gentlemates. This time he will be unable to do so. KC just passed by halftime, still up by 1. Oh, Archie Knock at the door again, though, and he does continue to look like the main scoring threat.
Yeah, nice power shot there to just keep the pressure up. Like, it was a good save, but it turns into some good rebounds as well. Nass on low boost, though, has to give it away, and Atto is going to take control over two members. Oski, limited boost, though, making the save. Nass trying to help him out. Pass back out to Oski, and Archie getting the demo as well with Atto. Last man back, but Batira spawns in. He'll get the challenge at the clear over third man. Archie got a little too hectic there, but they got away with one.
KC are playing a little bit more cautiously in this game, and it's working very well. You know, they're showing their levels. They're not just a team who are going to send everybody forward, take all the risks, and hope that it works. They do have the more patient play style as well. It's not often you see them just sitting on a one-goal lead. It's something that a lot of successful teams have done for years now, but KC's never really been that team. They're always looking for more goals.
Right now, they've been pressuring for the last half minute. Can they keep it in the zone? Batira's up early versus Oski. He does get that win. Juicy, though, cannot handle the pass off the sidewall, so Nass takes over. But that's a great early challenge there to intercept.
Archie in the middle again, looking for the drop down, but Batira clears it. Boost steal does come through for Oski, though. That puts KC in a bit of an awkward spot. It's into the bar. Where's Nass? He does get there, but into the bar again. No shot on target for Gentlemates.
And now the third man on Mates is going to have to press even further in. It's going to get more and more dangerous because KCorp could get a wide open net, but at this point, you have to press if you're the Mates.
Yeah, this is where they have to throw caution to the wind. Juicy with the back pass to Batira, wasting a little bit more time there. In a great position, KC. So much boost at their disposal. All of a sudden, though, one touch can make things all the more awkward. As a 50 down from Archie. Brings Oski to the play, up to Nass. That's going to drop in front of the net for Archie, who scores again!
The Gentlemates team are just finding each other on the field. Oski with a fantastic pass. Nass throwing it off the little waterfall curve, and Archie, old reliable, right place, right time, great shot. We're all tied up.
And they didn't panic in any of their touches. Every single player with precision found their mark. It's not over yet, though. Regulation sees KC in offense for now. Batira's going to try and keep it that way. He might be able to get them into overtime. He does. Game 3. Gentlemates can go up by 3 if they score the next goal.
The delayed kickoff by Archie will send it into the KC half, but Batira with full boost will take control. Absolute must win for KC. Yes, they could reverse sweep, but you never want to put yourself in that spot. Archie with another big win on the sidewall, and Oski's up. Trying for the infield pass, it turns into a big clear, but Archie is there to control it.
Yeah, this time Archie not in the attack for Gentlemates, so KC will be happy about that one. Oh, good save by Oski. Batira ripped that on target. Now the post to the rescue. Nass half clears it. Juicy's collecting it just past the halfway line. But that was extremely dangerous. Gentlemates very nearly conceded.
But Oski wins it over one here. Now Archie's up versus Juicy, followed by Nass. He's got the flip reset. He's past one. It's only Batira left, but he clears it to the side.
Batira now clears it down the line. Oski's awkward. It looks like KC didn't expect him to be. They are unable to punish, and here come the reinforcements. Nass just trying to barrel it clear. Fakes a flick, steals the boost. Archie's in behind him. Got it, or is the 7th goal? Archie is scoring everything for Gentlemates.
Nass with the demo plays as well, just trying to disrupt the defense. It wasn't needed. Archie with the quick pass to himself off the wall. Far side post, just gets the angle, and Gentlemates are up 3-0 versus KCorp, who are going for the perfect split.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. If we told you there was a player who scored 100% of Gentlemates goals in a 3-0 lead against KCorp, it's
not Archie.
I'm sure Archie would agree with us here. You wouldn't think it would be him, but sometimes we forget that, yes, even though he's traditionally the third man for most of his career, and for this team as well, very often the last line of defense, that usually means that they could be the finishing player when the offense comes to its culmination. Even in this equalizing goal, Oski to Nass, or was it Nass to Oski, and then it drops down for the perfect timing of Archie arriving. Nass works the ball forward. Archie arrives behind him and scores. He's just coming in behind the playmaking of Nass and Oski and applying the finishing touches.
And now the final boss of Europe, KCorp, they have called their time out after being down 3. We say that it's almost always after 2, but KCorp felt confident and it backfired on them. So now down 3-0. Extra is going to have to put in a little bit of extra work here to get these boys up and ready to win 4 straight games in this grand final.
It's just a crazy situation here. We talked about it before. Last year, Archie and GK did the exact same thing to KC.
Yeah,
that was even more unfathomable scenario. But even this one, it just feels impossible. Every time KC are in the final, it's just so expected that they're going to run away and win it with relative ease. But Gentlemates are bringing that off-season form to RLCS. In their 3rd time of asking, they're beating KCorp, who have beaten them, like I said, two times already this season in RLCS, and 9 times in a row in RLCS Online. But the off-season did go to Gentlemates. They beat them 3 times in Coupe de France, so it's not as surprising, I suppose, as GK last year. But yeah, don't get me wrong, this is definitely surprising to see KC trailing by 3.
And again, it's so huge for the mates, not only for confidence. You get an extra $9,000 in the bag, but 5 extra RLCS points on top of whoever loses that tiebreaker, who will get no points in Boston. So World Championship hopes. I know it's early in the year, but 5 points is absolutely a huge, massive lead to gain on those teams. So the mates desperately want that as well. And they're not playing for seeding. It's all about pride here, Johnny. Can the mates get the sweep over KCorp to go into Boston?
It wouldn't be the end of the world for KC, I'm sure. So they would still be able to go on and be a true LAN contender after losing 4-0 to GK last year in the final event before Birmingham. KC did win that with that LAN in Birmingham. But they won't be thinking about that right now. They'll be thinking about reverse sweeping. But Archie, with the pre-jump save on the goal line, keeping KC at bay again.
Yeah, mates had 2 on the goal line, just ready for any redirect there. Oski will get the clear, but Vatira is right there. Not a lot of boost except for Archie on the back line. He does make the play, though, and Oski, he's got a little bit of space. He's going to throw it up high and deep. Waste a little bit of time for his teammates to get boost. Nass actually decides to go for the ball, not the boost here, to try and get it back mid, but Atto with the clear. Oski again, though, on that offensive side. He gets the demo! Oh. Archie finally has a mishap and cannot get the touch.
Missed opportunity for Gentlemates. We'd stay tied 0-0. I'm probably lost in the drama here. Is Nass trying to get back, but he can't make it. Atto puts it in for 1-0. Archie lost the 50 badly there. Look at Juicy rolling through, beating Oski as well.
And Johnny, if we are looking back on a key moment in this series, 30 minutes from now, it might be that moment. That was a 2-goal swing. Archie cannot get the touch. It turns into a KCorp counterattack, and KCorp gets the first goal of Game 4. Is that the turnaround that KCorp needs to begin this reverse sweep challenge? We'll have to see.
And will they be able to hold on to this lead? They couldn't last time. They lost it with just 7 seconds left. Juicy creating the goal. Working his way down the line as he tries to create another one. Remember that although every other player in the lobby has been here, done this before, gotta remember that this is Nass's first grand final that he's been in. Such a talented player, so well respected by pros and fans alike. Forget this is the first time he's been here, and he's he's just slotting into the lobby. Yes, Archie's still in the show with the goals, but Nass has been more than fine and a key component of Gentlemate's success so far.
Yeah, and all of last year, up into the LCQ, there was always a question marks around Nass about, does the pressure get to him? They always falter in big moments, and then the LCQ happened and he performed exceptionally well there to kind of end that curse, and now he's showing up in his first grand final. See if he can get a dominant 4-0 victory over KC.
Yeah, that would put him in a pretty small category of players who have got a perfect record against KCorp in grand finals. I don't know if anyone has that accolade currently. I would be surprised. If they are going to go perfect, they've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds to find an equalizer. And if they don't, then it just gets harder and harder to put KC away with every successive match point that you get. This is the first of 4. Nass in field to Oski, to the backboard, to Archie. Drops it down. Atto covers it.
That's the first good scoring opportunity, I feel like, for the mates in this game. It feels like it's been a midfield battle for the first 3 minutes, but they press too hard, and Atto will secure a second goal. And KCorp, we're like, no, we're not dead yet.
Yeah, Oski getting a bit greedy there, wanted to force the issue. Felt like there was maybe something there, but KC were comfortable, and Oski didn't play the right angle. 2 goal difference now. KC getting a foothold.
Mates just gonna find some more offensive pressure. They've had 2 scoring chances. That was the one with Archie where he missed it, and then that last one. But again, 2 counterattack goals by KCorp, being patient on defense so far. And Atto, can the ball get cleared out to Vatira? It does, but he has no angle in the shot, so he takes it to the corner. He's gonna try and go up and take his own shot. Instead, he goes for the pass. Maybe a little bit of a mishap play, maybe a fake. It's hard to tell sometimes, but Nass on the counter just stalls it out and gives Oski the shot. What incredibly smart play by Nass to do absolutely nothing with this ball and allow his teammate to clean it up.
A great placement as well. Vatira thought Oski was going to go the other way with it. Nass and Oski combining for the goal. No Archie involved in this one. I am surprised. He seemed to be on a bit of a strength in the past 3 games, but he takes a back seat for the first time. And now, with just over a minute to go, Gentlemates hunt the equalizer.
Oski gonna try and keep the pressure on. So the first 3 minutes, mates again, not a ton of pressure, but all of a sudden, they're holding it inside that blue half a lot more. But Vatira's up on the offensive side. Can he get the touch to himself? He cannot, so incredibly close, but Atto throws it around the wall. Oski will get a big clear here over Juicy. Can he beat another one on the 50? He goes out to Archie, but Juicy's threatening, so it's making it awkward. The give and go, though, Oski and Nass. So threatening, but Vatira, big save.
Oh, Archie fancied his chances, thinking that he might be the hot hand still, despite not scoring yet this game. Wants to make it 4 games in a row. Oski with the mind game, slow play to the crossbar. Archie flies past it. All of KC is stuck in the mud briefly there, but they get out.
And Nass moved upfield, but he got back just in time to keep this pressure alive. 18 on the clock, and mates need 1. Nass has to go for this challenge to get this ball out of this corner. Now Archie has some space. Gets it around Atto, but Vatira should be able to clean it up. Back to the same corner. Oski throws it mid. Juicy just back in time. One more time off the corner. Midfield, Nass tried to pre-jump. Misread the bounce, and KCorp takes game 4 to stay alive.
Okay, no sweep this time. And yeah, that's kind of what we expect for KC not to get swept. The least likely scoreline has been avoided.
For sure.
But still, so many chances to come for Gentlemates, and I think they just have to calm down a little bit. They got a bit, I think they just got a bit too excited on the first match point there.
Yeah.
The first goal, you know, fair enough. Juicy's played well there, rolling through a 50 to double it mid. But the second goal, they don't need to do any of it. Like they were in offense, and Oski commits his third to try to beat Atto to the ball, when Atto can go much earlier. He doesn't need to hit that accurately at all. He just needs to get it down the line in general. The fact that he scores it is a bonus. But they could have been more patient with that. The goal and the chances were coming. But I don't think the time to go all in is, what, 1 minute 30 to go, 2 minutes to go. Definitely much later.
Yeah, but let's not forget that also that all began because of the 2-goal swing where Archie just barely can't get the touch. And that turned into that first goal by KCorp. So, like, if that's a 2-goal swing the opposite way, then mates might be away with this, like with the 4-0. So that goal could come back to haunt them, but the mates have to just show up and know that, yes, this is not over by a long shot. We know who we're playing against. It is a very difficult task to beat KCorp, even in 1 game. Just take it 5 minutes at a time.
The second match point attempt begins now. Juicy will be the first to hit the ball after multiple mind games. Nass not getting a reset. Oski has to be paying attention, which he is. I haven't seen too much of, well, KC winning, but we also haven't seen a lot of KC just putting pressure on their opponents, which is unusual. We're used to seeing this team constantly in offense, constantly attacking. Gentlemates have really not had any issues since game 1 getting out of defense.
Yeah, that's KCorp's bread and butter. Just be on the opposite side, go for the physical plays, go for boost steals, and eventually we find a way to do an aerial fake and score. That's usually what KCorp loves to do, but they have not had a lot of time on the orange half. Here's a give and go, though. A chance for Vatira to go off the back wall. He's going to look for a bump attempt, but Nass is already up in the air to turn it away.
So 1 minute in. It's still the patient approach from KCorp. This is where the experience really, truly does matter the most. In the difficult situations where you're being tested. And that must be nice in a way for KC to be tested every now and then. Nass testing Vatira here. Vatira passes with flying colors. Great save to the corner.
Hey, we saw it last year, like Birmingham Major. You know, quality losses are a good thing. You know, you learn a lot after a loss, and that helped out a lot for KCorp to win that major. Another shot here by Oski, but Juicy avoids the bump and gets the save. Well done by him. But Archie continuing to put some pressure on. And the mates again, this is on the blue side. Oski's got a shot, but Vatira just gets back in time, and Atto versus Archie. Who's gonna win this battle? Looks like Archie slow plays it and does very well there to get it around him.
Yeah, smart play by Archie. He was initially facing the play, half-flipped away from it because he realized the risk really wasn't necessary. That's sort of what we talked about for Gentlemates last game. Have to pick their battles wisely. And now here comes Nass with the reset. He's sought by Atto. Archie finds an opening to commit safely. Might find an opening to center. Oh, it's just another brick wall 50 by Juicy instead.
KCorp's 50s are getting better and better as this match goes on, so you got to be wary of that. But Oski's up in the air alone by himself. Goes for the flip reset, but Vatira turns it away.
Yeah, more solid 50-50s from Juicy to keep KCorp stable. That one he's been crushed in though. No problem because Vatira's behind him. Gentlemates just trying to give KC a taste of their own medicine, trying to swarm them, trying to take their boost away.
Yeah.
Keep them locked up in defense. Nass picks it up with the ground dribble. It's going to be intercepted with the second challenge. You always need those two, though, when Nass is on the ball.
At some point, though, I want to see mates go for a demo play. Like, you have all this pressure, but KCorp's doing such a good job with the 50-50 challenges that it might be time to just delete someone off the field to get that opening available. But they haven't been able to find that just yet in this game, and KCorp's holding on.
Oski with some space on the right side of the pitch, but he gets taken out of the game. Smart play there by Juicy. Now drive challenge in reverse from Gentlemates. In return, I should say. It's the off-the-ball plays coming through for both teams, trying to keep the momentum up in these challenges.
The threatening pinch by Atto makes Archie have to do a little bit more than he wants to on defense here, but he does well. Vatira's going to throw it mid, though. Nass, good control on the back wall to get the clear.
You know, looking at this level that Gentlemates are able to maintain, it makes sense of Oski questioning why they can't put away teams like Magnifico and Man City more easily. They've got KC in a lot of trouble here. Nass with the air dribble bump. Juicy flies in from behind, and now it's going to go the other way. Vatira up against Archie. Archie looking to bump Vatira into the ball, and what a save that is.
Yeah, Archie was left alone with no boost. The aerial fake comes out, but it is read early by the Gentlemates, and Archie will get the clear, and Nass is actually pressing on the counterattack. We're less than a minute left. The mates just need one to take down KCorp.
Final minute. Nass with an opportunity, puts it on target. Atto keeps control of it as he saves. And now here comes Archie. He's not led many attacks in this series, but he's finished off plenty of them. Oski with space and boost. A deadly combination, but Vatira's in the way of him. Nass coming in as the next line of attack. He's in front of the ball with a bump, but Juicy dodges it.
And Oski has no boost on the back line here, has to play very carefully around one and gets the challenge on Vatira to hold KCorp back just for a little bit. Now Nass, again, open field. He's got space. Can't get it up to Archie. Spills it in front of the net, but no one is available. Oski, though, is going to control it. Going to go for a flip reset. He tries Archie. Almost in the perfect position for a shot, but it looks like we're going overtime unless Juicy can do something here. He will not. Overtime, game 5. The mates, I feel like, desperately want to end it here.
Another chance. Another one-goal situation. They're one goal away from winning a regional, and that would be Nass's first. Will it be his goal to win it? Yes, it will! Gentlemates deny the perfect split. and they will go to Boston as EU regional champs.
And Oski, he's got that dog in him. What a challenge there to just leave the ball for his teammate Nass to put it home. And the Gentlemates take down the final boss of Europe. Your EU Open #3 champions taking that momentum straight to Boston. What a series by them, Johnny. We talk about how KCorp, what they love to do, but the mates just did it to them instead. They had all the offensive pressure throughout most of the series, played so exceptional, and now when we're in the conversation of who's favorites for the Boston Major, well, obviously KCorp's up there, but now you have to include mates on that list.
Oh yeah, I mean, we were wondering, would it just be KC in that S tier coming out of Europe? Not anymore. Gentlemates jump up to the true contender conversation with a dominant display. I mean, that was a seriously impressive performance. Nass's first ever RLCS Grand Final. He wins it 4-1 over KCorp.
And the overtime winner.
First, second. Yeah, he gets the overtime winner with a nice toe poke running in after Oski sets him up. Just a really good finish there by Nass. He must be over the moon. But for the whole team and for the org as well, who've been just suffering so many losses in RLCS, 9 losses online in a row to KC, they avoid the 10th loss in a row.
Yeah, the two biggest fan bases probably in all of Rocket League battle it out in the finals. That's what we love to see. But the Gentlemates coming out on top with dominant fashion. Let's go to the desk and hear their thoughts.
Can't say I have much. I mean, what else do you say? I mean, they did it. I mean, that's an incredible. Gentlemates taking down the blue wall. No one else can do it. I said I wouldn't be surprised if there's a 4-0 sweep here today. I just didn't expect it to be that close the other way around, right? Like, it's stuff you expect. Okay, maybe if it's Gentlemates winning, it's a game 7.
I fear I am a double bozo. It's happened again. I said it would be silly. It's a bozo weekend. Gentlemates, what we asked from them is please be aggressive. Please play out of your skin. Please be a team that is near impossible to dust on any occasion. And Turtle, they did it against a team that normally does it to everybody else.
And more specifically, I mean, Archie, I don't know what got into this man. I mean, it was like 6-7 goals towards the beginning of that series, just constantly destroying every single goalkeeper on the line. And that man, he like evolved. He went from, it wasn't like Charmander to Charmeleon. He like skipped it and went straight to Charizard. You know what I mean? He just completely beelined it for this crazy performance. And then Nass, they mentioned it on the cast that it was his first appearance in a grand final to show up and have that level of composure and not let the nerves get to you. This team, they're going places, man.
Yeah, so that was confirmed. That was his first grand finals, yeah?
Yeah, first RLCS grand final, and he beat KCorp. Yeah, it's crazy. It is so impressive. I think for that entire team, they're clicking and they're going to the Boston Major. We knew that regardless, but just to know that they are going to be there, it's going to be such a fun event. We don't know all the teams yet, of course, with the tiebreaker coming, but Gentlemates being there, that makes me so excited with the green suits too. KCorp. You got work to do to get that perfect split, boys.
I thought there was a chance that the reverse sweep was gonna happen. They got that first game, and I'm thinking to myself, oh no, is this really gonna be a full reverse sweep? Is there a chance? Is it possible? But they denied any form of temptation for KC to get back in this game after that first game win. And Oski was very stoic as well. We talk about Nass, but Oski, I mean, staying behind the ball. Everybody really was playing not only well, but like peaking at any given moment.
Do you want to say something crazy too? I've just seen, I'm not sure if one of the casters said it as well, but that's Archie is now 3-0 versus Vatira in grand finals that he plays against.
Talk to him.
Yeah, that's crazy. Right.
Speak to Zen.
That's amazing. Yeah, okay, go to Archie. He's got the secrets right now. Man, this team looking so good. Gentlemates taking down KCorp. And one of the boys that did that right there is Nass, man. Make that smile big, man. Congratulations on the open win. The first time in the grand finals here for one of these opens, and you crushed KCorp. What's going through your head, dude?
I mean, I'm just really happy that I finally won my first regional and RCS tournament. So yeah, a lot is going through my head.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take some time to process it too, because that just got to feel so good. When you guys went up multiple games in a row, was there any part of your head like, this can't be real?
No, I think it was fully deserved the way we played, that we should have like won like 3 games in a row. I mean, we all played really insane. We trusted each other with everything. And yeah.
I love that. That was the right answer.
So, obviously, you guys are now going to Boston off the back of beating KCorp. We saw earlier on that Vitality and Zen in particular struggles to beat KCorp. They've lost 11 in a row against them. What's the secret? If you can let me know, please feel free to keep it secret if you need to. But what's the secret to beating KCorp?
I mean, obviously, they're a really good team. They've dominated Europe for like quite a while. But I mean, I think you just have to be confident and like just think you're better than them. And I mean, with Vitality, I think they low-key got in their head a bit because they lost like 11 times, right? So I mean, you just have to think you're better than them and be confident against them.
Right.
Yeah. And how did you guys continue with that confidence? You know, you dropped one of the games and there was a potential where, reverse sweep in a best of 7. But how did you deny it early? And what was being said in the comms to just stay confident on the pitch?
I think the game we lost, we kind of deserved it. We had some chances, but it just didn't go in. So after game 4, we just said, I mean, we're just better than these guys. And I mean, we all showed it. I mean, Oski and Archie played amazing. Like, they played really well. And yeah.
I was going to ask about your teammates. Obviously, you've now been with Oski for a little while. We're all ex-NIP. And then you've just now, I say just now, but, recently, I've got to sneak myself in there somewhere. You've now, obviously, teamed up with Archie. Tell me about your teammates. What is it about them that really elevates this side? Because we know about you, but what is it about Oski and Archie?
I mean, for Oski, I think the past years, he's been a really great player, but he just didn't have the teams to do really well on. So, I mean, yeah, and Archie, I think he's really good, especially in these moments in the finals or like really high pressure moments. He knows how to handle them really well. And I mean, we all put the work on this week, especially. And yeah, we just tried to focus to work on the things we struggled with.
Yeah, well, I want to kind of play off that before we let you go here and ask, looking towards the major, what's the goal? What kind of time are you spending together towards the major in between now and then? Are you guys boot camping again? I see you guys there together. What's the stretch look like for the Gentlemates?
I mean, tomorrow we're flying home. So, and we stay home till the 10th, and then we fly to Boston for the boot camp for like a week or a bit more, and then play the tournament.
Don't overdo it. Have a little time to celebrate, but still grind
Business.
right back into it. That's true.
Yeah, of course, yeah, for sure.
Well, what I want to do is for us to stop talking. It's time for you to talk. You've earned it, man. We do this for everyone here. You finally get a stage to shout out to anyone you want, however you want. The stage is yours. What you got to say?
I mean, shout out to my teammates, the Gentlemates staff. They're all incredible. The Gentlemates fans as well. We see all of the support you guys give to us. I want to say thank you to my family at home watching every game I play and support me as well throughout my career. And my friends as well watching me. Finally I've done something to make them happy.
I think you've done a lot to make
I think you've done more than enough.
You've done more than enough.
Yeah. I think there's more to like about you than just your Rocket League skill. It is pretty great, but you're also a great guy, Nass. Thank you so much. Yeah. Congratulations on this incredible victory, and we'll see you in Boston.
Thank you. See you guys.
That's it.
What a legend.
It all comes
that was
down
so
to
wholesome.
Resets,
It's like, finally, my family can be proud of me that I've won a grand finals. Yeah.
Father, are you proud of me? Yes, I have been for ages.
That was awesome.
Oh, amazing there. But yeah, what an incredible final there. I mean, again, everyone going K. We pre-jumped that prediction so many times, Turtle. Everyone's putting KCM ahead of the time. And what a wonderful story it is to see that not be the record there.
Yeah, and I think it proves that moving into the major, things might go the way we all expect. And as I say that, maybe KC just gets so mad and just dominate in Boston. I think that could also be a possibility. But at the end of the day, man, there's never guessing who's going to show up. You got people who are playing in the grand finals for the first time, having the game of their life. You got Archie having a stellar game himself, and you can see the passion these guys have been working towards this moment all season long, not just making Boston, but they were locked in. They wanted to really etch their names into this season and into this split, and they've done that.
Yeah, no kidding, man. I mean, that's huge for them. Also, just looking forward to the rest of the season in terms of the overall season points too. I mean, getting a win in an open like this is absolutely massive. I mean, this is what some other teams like Man City were looking for, getting to this spot as well. On that, let's speak to the points a bit, because we said it earlier all day that if there were any ties for that 5th spot, we'd end up going for a tiebreaker, and that's what's going to be happening soon. We got a few moments before that comes, but the tiebreaker between GK and Man City. Stubby, GK has been sitting all day watching and waiting for this.
Yeah, I mean, they've sort of been shoved into this situation by the fact that they couldn't get the win. Yesterday, they failed to take it over Vitality in that Game 7 overtime. It took 4 minutes, Vitality took them down, and now they've just been sitting and waiting. And I'm sure they've been scrimming. We said earlier maybe they scrim against Vitality, maybe see if Vitality can give them something back. But they need to be warm, because earlier on, Turtle, Manchester City ultimately did a better job against Gentlemates than KCorp did. Man City was so hot.
Right, and they were so close. But the question is, how are they able to bounce back? They have been boot camping, which is a big, huge factor going into how they're going to perform. And it's been up in the air, I'd say, on what these teams are going to do. And with how the grand final went, now it's like, okay, how do we predict the future of this? You never know who's going to show up on these days, but I'm excited. I know GK are prepared, but so are Man City with all the experience they've got today with those 2 series.
Okay, well, we're going to go to a break to get it set up, but I want a quick answer from you guys. Who's taking it? Tell me right now. Early thoughts.
Early predictions.
Yeah, is Man City looking good enough? Is GK coming in? What's it going to be?
Give me GK, and if I'm wrong, call me a triple bozo.
Okay, triple bozo potential over here. Turt?
I think if Man City weren't in boot camp and they were online, I truly think that Game 7 would be a little bit too tough to get the energy back. They're boot camping. They've been warmed up all day. I think they're going to take it. Give me Man City.
Okay, I like that it's split. I'm going to keep it even here. We got a tie break coming up in a few moments. Thanks for joining for the regular schedule, but one more bonus game of Rocket League for you guys coming just after the break.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valet's can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
I think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But I can feel it, rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now we're dead, so we can light it up. I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel the fire inside, so there won't be nothing tonight.
You come over, dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like your future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world.
I'm going to welcome you back one more time here as we get into our tiebreaker. And
this dude suited up.
Apparently,
okay.
The grand,
what
this
the heck?
Is the grand finals for Gibbs.
Here we go, baby. I'm ready to go. Tiebreakers, you got to bust out the tie. You got to bust out the suit.
That's crazy.
This is the most important match
I didn't get the memo. You didn't even tell us.
Come on, baby. Let's go.
How did I not see
ready.
that is
I'm so pumped.
Ultimate dad jokes.
I don't even wear ties at majors anymore. It's all about the tiebreakers, man. Come on.
This is the special moment for him. It's a great day for Gibbs. Great day for everyone that loves Rocket League because we get another best of 7, and it is to just determine who's going. This is incredible. When it comes down to the wire like this, what more can you ask for when it's just in your hands? Win a match and you're into it right now. That last spot for Europe is up for grabs after this next best of 7. Gibbs, again, you love the story. Obviously you love it, that you could just have a series in it and that decides it.
Oh, yeah. Like, it's great that a team isn't going to back into a major spot, really. It comes down to you got to earn it on the field. GK Man City, it's going to be a ton of fun. But also, South America getting a little spicy. They still have 4 teams remaining that could possibly make it to the major. And also, they have tiebreakers on the line as well. So you see Amethyst all the way down there at 21 points. They were actually up 2-1 against Made in Brazil so far in that series. It might be a little bit different now, but that was the final update that we got. So if we can look at the SAM bracket soon, I would love to see it. I'd love to see it. Here it is, 2-1 so far for Amethyst. If they win the entire tournament, they would need Team Secret to beat Furia, and then Amethyst and Furia would play a tiebreaker. If Team Secret wins, Team Secret would get the spot over both of them. So lots on the line there, and obviously Made in Brazil, they've already qualified, but there's 2 spots in SAM. So Amethyst has a chance for another tiebreaker versus Furia, but Team Secret is not out either. If they win the tournament, then they get the spot.
Okay.
And that's the beautiful thing. I mean, there's these tiebreakers. It's not just over here. All right, it's happening literally everywhere. And I think Gibbs, you said it best. You have to earn your spot. These teams, you gotta fight tooth and nail if you want to qualify and make it to Boston and prove yourself on the international stage.
Yeah. If you want to have that up on the other screen, twitch.tv/Rocket League Sam. You can go check that out. If not, we'll be rating them afterwards because their tournament will still be going on. And somehow Gibbs is probably going to appear on that broadcast. If there's a tiebreaker, he'll fight his way in. He'll
be suited up over there too.
Yeah. But again, here it is, the last one. You see that big gap? We had to put it down there because it's a special series. It determines that last spot going into Boston. Manchester City facing down GK. GK that has been sitting around all day, holding on to their hats, hoping that they have this opportunity. And here it is. Man City, though, has had this warm-up turtle. We talked about how good they were looking.
Yes, I mean, it really can't be overstated. Man City, a team that a lot of people were questioning. They really never made it to the semifinals, didn't break into like the top 4 of EU, but now we've seen them go to Game 7 in the semifinal matchup against Gentlemates after a 4-1 win against NIP, that was when everybody's like, okay, wait, Man City have come to play. They have arrived, but on the other side, it's not gonna be as easy. GK have been sitting out all day with this pent-up energy, knowing that maybe there's a chance they're gonna have to fight for their spot, and they've been warming up, getting some scrims in, and they are here to, like I said, fight tooth and nail. It's gonna be very scrappy on the pitch.
And it's about 3 weekends of play, and it's all about what did we do right in moments, what did we do wrong in moments. But for these two teams, they've also not played on any of these final open weekends either. There's no head-to-head besides the Swiss round for these two teams, so there was never any points implications for any of their matches. And now obviously this is the ultimate points implication going to the Boston Major. But you look back on their season with GK, like Open 2, making that grand finals push was so huge for them, getting them so many points. That was 2/3 of all their points in these 3 opens. And then Man City, of course, today, big underdogs, and they take the win to tie it back up. It's going to be so much fun to watch.
Aggressive fan vote is live right now. I see you guys getting out of MCFC for Manchester City or hashtag GK, of course, GK. Both of these teams, I think, have strong fan bases behind them. Obviously, you look at some of those guys.
Look at the vibes. You see the vibes?
GK, but yeah, no, I love it right now. They had a little group huddle here.
This is why I think they have the edge here. I mean, just it's so impactful to be boot camping like these esports organizations. It's truly such a big help. Playing online, you know, you're excited, you're in your a comfortable little room here, you got the lights off, but at the end of the day, you feed off of the energy from each other. And for me, I think that's going to prove to be useful. But there's a lot of veterans on GK.
It's also just getting rid of any of that potential animosity. Even if you like the people across the room, if you let a little bit of like worry start to creep in, you hear those extra silences over the microphone when you're just not in the same room. But when you look to the person beside you, that changes a lot more. You see maybe they're smiling but silent, and that helps take away some of that animosity. So it definitely helps being in a boot camp scenario here. We do see the smiles still coming out from the GK squad, but you know, it really does make the difference.
Yeah.
Who's gonna win it though is the real question. Turtle, you gonna back the fact that they're boot camping here to take this spot?
I mean, you already spoiled my prediction before we even got in here, dude. You were asking me to do it before the break, and of course I gotta stand by what I said. Man City, give me the boys in blue. I think they're gonna show up, and I believe in them. I've been backing them all weekend long, and this is their chance to prove me right.
It says
all right, so you got the boot camp buff. I would say Man City's the better team on the field as well so far in Open 3, not honestly for the whole season. But the experience buff is absolutely huge in moments like this. Man City has never played a series like this in their lives. Well, on the other side, we have world champions, we have major champions, we have people that know how to win the big games. GK is going to win this one.
Yeah, dude, I'm actually genuinely so. I'm glad there wasn't a spot for it in our prediction sheet because I still haven't decided to this very
it's gonna be a good
right
series.
now. This very moment, I gave a thumbs up during the yay nays earlier this week saying that GK would win it. Do I back it? Do I have to sit on it? Okay. Honestly, producer just decided I'm backing it. GK's going. GK's doing it. We've seen it. Honestly, Gibbs is right. We've seen them in these moments before pull through super strong, and maybe that's just the smart thing. Please, production, have me be right here. Chat is with us as well. GK, Manchester City. This is it. Our tiebreaker matchup between these two teams. Who's going to hold it together? Boston is on the line. Manchester City, GK Esports, one more best of 7. Let's get in there.
I'm not too sure if Johnny is here or not, but Game 1 is brought to you by Progressive. I am definitely here, and we are going to have an absolute storm of a series. Man City taking on GK. I'm so excited to see what is going to be going down. Who ends up going to the Boston Major? Who ends up just not quite making it by one more series? As Gibbs was saying, on the desk, GK, they've got world champions, they've got major champions. Not done it for a little while now, but they've still got that experience. Man City, they've not necessarily got that same level of experience here, but my goodness, have they shocked the world.
I think I'm here, Stumpy. I think I've been here. I think I'm good. I can't. I couldn't see you for a second there, but I believe I am here. So let's get stuck into this. And see if the experience is going to pay off for GK. They've been waiting around all day. They've been trying to stay warm in the free play, I'm sure. I wonder if anybody gave them a practice scrim If they did, then that's incredibly generous. Nobody else will be playing at this time except these guys.
Yeah, well, same that maybe Vitality could have done. They got knocked out earlier. And after Vitality knocked them out initially, surely it's the only polite thing to do.
Yeah, it's definitely a dramatic situation, though, as Tempo opens the scoring. And this one just couldn't ever get cleared for GK. Edgey just centers it slowly. Seiko is trying to get a 12 pad, get back in position. Couldn't do it. And it's Man City who take the lead.
We're getting the first scoring. It gets the cobwebs knocked off you. You played it earlier today, but this is a little bit different. If you can just get that first one, that is going to be an exciting time. You know, you're going to be able to be that kind of player that thinks, right, we're back in it. We're good to go. We can get a game here. I mean, that first goal, as I said, very, very important. It's a long shot, just wide, forces 2 to save. And Joyo can work his way in. I'm so intrigued to see who actually ends up getting the advantage. I was saying there's pros and cons to being both teams here. I just don't know which one edges it out, which one I'd rather be.
I think you got it rather be GK, because for them, they're coming off a high. Just the fact that they've got the chance to qualify, that's a big win for them. You know, mentally, they went into watching the series earlier, the Man City were playing, thinking, oh, please lose so we can have a chance. And then Man City did lose, so that's a good thing. They're coming in positive. Man City have already missed their first chance to make the major. This is, I think, really difficult on them to now come in and try and do it again in the same day.
Yeah, I was been saying GK's got that advantage, mostly from just the fact they got World Championships, got the majors. 2 minutes in, and it has been pretty much a pummeling of GK towards that blue half, towards the blue net, but nothing has managed to work. Now Tempo can work his way into the orange half, popped up high by Seiko. Jack's received, but dusted by Acro. It hasn't that been the story of Acro. He is incredibly fast. That one's shot high by Edgey. Seiko stays grounded.
And Seiko and Jack both just trying to decide who's going to advance the ball here. Now here comes Seiko. He's looking mid to Joyo. His shot is going to be pretty easy for Tempo to save, but still Seiko sticking around and trying to make something of it. Edgey, who's been such a clutch player for Man City these past couple days. Well, definitely a player we're going to look to later in the series to help this team out.
Joyo now to receive that back corner, beats one, but with the amount of power he got on it, Tempo can catch pretty handily in his own back corner. He does flub that second chance. Seiko finds Jack, who wanted to bump Acro, but Seiko misses the net, and Jack misses the man.
Yeah, I think Seiko was probably looking for a reset double there, but Jack was in the area, so you never know. Maybe it could have turned into a passing play. As, yeah, GK, they're getting the ball forward. They're kind of creating half chances, but nothing stand out at the moment. Man City look comfortable.
Yeah, but I wonder how long this comfortability can last on defense. Jack is a nice reset into Seiko, who maybe wanted to pinch, but then he shies away from it. Seiko now wanted to set up a bit of a longer play. A double! He can't lock in that second touch that I don't think he was anticipating getting, but it does rocket off the post.
Yeah, minute and 24 to go. Still scoreless. GK remain. Man City just stay spread out, trying to keep their boost in healthy amounts. Making sure that they keep the comms as clean and organized as possible. They don't overcommit. That'd be the worst thing possible, to throw away a goal in a situation like this. Now 1 minute left. It's actually Man City knocking at the door, looking for a second goal. Oh, what a pass and goal. Edgey finishes it off, and it's 2 to Man City.
I mean, he bought the first position. He was there for it. He got it into the corner. Tempo just has to get it in the area. Manages to find Edgey. Brilliant play. GK down by 2. Final minute. Is there a chance for them to work in, or do they need to look towards that second game? That's a great like demo. Acro again.
Yep.
They've got a third.
Yeah, they are going to need to look towards this next game, because Tempo's just destroyed that 50, and the demo landed on the goalie. Meanwhile, 3-0 Man City, the team who don't have the experience. They've never been in a series with this kind of stress on the line before. Yes, they've had a chance earlier on to qualify for the major, but that was one chance with another behind it. This is the last chance, and they are showing up huge against GK, a team of vets.
I think right now, I mean, we saw on that play in particular, yeah, sure, there's 40 seconds left, but I still want to see a goal. I think Seiko overcomplicated things. I think every now and then I just think, like, okay, hit it. Force the defender to move. Make them use boost. Make them go into an awkward position. And then they're sort of going to the backboard. They're then doing this and then doing that. Sometimes you just need to put your laces through the ball and see what ends up working. In the final 15, though, Man City, they lock in their fourth goal. And it is quite the performance. What a rocket of a game this has been for City.
Just unbelievable. I mean, they got the goal to go ahead, and then they started to just sit back, stabilize, try to protect that lead. But now they've made it 4. So GK have been sitting around all day waiting for this moment. They finally get to play it. They lose 4-0, maybe 4-1 if we can get some kind of last-second goal for the momentum. Is it going to be possible? No, Joyo can't get it in the air. 4-0 to the new kids on the block.
That's a horror show. That's an absolute horror show for GK to start this off. City come in thinking, all right, you know, we're the underdogs here, we're going to be this, we're going to be that. Oh, never mind, we'll beat them 4-0. And also, we've been to a LAN already this season, so sorry, lads, we want to go to our second.
Just crazy. Man City turning things around and producing some of their best Rocket League when it matters most. They've already put up so many impressive performances so far this weekend. They're finally showing that potential, but also the ability to play under pressure. And it was GK looking a bit silly there in the back corner. The whole team just driving in circles, looking for the ball. They need to step up quickly here, because this one can get away from you quickly against a team like Man City.
Yeah, I mean, Man City have been phenomenal. Like, they've been so firstly fun to watch. They've been clinical. They've been fast. They've been mechanical. They've done everything right. And it feels like we sort of see this team as, all these players on this team as, okay, you know, they're going to make a main event. Oh, the next time we might not see them. Then they'll be back in a couple of months. All of a sudden, they're, you know, top 6 mainstays. They're making these they're making these Champ Sundays. They are just here, ready to go, ready to take it to the top teams. They got more games off Gentlemates than KCorp did. They are the real deal. And GK, they clearly were not anticipating this.
Yeah, they can't have been expecting this level of composure out of Man City. They probably expected a more chaotic game from them, and they're coming in just trying to go through the motions, let the game win itself. Well, now they know they're going to need to step up and force some mistakes. Man City are not giving them any for free. They've got the ability to do that. They've got a star-studded roster of their own. Let's see if they can turn things around early. Man City starting strong that's worrying.
A fantastic off-ball play as well. We've already seen Joyo have to dodge a couple of demos in the net. We've seen some of the players from Man City going for the ball and then immediately then going in for the bump afterwards. Playing very well off-ball. I think that's what we've seen like from Acro and Edgey in particular. The way that they move around the pitch is, I think it's completely bamboozling. And look, that's 2 gone to try and attack that ball. Edgey now trying to bump Joyo and then slips it past him.
I mean, it's just too simple. Joyo, Seiko, Jack all jumping into the air. And for what? Just for half a chance to clear the ball? Easy turnaround for Tempo. Edgey picks up the 1-0 lead. And yeah, they're dominating at the moment. Man City, the team who've been playing well all weekend, continue to do so.
I mean, you sort of hate to say that Man City, one team deserves it over the other. And Man City, I really feel like they do. The way that they've been playing has been sublime, and they are showing up, you know, as one of those teams that are completely changing how, you know, the biggest teams in the world are approaching a lot of the newer players. It's brilliant to see. Minute 15 in, Man City have got clear control of this game. Apparently Jack wants to wrestle that back. Takes it not quite past Tempo, onto Seiko. Potentially overcomplicated things. Maybe should have banged it. Instead, Acro then gets it pinched towards the center. He can then receive, forces Jack to jump, but that does go in favor of GK. Only for a second, however. Then a ground pinch from Seiko to clear.
It's just crazy. This is the same GK team who 2 weeks ago made the grand final against KCorp. They took down Vitality. They took down Ninjas in Pajamas. And they looked like they were poised to take their game, their split, their season to the next level. But Man City are here to take it away from them, to put them back on the outside looking in. 2 minutes gone, and still, we've yet to see the first goal for GK.
Chance though for Joyo to send it central. Instead, he gets rid of Acro from the pitch entirely. A bit of space here. Seiko can get the 50, does get one by Tempo. Jack's the next one too. Acro uses all of his boost, so he'll be very slow getting back. How can GK take advantage of that situation? They can't really, not very convincingly. He does get popped high by Jack, and a lovely touch. Joyo comes in. Seiko, however, is going to be calling him off the ball. He'll be continuing on this play. Chance for one off the backboard, does use it, but then clears it himself.
Yeah, not the right idea there for Seiko. I mean, he had a good plan going high, but he just rolled right through the ball and cleared it, like you said, to safety. So really nothing to worry about there for Man City. Can Joyo make anything happen? He's run out of boost, so Edgey takes the ball off him without too much of difficulty. Acro and Tempo are both in the air here, though. Jack's beating both of them. Edgey last back, and Joyo Seiko couldn't get one of them involved.
Yeah, they couldn't decide. That was a chance. Just dive on it, then have the other play the 50. No matter what happens, just have 2v1. And instead, they just give the defender the complete 1v0 treatment. Seiko now trying to go for an air dribble, gets the bump, rather Edgey gets the bump on Seiko. Tempo, a lovely touch, but only goes as far as Jack. Maybe a reset to be found. Goes central. Joyo gets rid of Tempo and vice versa. This one for Acro then gets knocked off Tempo as he respawns.
Yeah, that was just a moment where GK are playing with 2 third men instead of sending somebody forward for a clear-cut chance. As time ticks down, they cannot be making those mistakes, especially when they've yet to score. If they were scoring goals, if their offense was producing goal-scoring chances, then fair enough, you just keep going through the motions. But they have to get more aggressive here. There's a chance for Seiko. What a save though. Acro holds his nerve, just sits on the top corner and deflects it wide.
I mean, Acro does his best postage stamp impression, and Seiko smacks the ball straight into him. It was a great shot, but an even better save. Unfortunate for GK. Joyo has to try and go low beneath one, isn't able to, but it pinches over towards Jack. That ball going way too far away from him, and so many of these touches just aren't the ones they need in this situation.
And where's the flair? Where's the creativity from GK? Can Joyo produce some magic? No, every single play being answered by Man City, who are just 40 seconds away from a Game 2 win. GK can't get a goal.
How frustrating. This looks so horrible to play against. Man City are stalwart at the back. Joyo has to try and attack Edgey while he's getting bumped. Instead he gets to 50, goes low, gets to 50 again, and Jack decides to just don a pair of boxing gloves and send his face into it.
They finally go for it. They say enough's enough. Enough of this nonsense. Just get a flip of the ball and hope for the best. Forget about playing the 2 third men. Let's have 2 first men. And they tie the game.
I mean, that's what you need. So far, the 1v1s, they're defending brilliantly. You cannot give them these chances. Joyo has to wait back as third, can collect. Tempo wants to be a nuisance, get in his way. Final 10 seconds, ticks down on the draw. Can Joyo get a touch? No, but Seiko goes for a boost steal. We'll see how well that works out from Jack to Joyo. Saved away, round by Seiko. Jack can turn, but gets bumped. Overtime, game 2.
Well, a chance for one of the teams to conjure up a kickoff strat. It's going to go pretty even here. But Man City get the first half chance on it. It's a real chance now as Tempo knocks it middle. That is well played though by Joyo, getting 2 players out of the game.
Oh, that's a great touch from Joyo to keep it involved. Seiko can shoot, ends up going wide. That was extremely advantageous for GK. Now Edgey flicks. Oh my goodness, onto the crossbar. Oh my goodness, onto the crossbar again. They're denting the woodwork. No goal found.
Well, GK will be thanking the lucky stars because that could have easily been 2-0. The crossbar came to the rescue and they had no idea what was going on. 40 seconds left, or 40 seconds into overtime, I should say. We look like we've gotten into a midfield back and forth. Man City are just waiting. They're looking for the opportunities that do seem to be coming regularly enough.
I mean, the opportunities are coming short, but they're not necessarily sneaking it past. It's going to be up to Acro to try and break it for Man City. No boost in that corner for him to steal. Joyo gets the double. How far does it get in with 100 boost? Really not as far as he would like. Jack can receive, has the reset, so attempt to use it here. Gets straight back onto the ball, takes away from Seiko. A 2v1. Joyo, what have you got? My goodness, man! You've got stones!
What a challenge by Joyo. Last man back, he just full sends it and scores. What a challenge. He didn't even pre-jump that one. He just got up immediately.
God.
And that's more like it from GK. How do they come back and win this game? Well, they've double committed on a goalmouth scramble, and Joyo's full sent it as third man. That's how you play Rocket League, ladies and gentlemen. None of this defensive, passive nonsense. Just go for the ball.
That's a sickening challenge. That challenge makes me upset because now I know that in every champ lobby around the world, we're going to see third man dive in and miss it 9 times out of 10.
Yes, go. Send it. What's the worst that could happen?
You don't want to be third man for your mates. Be first man.
But yeah, that's a relief is what that is for GK, because for well over 4 minutes, they were trailing that game. They hadn't scored in the series, and they didn't look great while doing it. Sometimes you're losing, but you're creating a bunch of chances. They did not look great. Even in overtime, they almost lost it. And it took a hero challenge from Joyo to win it in overtime.
Sorry. I love that challenge. That's the most absurd looking thing of like such a lovely setup by Edgey. What am I going to do? We've conceded. Oh, that's a shame. Joyo's just sort of gone, I guess.
Yeah, it's just a great challenge. And you think about the alternative and what are you going to do as last man? You sit back and wait for what kind of mechanics are coming your way. Sometimes it is just a high percentage of play to go. And if you get any of the ball, even if you didn't score it, still, if you get some of the ball, it would be good. Oh, look at this, though.
True.
The kickoff strat. Edgey couldn't get the double tap, but Man City, again, using that mind game, is open for Jack. And to the shock of all his YouTube viewers, he scores.
I mean, that is Jack at not even his best, but just his what should always happen. That is Acro getting a lovely demo, but then unfortunately for him, he doesn't have the ball, he doesn't have the pitch presence, and he goes for the boost and leaves it entirely open. Great play from Jack. And that all started with that fake kickoff, just not quite working out for Man City.
And now we get to see what Man City will do from behind. They've led for the vast majority of the series, but now they find themselves trailing after a couple of goals go against them. Lots of physical plays. Oh, that's actually a back pass.
That's a banned touch. That is a banned touch.
Back pass is fine, Stumpy. Just yell back pass quickly and it's all good. It's Jack now trying to
chaotic.
Get very creative with the wave dash recoveries. Not sure where he got that one from. But yeah, GK, they've definitely thrown caution to the wind here, and I think it's working well for them.
I agree. I think if I was to put, goodness me, if there's a team that was going to be, sorry, what's going on? Edgey, you freak! You absolute freak! Why do you fake that? I know why, because this happens, but that is insane!
Oh, great first touch as well. Not just the fake, but also the touch to set himself up. That is exactly what Man City needed, and we've gone from a quiet, defensive, passive series to everybody just giving it everything. This is what you love to see at a tiebreaker match for a LAN in Rlcs. It's what we're all hoping for, and now it looks like it's what we're gonna get.
I mean, yeah, you just hope that both teams give their all. And I was going to say before that whole series of play, goodness gracious, Joyo. What I was going to say is that I love that we're just seeing both teams really send everything that they've got, and the chaos is what makes these matches. We want them to be crazy. We don't want these defensive, I'm too scared of losing. You need to be confident that you're going to win. That's when both these teams play their best Rocket League. Tempo gets bumped off by Jack. He has no boost for this one now, but Edgey will keep the play going.
Well, Tempo and Edgey both ended up on 0 in offense, so Akron to sit back. He's actually been dunked on by Seiko.
Oh.
Joyo's up, uncontested, half flip saved by Edgey on the goal line.
I mean, Edgey, perfect plays, perfect time, unless you're a GK fan. Abjag, the pre-flip into air dribble from the side wall. It's Acro's turn. This is becoming mechanically masterful. One too many touches. Takes it away from Tempo, unfortunately. Joyo now gets rid of Tempo. Whose central it will be Seiko. Jan now goes for bumps, but Acro's up first. And we're seeing Man City get a little bit jumpy. They're jumping very quickly to these. And I think GK are giving them a second of breathing room, and then they're going in. They're letting them burn just a bit of boost.
Great speed by Acro there. That causes some chaos. But now Seiko's 1v1 at the other end with Edgey. Edgey winning every 1v1 he's put in this match.
Great plays are coming through from the defense on both sides. And the crossbar, so the fourth man is coming in very clutch. Edgey gets one touch central, but gets cut out by Joyo. The mid boost stolen by Acro. So this play, Joyo and Seiko are all going to be low. Acro left wall up high. Someone waiting at the back. It's a nice musty, but if there's one thing that Joyo knows what to do with, it's a musty.
A nice clear by Joyo as well, just getting the pixel of the ball to get maximum power. And where's the challenge? Joyo just forcing there. He knows he can't reach that ball, but
I like it.
Does a great job forcing the air dribble high into the backboard for his teammates. 2 minutes to go. Seiko down the line to Jack, looking for the infield reset. Gets it. Can't mind game Edgey right now. He's making all the defensive plays. Wait a minute. What?
There were two back.
It's a goal for Seiko through 2 defenders.
They both go low. Seiko's been so overcomplicating every single play that the one time he doesn't go backboard, which is then where they are, he shoots low. It completely bamboozles them. They're discombobulated, and then Edgey just nearly gets one back on the other side.
Yeah, I don't think Tempo realized that the net was open. He probably thought that Acro had recovered already, so he was getting ready to cover the backboard. But the net was just open, at least the front half of the net half that's closer to Seiko. Well, that was a bit of a giveaway. Now here comes Seiko off the ceiling. He's challenged early by Acro. Down the line past 1. Man City with just over a minute to work with.
And they need to make sure they're getting a bit more of this possession, a bit more ground being earned. Acro does get rid of Joyo, so it's going to help out in that process. Acro's now being an absolute menace towards Seiko. On the backboard, who's bigger? It is going to be Acro. Right-hand side now sees Joyo trying to get something central. He can't do it, and Man City, they're not having ball possession. They're now playing GK's game.
It has been a close game, but just those key moments where things have not gone right for Man City have been the difference makers. And Tempo looking for some space, but it's so hard to come by these days in competitive threes. Oh, Joyo misses the back pass. That works out favorably.
Yeah, that works nicely.
Free ball. Tempo will collect it, but this is more than fight for GK.
Yeah, it ended up being a nice touch for Joyo. Not his intended one, but nice. Tempo beats 2. Unfortunately, this is 3v3. Jack can collect and flicks over Acro. Tempo now gets in his way, but Jack bumps him for the rudeness. One more goal needed. Man City with a collection from Edgey. This one's going central. It's faked instead. Joyo actually helps out the team. That's above the crossbar. No one's there to collect it. And Acro, he waits midfield with 100. Make it worth it.
Oh, the bomb lands. Edgey denied on the goal line. What a save by GK. Man City's go-to play almost works out again.
Beautiful defense in the end. It was a little bit ropey, but Man City couldn't work it through. And timeout has been called in favor of Man City. GK, they worked their way back in after getting clapped in the first game.
Just a crazy series here. I still feel like for the majority of what we've seen, Man City have looked like the team. I mean, they have been winning for most of it, but GK have just had the moments. They've managed to find the right times to just go completely all in the last game. And then they've been clinical in this one. They had less chances and scored more. Yeah, the miscommunication from Man City in defense cost them. Tempo didn't know that. Well, he either didn't know one of two things. He didn't know Seiko could just shoot that, which I'd be surprised by, or he didn't know Acro was back yet. Because Acro probably told him that he was back post, but he didn't say where back post. He didn't say how close he was to being able to cover the goal. Because Tempo turning up the back wall like that means that he thought the goal was defended by someone else.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was great play from Seiko, ultimately, to identify all of that. You know, he saw that both went backboard. If you shoot low there, then hopefully, you know, even if they make contact, it's just going to bounce somewhere middle if there's two defenders doing the same thing. And in the end, he just gets the goal. So it's best of the situation that he could have asked for.
Yeah.
This timeout, I think it's important for Man City. I think it's a great time to use it. And I think being able to speak to your team, as Noah currently is to settle them back down. They've had the opportunities to score, but they've just shot a little bit too awry.
Yeah, it's always a great strategy. Shoot ball, maybe goal. Shoot ball, maybe they miss. Oh, they missed. It works a lot more in our games.
Excellent.
But
it does.
Yeah, even the pro level, sometimes you just have to boom the ball. Sometimes you just have to clear it. Sometimes you just have to shoot it to keep the other team honest, just to let them know that you might at any moment simply pull the trigger, and that does open up the passing lanes. It does open up the backboard. So Man City will have to be thinking about all of that coming out of this timeout. Down 2-1. The new boys in the block started off so well. For about 9 minutes, they looked like they were about to run away with it. Now GK have completely turned it around. Timeout finished. Manchester City versus GK game 4 kicks off now.
In the Coliseum, only one will be able to escape. Winner of this series will be going to the Boston Major. Man City taking on GK. GK leading 2-1. Seiko with a very loose touch initially, but no one really challenging him, so doesn't get punished for it. And what did Noah say to his boys during that timeout? What magic will be coming from Man City?
Yeah, they are going to need some magic. They've had the Edgey clutch moments. They've had the Acro and Tempo peak moments in this run throughout the tournament. They need just one of them to be the person to open the floodgates. Somebody has to do something special to lift the vibes, lift the mood again. Acro with a skim clear, only goes as far as Jack. That does lead back to him though. It's the Englishman in opposite lineups, ping the ball back and forth.
Acro opts not to turn for that one, instead gives it to Tempo. Now Edgey into the corner. He's been really changing the pace of this game. The slow downs, the speed ups, he has been substantial in what Man City have been able to do. Just right now they're lacking that final little piece. That is what's keeping them away from winning some of these games. Jack chases down Acro, but with no boost, he can't really continue. Tries to get Edgey, but Tempo can now take over. 1v1. Edgey takes on Seiko, takes on Joyo, who dives in from the blind spot.
Yeah, just couldn't quite catch up to the ball there for the reset. It's just a bit too far away. Edgey puts it back into the middle. Joyo just doing his best back corner Barry impression, keeping the ball nice and tight to the back wall there. Man City try to do their best KCorp impression. They are in blue, so that's a good start. But need to keep the ball in offense a bit longer than that.
You don't want them to do their best KCorp impression, because that will mean that they will lose in this final. And Acro, he makes sure that maybe they do their best Gentlemates impression instead. A beautiful challenge from Tempo. He's got no boost, but he does get the man. Completely opens up the net for Acro there. Man City gain the lead in game 4.
Yeah, slow recovery back from Seiko, so Joyo completely on an island. Gets outplayed in the 2v1. Another twist in the tail, another back and forth series. Physical plays off the ball, doing work for Man City as Tempo looks for a gap on the backboard, can't find one. Acro 50s at mid, only as far as Jack. It's just back and forth right now, not many passing plays, just that one there. Mostly solo plays being attempted though.
Yeah, brief 2v2. I'll look into what we can expect, looking forward into Rlcs 2s that have been added for this season. Love that. Up for one, does take over. But Edgey's the final man to defend, and low boost was I think on the card to Man City there. They managed to recover, and they held out just momentarily. Tempo gives Joyo 33 boost as he respawns. Opposite side shot. Apparently Jack can't save, pinched long, and Edgey is there to receive. But right now, I feel like we're just seeing Man City holding on. And we've not necessarily seen either side put too much convincingly past the midfield.
You know, the GK boys, they almost get one there, Jack, with the redirect. They've been talked about as a defensive lineup. You know, they've been spoken of this exact weekend as a team who are quite happy to get 1-0 up and then just sit back and defend. So this can be frustrating. And although it is annoying to go up against, Man City have got to be careful. Another redirect attempted by Seiko. It's gone down to Joyo one wide. What a save on the goal line. Really hard to read that for Man City Pub, but they got the job done. Oh, no! Deflected in by a Man City player.
A spectacular save from Edgey. I love that. And from zero, the hero to zero, Acro, he ends up challenging, but he's going back towards his own net. That's only ever going back towards your own net, mate.
That's tough. If he gets a bit more in it, he's thinking he could get it into the post, but what's it meant to be? A GK fire right back. I do like that they've been leaving players upfield a little bit longer, just looking for those cherry-picking opportunities multiple times on the Man City backboard. It does increase the stress level for Man City.
It's a good bump, but Seiko ends up actually hitting Acro into the ball, unfortunately for him. 70 seconds as Jack goes for a 1v1, shoots it high. He's been out of his own backboard, completely loses control of that ball. That is uncharacteristic this weekend. Jack and Joyo takes full advantage. 1 minute left, 1 goal clear.
Joyo just knew that Edgey was looking for the bump, but he just dodged it by driving under. And yeah, Edgey put his team in a bit of trouble there. It's why air dribble 50s off the backboard tend to be more popular. Air dribble bumping in your own half, it can be a bit risky, and it was there.
It's great vision, as you said, though, from Joyo. He's just able to clear it away, gets the ball out of the danger zone, and Jack can then follow up with the keeper on an island. Final 45, Acro pops it to himself, then goes central, but Seiko sees that coming. He could have been faked out there, but Seiko opts to go for the play instead, rather than get faked out. Joyo with a little reset. We're seeing his mechanics really start to come in. The little slight tiki-taka play, the little awkward touches, being an absolute menace. Good dump across by Acro. He just stops that play from developing too far. And now, Seiko getting bumped on the goal line. Tempo brings it back level.
Well, just as GK were starting to get comfortable, another demo rips up with the rotation, and Tempo does the rest. 19 seconds to go in game 4. It's another tie game.
It seems like neither of these teams can be split from the other. They're completely equal. It is brilliant gameplay so far from both sides. Edgey goes to the ceiling. Seiko has to cover. He does so, but Tempo's there. Tempo's been a nightmare. Can't clear around apparently, Jack. Acro fakes. Edgey now. The pace changer. The bump. Oh, actually, that bounces high. That's horrible. And Joyo's there just in time.
Oh, hold on. It's going the other way, though. Jack's got a free backboard. Is he doubling? It's off the part of the pitch. Joyo to Seiko. Still somewhat alive, but now grounded into overtime.
I mean, Seiko, I think, had more time there than he anticipated. I get why he took the snapshot, but it was far too weak. Was never getting to the goal line. Edgey pops it over Seiko, can attempt to get that dunk, but Jack's going to be there. Now Acro towards the side, 1-2, next to shoot is Tempo, but Joyo bullies him out the way. Now the other side, Joyo gets rid of Edgey, and Tempo can dive in.
And Jack takes over, he's got a free ceiling play. Look at the top corner, he only finds the post. Pretty close, but I think Man City knew that one was wide.
30 seconds into overtime, and it's a GK ramping up, and Man City put back on defense. Jack to flick central. Joyo's there to shoot. Opposite corner. Joyo and Jack, the formidable duo.
Just magnificent solo play from Jack. Finding Joyo in the middle. Perfect control. He saw the opportunity to slow the game down. And Acro just faking a challenge at the near post. It didn't really do anything. It just forced Tempo to go. And that left mid open. GK triple match point, triple major qualification point over Manchester City.
And GK also break Man City's timeout. They get the win after they've taken it 3-1. One more, and for a team, I was saying early on, I feel like Man City, they deserve this win because of how they've been playing, how they got to that LAN. But GK, they're not bothered about that. They look at LANs as if it's home to them. They've gone to so many, they've won multiple in their tenure.
Yeah.
The chance for them to go yet again over towards Boston.
Yeah, well, if you look at the results over the 3 events, both teams, you could say that they probably deserve it equally. That's why we're doing a tiebreaker, but they obviously just want nothing more than to be there. It doesn't matter how many lands you've been to, you want to go to the next one. And for Man City, who are looking for their first one, that is also a huge motivation for them, but they just aren't able to get the job done in the clutch in this match. They had game 2 in the bag, and it was just a goal line scramble and a full send from Joyo that came back and won it for GK. Game 3, GK 2 clutch. Game 4 as well. They're just making the right plays in these high pressure situations, and I think Man City's defense, they're hesitating. They're not communicating the info that they need.
Yeah, and I think that right now we're seeing that experience really come through for GK. And that is probably the only difference maker right now. You know, you've got one team that has been to so many lands and another team that has been to precisely one about 2 months ago. So are there going to be any opportunities for Man City to really put their stamp on this series? They have now got to get 3 games back to back to back. Otherwise, GK will be heading to the Boston Major.
This is going to be the time to prove what they're made of for Man City. Great save by Seiko. And against Acro's air dribble bump. Jack's just going to try and stay behind the ball here. Get rid of the danger. He did get a piece of Tempo, even though Tempo got the ball past him.
Yeah, it's a nice attempt there from Tempo 2 to try and get the dunk when they pretty anticipate that he would be heading backwards. I like that he's just trying to mix up the expectations of what he's going to do, but the aggression so far is Man City, and Edgey continues to be freakish.
Look at the way the ball just kicks off the front of his car there. Just an immediate launch. It's nowhere near the defender. I don't know how he managed to get that kind of acceleration that quickly. Usually it looks more like a fling or a flick. I mean, it's why flicks are called flicks, but that looked like almost a punch into the net from Edgey.
Against Joyo, the competitive musty master. That is gorgeous play from Edgey, and what a lead to be established in the 5th game.
Just, you know, we asked last game, who's going to be the player to step up and pull out the mechanical plays? Will it be Tempo? Will it be Acro? No, again, it's Edgey. But here comes GK. And for all of their good goals, Man City, once again, have been exposed to the counter.
Yeah, for all of these lovely mechanical plays, sometimes you just got to 2-foot the man and send him off on a stretcher while your teammate passes it straight middle of the net. 1-1, GK bring it back.
Imagine you could just slide tackle the goalie while someone's taking a shot. That'd be so unfair. Is Rocket League unfair?
You know what? When you look at some football teams play, I think they do have that. They have that game plan.
Are you talking about actual football teams or Cole Sunday League games?
Actual football teams, but I would not like to call any out that played versus Liverpool this weekend.
Well, Man City have got some time left to recover from the vicious off-the-ball play that GK have slammed them with. Jack again just finding ways to slow the game down in the back corner, though, and it's creating chances. Last game, it was the winner in OT from that exact position. This time, it's almost a go-ahead goal in Game 5.
His first 2 minutes have been extremely back and forth. Very different goals that we've seen as well. Jack cannot get to this ball. Joyo jumps for it from the blind spot, but Edgey, he does continue. So he's used a lot of boost there, and I feel like we've seen lots of boost in efficiency from both sides, but neither being punished until Jack comes in. Edgey has to jump and does manage to get it away. Seiko, a quick double round with a reset onto the corner. Quite easily read by the City defenders.
Still tie game. Man City looking to control the ball in defense. Maybe bait in some bad challenges. Tempo goes Dearborn. Joyo, Jack can both jump. Maseko's got the next touch for just a free. Jack looking for the bump on Acro, who dodged it. The bump landed from Tempo on the recovering Joyo. But GK, they're backing off accordingly. Anytime the demo lands, it's just a full retreat.
I mean, I don't know what the sort of feel of this series is now. I feel like it's become a lot slower. It's become a lot more of a cerebral game where neither of these teams really wants to overextend. We're not seeing, you know, Joyo go for those dives again. He goes for that shot, and we can save it away. Very, again, pretty safe shot, pretty routine shot.
Joyo missed the boost steal, though, which is huge. Edgey picking it up now. So they should be able to get out of defense if they can just get one clean touch on the ball. There it is from Acro briefly, buying them some space. Yeah, I think it's GK really controlling the pace. Oh, look at the pogo outplay from Tempo. That's outrageous. In an Rlcs, like tiebreaker land match.
In the midfield. I love this in the midfield as well. I mean, it leads to this.
Whoa.
A couple of demos. Edgey can take the shot on target, and that all came from the pogo.
I love it. I mean, he had a quick recovery after, so he's able to keep going. Yeah, GK, they've been able to slow down the game and take control of it at times. Jack especially has been slowing down the game in the Man City back corners. Or some mistakes. Oh, there's a mistake. But Joyo stays floating and it lands on the ball. It's maybe not the best shot there for Man City as well.
Acro now can go for a bump on Seiko. Isn't able to land it, but Tempo full boost. Pops it high. Who will challenge? Seiko. He knows that. He resets over him. He goes to the edge and will bump. Joyo and Jack have to team up. Hold hands and clear it away. 50 seconds left.
Oh, that's good physical play by Joyo. Just buying some time for Seiko and Jack, who are still pretty low boost that entire time. And that accidental fake there from Edgey, whose flick was lackluster for once. Jack takes over, 50s at mid. Joyo doesn't have a lot of boost, but he's got A chance to backboard it. Try and make it difficult to read. Not difficult enough for Tempo to have any problems. Man City trying to angle for a counter-attack.
Oh, great pass from Tempo. Acro for the double. Gets it right around, apparently, Jack. No problem for Acro when he has this much space.
Oh, and Jack will be kicking himself. He speed flipped back to net there. And he'll wish he didn't, because Acro does not shoot directly. He goes for the backboard, and the speed flip put Jack out of position to contest that exact shot. Now with just 12 seconds to go. Kickoff has gone pretty even. Man City are in a good spot to win this one.
And that is incredible composure. Seiko picks up another boost, has essentially 200 in the tank. Tempo tackles him, gets bumped out of the way. No one can get to it. And Man City, at the death, take their second game.
Not done yet. And that one was a nail-biter. Even for the majority of the game, Man City find a way to come back and win it. This team is showing true resilience for all of their critics, for all of the allegations, all of the times that they've been the favorites and lost, the times where they've had chances to win and lost. They are fighting from behind and showing experience beyond their years.
I'm amazed at the resilience that Man City are showing. It's brilliant play. Look at that. Straight across from Acro. Even if Jack goes the in and out there, I think Acro's too fast and has an even better angle than Jack could have saved from.
Yeah.
From the 1v1, Jack has to be perfect in his positioning, and he wasn't on that line. And there's no way he turns that far to his right. So, yeah, City, felt like it was written in the stars there. Great play from Acro. But it did feel, Johnny, to me like it was a lot, like I said, a slower game, a more mind-gamey, a little bit more thinky at times, where both teams slowed it down to not just be quite as bombastic.
Yeah, I think you could see Jack's frustration himself there, leaning back, and he'll be annoyed because he always talks about the fact that Rock League players flip too much, and he'll be so annoyed that he's flipped there and put himself out of position. When you flip, you're committed to that direction for a certain amount of time, and he would have wished that he could have just flown up faster, but he couldn't because he's in the middle of a flip, so he can't jump. So yeah, he'll be annoyed because that's something that he is always telling his viewers and his fans not to do. And he's made that mistake, but in a very high pressure situation where a shot was being threatened, though, it's a bit more forgivable in my opinion.
Edgey beats out Jack and can then attempt to get the double. Joyo removes Tempo, and that shot just wide. Really could have found his way in. That respawn from Tempo, that is so aggressive, but Jack with no boost, it will be slowed down. I don't mind it at all from Tempo. I really like taking that speed and seeing what you can do with it when they don't expect you to insta-dive in off respawn.
Yeah, he just got enough on it to stabilize the position. Any less and it could have been bad news for Man City. And they've been reliable enough. These guys have been making it difficult for GK to score. It's why we're seeing so many bumps, so many demos. Speaking of the Devil Joyos in the Man City net bumping when there's not even a threat of a shot. It's the clear game plan from GKs to get physical, because that, in a situation like this, when pressure's on, can cause so much stress for the opposition.
And so frequently as well, to kind of bolster that point, we're seeing the first man beat the opposing first man very, very frequently. If you can clear out the second and third men, or even just one of them, make them panic and then follow up with your own second man, that is going to be huge.
That was so much time for Seiko. He just could not quite force it through the recovering Man City defenders. And now Man City looking to go end to end. Tempo brings it down. He's past one, past two, but Joyo gets enough of him to slow down the advance. Jack takes over in the back corner with an air dribble. Offload to Seiko, who's met once again. Solid defense from City boys.
Opportunities. There's 3 minutes remaining. That one just flying high of the net. Good save there. Edgey gets removed from play because of it. Come in the corner. Nice high air dribble. 3 minutes remaining. Remember, whoever wins this will be going to the Boston Major. We approach half-time. Tempo nearly the double, but everyone is committed far too much. And Seiko can shoot on the open net.
That's a great read by Seiko. He was on the back wall, but he jumps down because he saw the ground double coming. and he intercepts it right as it bounces. But yeah, Tempo, he didn't have to do that. When he saw Seiko coming, he could have stopped and just flown into it. He just kept going with the original plan. So that's been the case in a lot of these goals. Players are sticking to bad plans. No, speaking of, that's a goal secured by Tempo. But GK have just, they've hard double committed at it.
Horrible. GK looking like two players from Rlcs 1v7 the other day. And Tempo, he can just tap it home. It's on target anyway. He says sorry to his teammates, but he gets credited with the goal. 1-1 again, halfway through.
Now, that can't have been anything like what you saw in Rlcs 1v7, because I think players were airborne and not just driving around looking up at the ball.
Jinxing his best. I think he looked up on the camera once.
No, this is not what you expect to see from GK. They've got the experience, they had the lead, and they've hard double committed. It was just a full-on from the moment they jumped until the moment they reached the ball. Nobody bailed out.
It's complete panic from them.
Oh.
And we're seeing now Jack has a chance. Edgey does manage to get the save. Tempo can clear it long. Catch in the midfield. Don't know if I love that, because his teammates didn't have that much boost to work with at the time he did it.
Oh, it's 50 mid. Joyo looking to control it. He's got Tempo on the sidewall already, preemptively challenging him. It's 50 into the middle for Acro. Where's he going to go with it? Back to Edgey. Edgey with the scenic route ceiling double. Not able to get past Jack. Man City are just trying to find a way through. It's not proven to be very easy with the layered defense that GK have now shown us.
Final 80, Jack attempts a pinch, only goes as far as a waiting Tempo on the mid boost. Goes to the shot, quick dive across Seiko and Joyo. Another double commit. This one does not lead to a goal, but it does lead to now continued pressure for City.
1 minute left, Edgey on the far post. Can't get it past Joyo, who was waiting on the back wall for that one. Joyo's reset 50, pops high. Tempo first to react to it. He's going to reset just to back Jack up a little bit, and he's completely dunked on him. It looks like the midfield is mostly being controlled by Man City right now.
I mean, the boost steals are huge for City. We're seeing just how low GK are getting. Only 2 of them at a time can really get boost. Joyo's very low. Great touch on 0 boost. Jack now has to try and do something. It's a good corner boost steal. Seiko drops it down towards Joyo. The mid boost stolen again by Acro. But finally, Joyo can get a boost. He can get a demo. Jack can go central. He's so overcomplicated that. Just hit it, lad.
He had the reset triple tap attempt, and now here comes Tempo the other way. He's got the ball into the backboard. Acro into the post.
Oh, hello, Jack.
GK have got so many players in the corner.
Jack just fell from the ceiling out of nowhere. I can't believe that. Joyo catches it on the reset. Can't quite dunk on the final 2 defenders. Another overtime looms, and with 0, Tempo will let it drop. 1 more goal for GK, and they're heading to Boston.
It's going to be first chance for Seiko. Off the ceiling, dunks it past 1. He's faked another, but Acro powers through and clears it.
That's 10. There's been big pressure for GK. But Edgey, he's not going to be slowing down here, and Joyo's backwards. That's very awkward. Seiko can clear it, but only as far as himself in the midfield. A nice dunk on Acro. Straight up to Joyo, bumped again. So much physicality. City are slide tackling.
Oh, that's a demo. Tempo, last man, no boost, but he's done well to get enough on that. It's buy time for his team to respawn and get back in position. Joyo to the backboard. Any one of these backboard hits, any one of these high hits could be mishit in defense. That's what GK are looking for here, just waiting for 1 bad touch out of Man City.
But we've also seen the magic that City can just strike out of nowhere. They're waiting, ready to pull a rabbit out of the hat. Can GK see it coming? Towards that side wall, Seiko tackles, but it goes only as far as Tempo. The low challenge. It's on target, and Jack is going to be there. Tempo cannot dunk. Acro shoots just wide. Seiko is ready and present. Now it's GK's turn.
We're past a minute into OT. If this were NA, somebody would have absolutely beamed it by now on Neon Tokyo, but we could be headed to Game 7 at this rate. It's Man City. Edgey, the double pop mid. Tempo looking to 50 it through, but Seiko collects the ball with 100 and a reset.
Nice play from Seiko, slows it down a little bit. 50's essential, but no one's there apart from Tempo, the last man he wants to see. goes for a 50 low. Actually gets something on it, I think, so it speeds it up towards Joyo. A massive dunk, but no boost. GK, pretty lower right across the board. Again, Jack sees the boost, sees the ball. Which one does he go for? He picks ball. It ends up working out well.
Acro trying to fake out in defense. Just trying to get rid of the danger that is ever present in these matches. Abject tested. Does well this time. He's got control. Didn't flip out of position this game. 2 minutes gone. Overtime continues. Joyo with an air dribble past one. Edgey's there, but it's 15 minutes. Who's going to be there? Jack's there to finish. GK have done it.
I thought Jack had overcomplicated this. I thought he was going to fake. I was about to scream at him if he did. But GK Esports, you are going to the Boston Major.
Wow. What a heartbreaker for Man City, who have worked so hard all weekend. They've been playing all day, and they were so close to Game 7. So close multiple times today to Boston. But they're going to need to regain and go again next split. The good news for them is that whatever points GK can accumulate at the Major, if they can just beat them in qualification for the next one, they can outdo them at that one. If you make the second Major, you can steal the world spot. So their season is still going really well. I think if they take a bigger step back and look at the bigger picture, they could be super happy about where they are at this stage in the season. It'll be painful now, but Man City have a lot to be proud of. Massive grin for Seiko. My goodness, when do you ever see Seiko with a smile that wide?
Like
He's
a
usually
Cheshire
so
cat. Incredible.
They're pretty happy with that one.
That smile stretching from Portugal to Germany across the entire width of France. Incredible play from GK. And I feel like Man City, as you were saying, they've got so much to be proud of. I think a lot of people, myself included, admittedly, I didn't think they would be back time and time again competing for these LAN events. They got to the kickoff LAN. And I thought, fair play, lads, you've got your one. That's outstanding. That's so good. But they're back time and time again. They couldn't get it done this time. This set of opens is done for them. They aren't attending the Major. But Johnny, they are going to be coming back for the next qualifications for Paris. And GK, Boston.
Yeah, EU is going to be a bloodbath in next split. But that's all for Man City now. GK advance to Boston. Let's head back to the desk to break down.
Well, production saved my prediction there with the GK, but by golly, was that a close one? Man City looked so good out there. You can understand, Gibbs, the heartbreak they're feeling right now.
Yeah, I feel like for Man City, like all split long, they are really learning how to deal with those nerves over time. They're still not there yet. I feel like they're making these mistakes when they're nervous in these big time moments. But every time you have one of these big time moments and you falter, you learn from it. Man City, I really feel like those first 3 games were so crucial for them. It felt like they could have been up 3-0 in the series, Turtle, but they just faltered at odd times in those early games and gave it away.
For me, what really decided it was seeing the way that GK were approaching a lot of challenges. I think it was like game 2 or game 3. Joyo just went up for this crazy pre-jump. He's like last man back. And you talked about it before we got into this series, you know, the experience buff. And that right there, to come out here, you have the experience. Joyo has played in so many high pressure situations. So him jumping for a pre-jump in the middle of nowhere, last man back, it's nothing to him. And I didn't see that type of guts from Man City because there was a little slight hesitation.
Yeah, overall, I mean, good to see GK. Again, these are experienced players, as Gibbs was saying. Maybe that's what you need at a LAN event for the best kind of Rocket League. I'd love to see Man City, though, in the future, making these kind of events. And I think they've got what it takes as a team overall. I don't think either one of you could disagree that we're going to see that squad making top 5 with them.
Oh, absolutely. We saw them make top 4 here, like in this final open, and they will be back. But for GK, for this tiebreaker, they also owe KCorp a dinner because, you know, KCorp back at the kickoff LAN got Europe this 5th spot, which is why this tiebreaker even happened like in the first place. So GK, make sure you take KCorp out for a nice dinner, at least on one of those nights in Boston.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, our teams, though, are locked in for Europe. Reminder, we'll remind you again at the end of this stream here that we're going to go over to the SAM region there, locking in their second team in a little bit here potentially. I think Furia is playing right now. Yeah, we start to close in, Turtle, on all our teams that we have for that Boston Major.
Right. I mean, the leash is starting to get a little bit tighter as we head into the LAN, and that's so exciting to witness how these teams are unfolding. The storylines that we've got just in the European region alone, dude, I've come in at the best time because I got to see the chaos, experience it firsthand. Man City, they can be proud of what they've done. KCorp got defeated finally, no perfect split, but the storylines continue across every region. Just what we've seen today can be matched literally anywhere. And if we take another look at the highlights, I mean, what more could you have asked for? Yes, it didn't go to game 7, but it was still one of those series where I don't think there was ever a point where you could confidently say who was going to take it.
Yeah, but outside of like game 1 where Man City's like, oh man, they are looking fantastic here, and then game 2 happens and it's just a late goal. They couldn't get through the defense until apparently Jack just threw himself at the ball to tie that game up, and GK steal this game with that pre-jump by Joyo as well. Huge plays by him in this game. Not only that, but also Neo Tokyo later on. But GK just found a way to stay close in these games and steal them away. It really felt like Man City outplayed them through the first 15 minutes of action, but GK was up 2-1 after that.
Yeah, I mean, again, you said it, Gibbs. It was that ice. These are experienced players. They know how to deal with that pressure. And I think for Man City, the fact that they went through a tough series of games today. I mean, you got Ninjas and Pajamas, Man City, even Gentlemates. Even the Gentlemates won going to game 7. Now they go so strong against GK in this tiebreaker. They're going to have a lot of experience come out of this into future events. But it is GK that comes out on top. We'll see them in Boston. And, why don't we talk to one of the winners here? A face that you guys all love. It's not that one on the screen right now. It's going to be Joyo. Joyo's joining us. Congratulations, Joyo, on making Boston.
Thank you.
You look like you expected your facial expressions right now are, yes, this was determined. This was fate.
I mean, yeah, we should make it, to be honest. So, yeah, I mean, we knew we were going to win.
Yeah, can I ask you real quick about, I guess, yesterday, kind of a two-parter. Yesterday and then today,